explain to you what took place on Wendy's channel about that dumb son of a bitch, that lying ass cunt motherfucker says he's retired out of the military. He probably is. He probably is retired. But all he is a fucking mouth. I promise you, he'll never say that standing in front of me. Half the shit he said. He's good at what he does. He's a good assassination kind of guy online, but he ain't about shit. And he doesn't know what I did or didn't do. So I'm going to explain it right here why they're never going to get me on jack shit. He can never prove me a fucking liar about shit. I'm going to explain it to you. And I'm going to explain how you know the guy is full of shit his damn self. Hold on a minute before I go explaining this shit to you, because it'll make sense when I explain it to you. This guy's a fucking dumb motherfucker. Swear to God. I got friends that were in the military a lot longer than him, saw a lot more fucking action than this candy ass little bitch. And they'll make him look so fucking stupid his fucking head will spin. And he don't know that people have already looked at my fucking record. People that really retired in the military who really saw fucking action. Not like this dumb pussy ass motherfucker. Hold on a minute. Okay, number one, if a man has stolen valor, he either lied about being in the military when he never was. That's a felony. I saw one guy get convicted of that, and only one that I've ever really heard of on the news and shit, because I don't pay attention to all that shit. Have you? How many of you people have heard of like 10 people being convicted of stolen valor? I don't even know how they're convicted. This guy wanted to go into detail about how they're convicted. How the fuck does he know? He's never been in a fucking room while there was a stolen valor case going on. So how does he even fucking know? Because he Googled the shit and looked it up. That's how he knows. But he was never a command sergeant major. You got to be a command sergeant major and up to be sitting on that fucking panel, bitch. So he's never been involved in a stolen valor case, not one fucking time. And I know that because of the so-called fucking rank that he had in the military and what he was and what he was not. Now, the other felony stolen valors, or if I sit up here and lie about the things I did in the military, and I go bragging about that shit, I'm not bragging, I'm just answering questions that people ask. I did throw in a special little kink for this stupid motherfucker. I was an E4 in the military, and I did fly an F-15. I did more than that in the F-15. But I'd never flown a fucking F-15 one day in my life, except for on a fucking computer. Swear to God, they just told me how to fucking control it. Asked me if I thought I could fly, motherfucker, and I said, yeah, let's get the fuck out of here. There's one time when an E4 will fly a fucking fighter jet, period. And that is if you're in a foreign fucking country and you just killed some motherfuckers on a special op or some shit like that, and you flee and you make it out of that area, but the bad guys are on their way to get your motherfucking ass, and you got to get the fuck out of there. And they just happen to have an F-15 sitting right where you fucking need to get the fuck out of there. If that's your only fucking way out of the country, and it's a 3-star general request from the Air Force to let you try to fly that plane, you're flying that fucking plane, bitch. And I know, because I did it. So, if I'm lying, I should be arrested this fucking week on stolen valor. Not next week, not next month, this fucking week. It takes them days to arrest the motherfucker for stolen valor. Days, Not months, not years, days. And I know that because that guy here in Texas, I still this day, I think it might have been Houston, but I think it was Austin. Y'all might look that up. There was a guy that did have stolen valor. He had the uniform, he had all that shit, fake fucking awards and all that, plaques and everything else, like this cheese dick did, right? He was never in the military. He was arrested on stolen valor, and I think they gave him like 10 or 15 fucking years in prison. And guess what? From the day he was reported, it took him 3 fucking days to arrest that son of a bitch. So if I got stolen valor, I challenge everybody out there, go fucking report me. Show them these fucking videos where I'm telling you I flew an F-15, but I was in the Army. I was an E-4. I never flew a fucking plane a day in my life, but it was my only way to get the fuck out of enemy territory. Now, if that's a lie, I just committed a felony, you better go fucking report me. It is your sworn fucking duty to go report me. Because let me tell you something, you little candy ass bitch. I never fucking lied. I never lied on my military career, not one fucking time. You're not going to see me arrested this week, next month, the entire fucking year, or next fucking year, or any other fucking year for stolen valor, bitch. So if you think I got stolen valor, instead of getting on the internet doing character assassination with your fucking dick suckers running your mouth 24/7, go fucking do what you said. Number one, you said you could look me up that fucking quick. Did you know right fucking now, if I could get one of my buddies to answer the phone, I could find out about your military career, you little bitch. If I know enough information about you. And all I need is your fucking name and what city did you join the military from. That's all I fucking need to know. Now, if you want to go further and tell me what unit you were in, okay, that'll help. But I don't fucking need it. See, when I thought Douglas Dakota was lying about being a law enforcement officer, and I thought he was a fake patriot, I went after him tooth and nail. And what happened there is I finally got a hold of my buddy because I just couldn't prove nothing on this guy, right? But I went after him and pecked away at him. I questioned everything like this guy did me. Made me look bad. I made Douglas Dakota look real fucking bad. Ask him. I hurt him real bad. I hurt him real bad with subs early on. Subscribers. But I called my buddy. I give him the benefit of the doubt one time because he asked me to please go check. So I did. I called my buddy that I grew up with, 28 years in the military, who stands behind me 100% because he knows. And he came back and told me Douglas Dakota was not lying about a fucking thing. Everything he said, he did. I was like, what? Serious? He goes, yeah. I go, I ain't never been that wrong about somebody before. So I had to swallow my fucking pride a little bit and go apologize to the motherfucker. And I did it on his fucking channel and my channel at the time, if you remember, Dumpster Rick. Because I'm man enough to admit when I'm wrong. But you're not, you little bitch, fat ass fucker. Let me tell you something. You cocksuckers bring people at me left and right. And I know it was one of you motherfuckers that got this guy in there for that bullshit. I don't care. He didn't prove a fucking thing. You're not ever going to see me arrested on stolen valor. I guarantee it. Douglas tried to get me arrested on stolen valor for all of this shit and more that I've talked about what I did in the military. Never happened. You know why? He did report me. He damn sure did. But Dumpster, as bad as you want it to be the case, I have never fucking lied on my military career. Not one fucking time. In fact, I probably told you shit they could arrest me for telling top secret information. But if you notice, I draw the line at certain points in time. Because I know how far I can get away with it and how far I can't. I have received a phone call from ex-military people I was in the military from, warning me not to step across that fucking line. Why are these people calling me? Because somebody reported me for stolen valor, and they went and looked at everything, and they called me up and said, yeah, Bob, you know why I'm calling? Yeah, because I fucking went and told a little bit too much. Yeah, you did. Don't go past that fucking line. So I stopped, Rick, and I know the fucking line. I will tell you everything I can up until that fucking line. Because I have done top secret work. I know shit that could really make America look bad. The shit that we've had to do in the past. You would be embarrassed to call yourself an American on some of the shit I know. Because you would take it wrong. You would look at it like, oh God, we did that? Oh, fuck. Really? Ugh. Promise to God, Rick. But if I go tell you that bullshit, I'm going to get fucking put in prison for the rest of my entire fucking life. So I don't care what this guy thinks he knows. I've seen privates and PFCs, that's E2, I've seen low-ranking individuals go back up the Green Berets and Delta Force because I was there. I got to handpick my team one time, and I had more privates around me than anything. Matter of fact, I was in charge of a fucking sergeant, and he's higher ranked than me. Because I had the experience, and the general told all them people, I don't care what your ranks are, he's in charge of this operation, and he picks the ranks as second and third in command and so on. And I just turned right around and looked at my sergeant and said, dude, you know you're number 2. And it goes down as we've always been, the same rank, the same in priority. What time you came into service if you're the same rank. Sort of grandfathered in kind of thing. We've gone in and killed motherfuckers in places that special forces got shot up pretty good one time. I'm not going to tell you where I went. They got shot the fuck up. They were just there for hostage rescue, but they didn't listen to me. They listened to that stupid motherfucking Green Beret, and he came up with a bad plan. But I had to go by his plan, even though I knew it was a bad plan because he was in charge. Me and my team saved his fucking life and the life of the person he had to get out of there. And you don't want to know how close them motherfuckers got to us before we opened fire. You know, you see in the movies, the guy's hiding and he gets pissed on. That is exactly what happened to one of the guys that was with us that fucking night. I've done shit, Rick. You ain't got to believe it. I don't give a flying fuck if that other guy believes it or not. But I guarantee you when he gets on the phone and starts calling people, they're going to tell him, yeah, that guy, you're not going to get him on stolen valor. That's all they're going to say. They can't even tell this motherfucker all the shit I done. How about that for a taste of fucking reality, you little bitch? So it's funny that people do this, play these kind of games online, but it's kind of like the trash talk community. That's exactly what it is. See, you take a guy that was in a 4-year service term. He could be in the Marines, Army, Navy, Air Force, what the fuck ever, the fucking Space Force. But let's say me, I was in the Army. I served 4 years, my first enlistment, got honorable discharge with honors. And I don't remember half of that fucking shit that was on that fucking base. I could tell you, you go through the gate, you drive all the way down, building on the right. Right there is our fucking barracks, our old barracks. Actually changed they switched, move shit around sometime. But I could tell you where the mess hall was at. I can tell you that if you went over to the Air Force mess hall, we used to sneak in there and eat their fucking food because it was good, much better than Army food. And then there's too many people who started doing that, and they kind of put a stop to that shit. So we weren't allowed to go on a fucking Air Force base anymore, or that part of the base at Fort Bragg. We've had good cooks, we've had bad cooks. My fucking PC's out right now. I don't know if it's going to turn on tomorrow or not. So I'm just going to put that over there. I'm getting another one this month anyway. I don't give a fuck. And so this guy tried to ask me about heavy drops and all that shit. I don't know if he's ever actually seen those things go down or not. The reason he wants to out-top me is because I'll answer a question. One of his questions was if you're lined up in the plane, you know, your static line jump, you're all hooked up there, and you're fixing to jump out of the plane. He skipped a lot of shit, by the way. He wanted to know what was the guy called in the fucking door before everybody started jumping. Now, here's the way it worked with us. It was always the fucking sergeant in charge, the platoon sergeant. So the platoon sergeant was always at the fucking door. He's your master jumper. He's got all the jumps in. He's got the fucking insignia for being a master parachuting. He can train it. He can teach it. He's the guy in charge. He's the guy that tells you go. He'll grab you by your back of your chute, and he'll hold you. Like if you're in a C-130, he'll hold you. And then if he gets the word go, he says, go. And you go. Actually, ours would say, go, go, go. And he would drop you out like that. Unless the one time we almost jumped out of there to save those 56 fucking hostages. I think y'all can look that up, right? Did you know we came down to 0? In fact, the command was go. And then it was called off right away. Our lieutenant, he's on that fucking red phone. You know what the red phone is? You little freak motherfucker over there ambushing me on Wendy's channel. On a fucking plane. Do you know who holds the red phone, bitch? When you actually jump in real fucking military assignment. You're in whether you're in a war or you're going to rescue 56 fucking hostages. Your platoon leader holds that phone to his fucking ear, and he's listening to either the president, maybe the president in the background, but he's definitely listening to probably the vice president on that phone, right? Because you know why? Do you know why it's that set up instead of like a general on the other end of that phone? Or another command sergeant major? Let me tell you the fucking scenario. Because you don't know, you fucking dumbass. You just want to run your fucking dick suckers and character assassinate people. Big fucking deal. You don't prove nothing. You prove not a fucking thing tonight. Except for you're a dumb motherfucking little pussy ass bitch. I guarantee fucking to you, you're invited to my fucking house to have a real fucking talk about it, bitch. I will beat your fucking ass. Because you don't scare me, and I know I can fucking manhandle your ass, bitch. And I guarantee fucking to you one-on-one, you don't stand a fucking chance. But you do. You're an expert at running your fucking lips. So check this out. So lieutenant's on the phone to the White House. There's probably a general somewhere along the lines also on there. Probably a 3-way call. Hell, it might be a 4-way call for all I fucking knew. But I damn sure know that the White House is on that fucking phone. Do you know why? Because they were in negotiations with the leader of that fucking country. And they gave him an exact time that those discussions were over. He either agreed to release those hostages or the talks were off. The negotiations were off. And guess what? We were on the fucking plane to go get them fucking hostages, bitch. And do you know what our escape route was? It's supposed to be a submarine. Ain't that cool? Here I am in the army thinking, fuck, I'm fixing to get to ride on a fucking submarine. Shit, hell yeah, let's jump out this fucking plane. Fuck yeah. We had that shit so planned we could have got our fucking guys in there. And I mean, Shit, I didn't have a plan other guys come up with, but how do we get up, clear that first floor, get up in the area? It had to be done fast. And there was no room for no fucking error. Them hostages are all going to start getting fucking shot. We had a way to get up in that motherfucker with the lowest amount of risk and probably rescue all of them fucking hostages. But see, your dumbass ain't never been on an assignment like that. You wouldn't have a clue. You're in a plane, you got to come up with a rescue strategy right then and there, and they don't tell you till you're halfway through the plane. I mean, through your fucking flight. You got very little time to come up with a plan. Came up with a plan that quick. Bam, bam, bam. You know what we did? We had a big pile of fucking weapons at the back of the plane. I'll bet he could tell you that's a fact. When you go on any kind of special ops, they don't know what kind of weaponry you're going to need. They pile that shit on the back. It's every fucking thing you could think of from the fucking armory. So we're digging through that shit to get to the shit that we need. They have weapons in there I didn't even know we fucking had. Like rocket launchers, all kinds of shit I never dreamed that we would be using. And we just got what we needed for the plan. Once we rescue the hostage, we're going to run down to the beach. We're going to leave one squad right there, and that squad is going to lay down fire to anybody coming across that goddamn field. And they had an entire fucking detachment, like a company, would have been the first ones we would have been shooting at. If they reacted right away, we would have had to lay down fire until everybody got off the fucking beach. And then we were going to run back there and hop on them little fucking boats and haul ass to the fucking submarine, just like they did. We would have been out of there, I'm telling you, before it came to that, in my opinion. It never happened. Here's what happened. The jump master, which they are called, the platoon sergeant is the jump master. He grabbed this fucking guy in the front, and I'm back in the line, not that far back, but I'm about halfway or so back in the line, but you can see everything going on up there because we're jumping the fuck out like that on both sides. So you got the jump master on this side, and you got the assistant jump master on the other side, jumping out both sides of this fucking plane. Did he tell you about that? Oh no, because he's full of shit. So the other side don't jump until he visually sees the first guy make the jump on the other side. So the White House is counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And as he's counting down, the lieutenant is very loudly saying, because the plane's a little bit loud when it's a C-130 and it's a propelled plane, and that fucking door is open. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go! No, stop. No go, no go. He was yelling like that, and that platoon sergeant was like, go, stop. And he's pulling with all his might to get that motherfucker staying in the plane. Nobody jumped. But that's how close we came to having to go rescue them fucking hostages. That was between 1986 and 1991. You can look it up. The country's not very far actually from America. It's just where we had to go to rescue the fucking hostages. We never did have to rescue those hostages, but we came close. So close that the fucking lieutenant's first words after he said one was go. But the way we train, it was on the third go that he goes. So it's go. So the sergeant master's like, go. And then he lets you go. He probably kind of gives you a little push on the way out. And then he starts waving his fucking arm like this. As one guy passes through, he pulls his arm around and he puts it to his back. And he makes sure that guy's going out the door right. He's not getting entangled, hung up, or none of that bullshit, because that's his duty as the jump master. So what does he do? He raises his arm around. He's looking up at the static line to make sure your static line is clinging right. He might even reach up there and push it too, huh? There, Mr. fucking jump expert. Don't know jack shit. Now, what do you notice he did? He'd ask a question, and then he would not shut the fuck up and let me fucking answer. That's a classic narcissist. That's the kind of guy that wants to run his fucking mouth and not let the other guy answer so he can claim to win the argument because you never got to fucking talk. That's all he accomplished today. And I'm not going to get caught in that scenario where I got to fucking yell over a motherfucker. I'm not going to do it. If he wants to talk to me, he can come up on this fucking live stream right now and I'll embarrass his fucking ass about asking him some fucking questions about shit he don't know. And I'm going to tell him, you, and everybody out there at the rank of E fucking 4, I flew an F-15. And I could tell you more, but not really supposed to. I've never fucking changed that story. It's always been the same. I know a lot of people have a hard pill to swallow to believe that one. An E4 in the Army flew an F-15. I got to call bullshit on that myself. Except for I'm the one that did it. I might be the only one they know of that did it. I don't know. But I did do it. I've done a lot of shit this guy will claim they don't do. Oh yeah, they do. There's so many top secret operations they've done out there, man. We've blown up fucking bridges. We've killed thousands of people on a fucking active bridge in the past. I can't say where, when, or why, or how. That's all. Every bit of that is top secret. I can't even repeat it to this day. But I'm telling you, we've done some shit deep in enemy territory, sometimes involving you going from 2 different countries. Maybe a connecting corridor had to get blown up. And it may only be for the sake of protecting the American dollar. Could you imagine that? Believe it or not, that's a 24-hour war. Protecting the value of the American dollar, peacetime, wartime, any kind of time. If something's about to take place that could plummet our dollar value, America's going to put a stop to it. It's a fact. I used to go on these type of assignments. Might call them 007 kind of assignments. But I was never in no MI5 bullshit. I was just in the fucking Army. I had a special skill. I was able to ski down mountains like they ain't never seen nobody do. And I'm good at it. Well, I used to be really good at it. I was great at it. Once you do an assignment for the CIA, they're going to keep coming back and getting you again and again and again. It could be 12:30 in the middle of the fucking night and you're tired as fucking hell. They come get you, you're getting your ass up, and they're going to take you down there to see that fucking general. You get in there and you're like, well, okay, what is it this time? It could be a Green Beret unit that you got to go support. It could be, oh, hey, yeah, we got a hostage over here in this country we need you to go get. And here they are, and there's a satellite view. Can you get in there and get that hostage? Well, yeah, the preferred way is this, but if you can't do it that way, then you got to do it this way and then run for your dear fucking life. We always found a way. We always found a way. There's always a way. Well, I don't know if there's always a way, but in all the type of assignments I went on, there was always a way. I do know about certain situations where it just wasn't really possible to get them out and then escape, per se. There was one time they were claiming that was the case. I still think we could have got them out our damn selves without having to negotiate with them to get the person out of there. You know, there was a senator who was taken hostage during that time period I served. I wanted to be, they asked me, I was one of the people. Now see, when Delta Force and the Green Berets and all the special forces get busy, there's not very many of them units, at least not when I was in. So what happens is, if there's a lot of shit going around the world and all of them units are spread out around the country on assignments, doing shit, very dangerous shit, guess what? They're going to come get a guy like me. When you get there, they're probably going to have a second guy there to help you, because I only operated in 2-man teams. Sometimes it was a squad. I got to pick a squad, or they'd come get me and ask me if I wanted my squad, blah, blah, blah. I got to pick, 5 guys, 7 guys, however many guys they thought I needed. And then we would bring them, and they would show up there, and they'd be wide-eyed like, oh, goddamn, fuck, what are we doing, Bob? This is what you do, Bob? God damn, is you crazy? Well, that was a scenario when I was in the military. Man, them guys went on training assignments. I wasn't even there. Where's Bob? Well, don't worry about Bob. He's busy. So the guys in my platoon, they never asked what I did. But quite often I was gone. I wasn't training with the unit. Stupid ass, boring fucking training. Turning on a smoke machine, seeing how many hours you can go awake without falling asleep. That kind of stupid ass fucking training. I hated that shit. I did. I ain't gonna lie. That part of the military training I fucking hated. And that was at Permanent Party. See, that kind of training I fucking hated to go on. Especially there was one time, man, they tried to keep us up for 3 days straight, no sleep, to see how we could operate at nighttime. We had the fucking little goggles on so you could see at night. One with a little single deal coming out of the middle of them old motherfuckers. They were heavy too. And you had to keep your helmet on, and you had to wear that motherfucker with your helmet on and drive the goddamn fucking Humvee. I'm telling you, by day 3, we were considered pretty much a worthless unit. I did pretty good through that second night. I did real good, but I was fucking wasting my damn self. Man, I hated that kind of peacetime training. It was the most boring shit. It was the worst. There were times when in the middle of the fucking winter time, you're out there pretending to guard an airport. See, that's something else this guy didn't answer. Why was the 82nd Airborne Division even created? It was created to be able to jump into enemy territory, take over an airport, and secure that fucking airport. That is why the 82nd Airborne was even fucking thought of to begin with. This stupid motherfucker don't even know that. He claims to know every fucking thing. So we did a lot of airport training, and I fucking hated it, because you'll start digging and bam, you're hitting concrete. Well, you got to back up, start digging again until you ain't hitting concrete so you can dig your fucking foxhole. And your foxhole better be goddamn good enough that when they're looking at you for that heat signature, they're probably not going to see you. Because this guy probably won't tell you what I know, that when you line up a fucking airport with foxholes, not everybody's sticking their fucking head out looking. They only got certain people that are looking, and your head is covered with dirt in the front, but you're looking at an angle. Every fucking foxhole will be like this. Look, let me get over here. So I'll just do it like this. You're here, and you're looking there. There's a guy here, and he's looking there. You're going to cross. Your vision crosses all the way across that fucking field. There's one cross further out. There's a second cross of you and somebody else looking, and so on, all the way down the fucking line. So anything you fucking see moving, you're supposed to shoot at. This creates a defensive platform by which supposedly it should be impossible for the enemy to be able to overtake your position. Now, that's not guaranteed, because it's fucking war. Anything can happen. They can blow up the fucking guy next to you and guy next to him, right? Because it's fucking war. We seen that shit in the Korean War, and all kinds of shit went down there, right? When they overran it with the Viet Cong. No, it wasn't Viet Cong. It was Viet Cong, Vietnam. Fucking China. China sent all them motherfuckers in to help them Koreans. Remember that? They also did in the Vietnam War too, matter of fact, overran defensive positions like that. But that's a general position that the 82nd Airborne is going to set up to protect the airport, per se. There's other ways of doing it. That's the most basic. Any military would set it up that way if they got a fucking brain. So, okay, but in the 82nd Airborne Division, they do other training. At least when I was in, they started doing hostage rescue because we were having a lot of problems around the world. My platoon did hostage rescue. Period. So I got noticed because I could ski real good down a fucking mountain. I never died. In fact, everybody that went on those assignments with me either flew off the fucking mountain or ended up getting shot because they got stupid and careless. I've done shit where I had to write in a split second, change the entire fucking plan because without a second man, it was not gonna fucking work, and still got the goddamn assignment done. But this motherfucker thinks just because you're a private or E4 and that's the highest rank you ever got, there's no fucking way you ever flew a F-15 or ever went on those kind of assignments. It's not fucking possible. It tells you how fucking stupid this guy is, and it tells you he doesn't know a fraction of what he thinks he fucking knows. Because he thinks he knows it all. And I'm going to tell you, you little jackass, you don't know a fucking thing. I know guys that were privates that did more than you in probably 6 months than you did in your entire fucking 20-year career, bitch. Yeah, it is true. It's a verbal attack, verbal assassination. Look, man, I could Google shit. Here's the other thing I caught him online. Let me tell you this, what the number one thing I caught him lying on, and y'all heard him say it. He said there was 5 drop zones at Fort Bragg. Oh, really? 5, you say? I was fixing to get into that, but he kept running his mouth and kept changing the fucking subject. I never got to answer the fucking that when he said that. Go Google it right now. I'll bet you there's only 3 drop zones that are active at Fort Bragg. And I know that because when I was in the last year I was in, they shut down one base because it was too many fucking trees. Most of the time when they jumped in that drop zone, they were landing in the fucking trees because they were not fucking dropping us off at the right distance for how fucking hard the wind was blowing, and it would blow everybody over into the fucking trees. I've landed in trees, but not in a tree. I always made it to the ground. I was lucky. Well, there was one time, and it was on that fucking drop zone. I forgot the name of it. It wasn't the Cecilia fucking drop zone. It was that other one. I forgot what it was called, Normandy or some shit like that. It was nothing but fucking trees. And I thought I was caught way high up in a tree, and I looked down, and I was 4 feet off the fucking ground. And I was looking up like, oh God, I gotta do this shit. Oh, I started to hit just one, and then go through the process of fucking, all this. It's a long story, but you gotta climb up the motherfucker as far as you could, cut off your fucking, your parachute cord on one side. Okay? And you got the other side holding you on so you don't fall fucking down. So if, let's say you get caught 40 feet in the fucking air, you don't want to drop straight down because you might land on a rock or a fucking stick or some shit like that, a branch that fell off a tree. It might break your fucking leg or your ankle, right? So you don't want to do that. So what you do, you pull yourself up. You got to drop your gear, by the way. All your extra gear, you got to drop it. And then you got to pull yourself up that motherfucker, and then you got to cut it off as high up there as you can climb. And then you come back down, and where you click that motherfucker off of your deal, you're going to click it onto the other one over here. See, now you got double. You're going double as far down. But you don't need all of them fucking cords to hold your body up. You only need one. But to be sure, you probably want 2 unless you're stuck way the fuck up there. And you got to have all that. If you're 150 feet up in a goddamn tree, you got to have all of them fucking cords to get low enough so you can drop down to the fucking ground or jump down out of the tree. You're not going to make it all the way down. I can tell you that from experience. I don't care what the math says. I've seen it. I've seen guys have to drop 30 feet out the fucking air and hit the ground because they ran out of cord to get them that far down. I've seen it. I feel sorry for them. They were scared as fuck, and I don't blame them. I'd have been scared as fuck, and you would too. So I started to go pull that one cord of mine because I knew what I had to do. I'm going to climb up this motherfucker. I'm going to pull that fucking cord first. And the sergeant was telling me, no, that ain't how you do it, Bob. You got to climb up that motherfucker and then pull it. I said, if I do that, it's going to get all tangled in me. Fuck it. I'll pull it now and then I'll climb up, motherfucker. He says, Okay, Bob, but I got to tell you, you're only 4 feet off the fucking ground. And I said, what? He said, yeah, but I was hanging so bad in that motherfucker, I couldn't see the fucking ground. So I had to grab my fucking rope and I'm turning around, I'm looking at the fucking ground, and I go, I'll be goddamn. I feel stupid as fuck. So of course I just popped them and fucking dropped to the ground. I swear to God, I thought I was high up in the tree. I didn't fucking know. Because the fucking cords are right here on you, so you're kind of angled looking up. So you really have to pull that shit back or to the side, and you got to look down to see how far up in the air you are when you're caught in a tree. So technically I was caught in a tree, but that don't count when you're only 4 feet off the fucking ground. But it took us all fucking night until about noon the next fucking day to get all of our people out of the fucking trees. This peacetime training. This guy don't tell you about what a Mae West is. Don't tell you what a Dolly Parton is. He don't tell you what a fucking cigarette roll is. Does anybody out there, have you ever heard of a Dolly Parton? You military guys that have jump experience, you know what it is. Dolly Parton, big boobs, right? That's an easy one to remember. That's when you jump out of a plane and one of your cords gets wrapped in the chute, and it could be on one side, the other, or in the middle. It don't matter. But that cord is not allowing your parachute to fully open. So instead, you got a little bubble over here, and then that fucking rope, or what's called the line, and you got the other side, another fucking bubble, like there's a pair of tits looking straight up at the sky kind of thing. One might be bigger than the other. They might be the same size. It's called a Dolly Parton. Pretty sure you can figure out what a cigarette roll is. When I was in the military, in the Army at Fort Bragg, there was a guy who got a cigarette roll. And he never pulled his fucking reserve in time until he hit the fucking ground. And he lived. I didn't even know this shit fucking happened until they were telling us the day before, tomorrow we're going on a jump. And the first guy out of the plane, it's a special jump, ceremonial type jump. He was going to be the first one out the plane. After he fucking recovered, of course, and all that shit. So he wanted to face his fear of jumping out of the plane and jump out of the fucking plane. So he jumped out of the plane. Got a cigarette roll. Guess what? He was in the plane behind me. I was the closest parachute that he came to as he fell straight down to the fucking planet and died. Second jump was not a charm. He should have never jumped again if he was that fucking scared. This guy was jumping out of the plane and closing his eyes. You're supposed to jump out on a static jump and go 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004. And then you're supposed to look up and see if your chute's open or not. And if it ain't, you're supposed to pull your fucking reserve. If it's a Mae West, maybe you can jiggle that fucker loose. But if you can't do it pretty much right away, yeah, you're probably going to pay your... Now, in a Dolly Parton, you're not always guaranteed to get your reserve deployed properly either, right? I've actually seen that done. When I was on the ground after we jumped, we're watching everybody else take their turn. A lot of fucking people jumping that day. This one guy had a fucking Dolly Parton, and he pulled his reserve, and the reserve deployed. So he had this main chute in a Dolly Parton in his reserve that was actually catching air. And he landed bad, and he was a little bruised, on the backside, but he was okay. Isn't that cool? Now you could go on and on and on about what you do with the Mae West, what do you do with cigarette roll, and all this and that. The cigarette roll, you just pull your fucking reserve. It's pretty simple. It's common sense, right? So anyway, there are a lot of things. Some things you're going to remember, some things you're not. Now, I was only in the military for a total of 6 years. I'm not going to remember all that bullshit that he's talking about. And most of it, I didn't even give a flying fuck about. Most of my training was only to teach me how to do something, not to get credit for it as though I'm a fucking jump master, I'm a halo expert. I never got an award as a halo expert. I never got a ribbon for it. Back then, they did not hand out awards for things that you did in peacetime overseas. They didn't start doing that until years after I got out of the service. I bet he don't tell you that since he was 20 years in the service. He should know that. I didn't hear him talk about none of that shit or ask me any of that shit. Those are real questions he should have been asking. Asking the motherfucker what decoration was at the goddamn entry gate to a base. Who the fuck gives a flying fuck? I didn't care when I seen it. I do remember seeing a bunch of shit up in the, when you come in, but I never gave a fuck. I gotta be honest with you. My concern was getting in through that gate or getting out of that fucking gate so I could go to the bar and have a good time with my buddies. That's all we give a fuck about. We go bar and get in a fight and go back to the base, or might get arrested, spend a weekend in the jail, and the platoon sergeant have to come bail you out so you don't get your ass in trouble. I've been there and done that. I've gone with him to get a guy out of jail. You look after one another when you're in a unit. It's common sense. It's funny because he never asked me how the M16, how you put the M16 on your body when you're jumping out of the plane. What do you do with your parachute when you jump out of the plane? He didn't ask me those obvious questions. And I'm sitting here thinking, well, this guy's supposed to be 20 years in the fucking service, but he didn't ask me any of the common sense questions. And he thinks that he knows what he's talking about. No, he's just a fucking assassinated mouth is all he is. So, like, well, I can tell you with your rucksack, for example, your rucksack went on the front of you, pretty much on the top of your legs. It just kind of rests there. When you jump out of the plane and you count your 4,000, you look up. You don't got to pull your emergency reserve. I actually never had to pull mine, by the way. I never had to pull a fucking reserve, not one time. Most guys don't, believe it or not, but sometimes they do. And especially if you got enough jumps to be a jump master, most all of them guys have at least one time had to pull their reserve. That I ever met anyway. I don't know what the stats are on none of that shit, and I don't really give a flying fuck. To be honest with you, I don't. I'm just glad it never happened to me. So what you do is you're gonna have this little, you got a detachment device, okay, and you pull that motherfucker and it drops your chute down about 50 feet right below you. Well, that's how far ours went down, was 50 feet. I heard they shortened it since then to about, is that 20 feet they do it now? I don't fucking know. But when I was in, it would drop down exactly, well, at the most 50 feet. And they actually shortened it to 30 feet, I think, when I was in. And at first I didn't like it, but I learned to love it because as soon as you hit the ground, your rucksack's like right fucking there. You don't have to run way the fuck over there to get your rucksack after you roll up your fucking parachute. See, these are a lot of details he should have asked me if he's asking me real questions that really applied to a fucking thing. See, the M16 gets put into, well, I don't know how they do that now because I ain't in now. When I was in, and he should know this if he was retired military, it goes into a gun case. It's a soft case, not a hard case. I've heard they had a hard case now, or they had problems and they put a hard case on the bottom of it or some shit like that. I don't even fucking know if that's true. Ours were only the soft padded case. We would stuff them in that motherfucker and it'd go right down on you like that. It'd basically be right here, up and down on your body. So when you hit, the gun should never go digging into the fucking ground. And if you do have to drop that way, by chance, the padding is there to keep the gun from like bending. You don't want to bend or crack or damage your M16. That's what the padding's there for. But I heard they had problems with that and they kind of changed it up a little bit. Pretty much do it the same way. I don't know if that's true or not. I've also heard from a female that was in the military that they were trying out. Now this was about, let me see, this is about 15 years ago that I was friends with this chick. She was within a few years of being out of the military, and she was a little bit fried upstairs because she was in a delivery convoy in the Gulf War, and they got pinned down for an entire fucking day by enemy fire. And I believe she was the only survivor, or there was two survivors. I swear to God, I cannot remember what she told me about that. What I do remember is that her best friend in her squad was dead, and she pulled his body up underneath the fucking I guess they were driving something like a 5-ton. I can't remember if it was 5-ton or some other new kind of. I think it's a new kind of vehicle they had or something. It's not a 5-ton. I can't remember what kind of vehicle she told me they had. But anyway, she pulled that motherfucker's body up underneath that vehicle, and she used it for protection from getting shot. And she stayed laid under that fucking truck until help arrived. Because she was calling for fucking help on the radio. And she was there all fucking day, and every so often, she had to pop a shot off and let them know she's still there. She got down to one fucking bullet left and used it. And she was scared as fuck because she could not come out from under that vehicle or she knew she was going to get shot. And she didn't have any bullets left. But the cavalry showed up in the nick of time. It's one of those stories. But I do know it kind of fucked her up a little bit, I think, you know? And, but she was a good goddamn person, man. She was a little bisexual woman, but she was a Christian. And she had the best fucking heart, I swear to God. And I do know her to this day. But so a lot of things change in the military. So you can ask people questions, and it can be one way 10 years ago, and 10 years later, maybe make a little change here or there. Fort Benning. I was at Fort Benning too. I believe if I can remember my call sign, not my call sign, my fucking, I was a 54 Bravo Lima Papa. And I had a couple other designations. But my primary was 54 Bravo Lima Papa. There's an Echo also in there for me, and I know you know what that kind of training entails. Yes, I did do the obstacle course for the Special Forces, and I can tell you exactly how it fucking runs. I didn't hear you tell me what that obstacle course entailed, and it goddamn sure climbing straight fucking up, over, and down, don't it? Yeah, they're at the end. You got to be able to do that, or you can't pass the test, buddy. Don't tell me. I fucking know because I've been there. I did the obstacle course. I even did the fucking RIP. I went through Ranger training. It was kind of difficult, but the only hard part about that is when they drop you in and you shoot, your rucksack has to weigh a certain amount, and then you got to make it back at 20-mile march. A lot of guys had a lopsided deal because they were using sand and shit, and you know, when you land out of a plane in that shit, if you use sand, it's going to knock it to one side, and you got to bounce that shit back on the other side, or you're fucked. You're not going to make the march, so you got to try to do it again. I know one guy that tried to do it at least 3 fucking times. I don't remember how many times. He finally fucking passed it, but he didn't give up. I have mad respect for that dodo bat. But I never wanted to do no special like Green Beret. I did not want to be a Green Beret. I did not want to be a fucking Ranger. I wanted to go to the 82nd Airborne Division or the 101st, but I ended up in the 82nd. And I remember my lieutenant. Matter of fact, I got one for you, buddy. My last lieutenant, when I was at the 82nd Airborne Division, was Lieutenant, you'll never guess his last name, Whitman. Now, if you're retired military, I know you've heard about Lieutenant Whitman at the 82nd Airborne Division, or you know somebody you can call up and fucking ask, bitch. Because I'm the guy that got him so fucking mad because he was bragging about that World War II fucking tank commander that Germany had, whatever that faggot's name was. And I mouthed off and say, yeah, if he was the best, how come our general whooped his fucking ass? And we didn't have tanks as good as he had. So I made old Lieutenant Whitman, my platoon sergeant, very pissed off. Very pissed off. So pissed off, he ended up admitting he was a German spy. They came and arrested that motherfucker right out of our goddamn barracks and deported that motherfucker. And he had been here since he was basically like 12 years old. What the fuck do you know about Germany? but that's where he's from. And he admitted that he was a spy here. And a sergeant, Sergeant Smith, I remember that guy. Man, that guy had the longest fucking day. You know, you're in the shower and everybody's in the shower. God damn, this guy could have been he could have made a fortune doing fucking porn. I mean, he was swinging a goddamn fucking elephant trunk. Anyway, he was E5 at the time, and he reported that to our fucking platoon. I mean, our company sergeant, and then the company sergeant, of course, up to the command sergeant major. And they came and got that motherfucker and deported him. They convicted him on spying first, and then they deported him. They didn't even put him behind bars. They just fucking deported him. So if you're such a badass, you've been retired in the military, and you know all these fucking guys at Fort Bragg, why don't you go find out if I'm telling the truth about Lieutenant Whitman? Because you're looking at the motherfucker that got him pissed off enough to tell on himself. And Lieutenant Smith was smart enough, thank God he was there. And you know, at sergeant, you got that little sergeant school in, so he knows how to go report shit. And well, he took care of that into business. And he witnessed Lieutenant Whitman admitting that he was a German spy and bragging about it. How he'd been fucking snuck onto the Air Force Base and looked up shit and was sending back all this fucking information. You know, you asked me about top secret buildings, right? Let me ask you this. You ever been to Fort Sill? They got a special building at Fort Sill. It's the oldest. It's not top secret anymore, so I can tell you. It's the oldest laser tank that America ever built. When I was in the service, I got to guard that son of a bitch one night. You know what your orders are? It don't make a fuck if they sound just like me, soldier. If it don't have that goddamn password and they come through that door, you kill them motherfuckers. Because it could be somebody, they got to look like me, sound like me. But if I come through that door without giving you that password, your orders are to kill me. And anybody else that ain't got that fucking password. This is what they tell everybody at Fort Sill. And they come get you right out of boot camp to go guard that fucking tank. You should know that if you was 20 years in the fucking military. But according to you, you got to have high rank to be doing that kind of shit. No, you don't. Fresh recruits, fresh out of fucking boot camp, were guarding that fucking tank. They would come into the unit and pick one guy, sometimes two guys, because they had somewhere else they were having guys go do shit. And they would come back the next day, and you always look a little tired, worn out, because you were up all fucking night long. And when they're banging on the door, you're asking for the password, and they don't want to give you the password, and you're scared. You're like, oh, fuck. I got to start shooting these bastards. I don't want to shoot nobody. Oh, fuck that. Well, I got to, right? So you lock and load your shit, and you're ready to shoot. You're just waiting for that fucking door to open. And all of a sudden, you hear the fucking password. Then you open the fucking door, and everything's good. And then they ask you if you're locked and loaded, and you say, hell yeah, because you didn't have the password. There it is. They say, clear your gun. Do you know how to clear your gun? You got to take the fucking magazine out. And then you pull that fucking round out of the chamber. You pop it right out, and then you load it back into your magazine, and you put your magazine back in your belt, right? Don't aim it at anybody either, right? We did that. You remember your grenade training, basic training? You got in a bunker and you pulled the pin and threw it. Been there and done that. Seen a fucking guy take too fucking long after he opened his hand up. He pulled his hand back. He opened his hand up. You know, a lot of guys would do that. And then that fucking sergeant, throw that motherfucker now. He's freaking the fuck out. And that dude threw it, and it got maybe halfway in the air, and then it exploded. And he's already grabbed that motherfucker and threw him into the bottom of the bunker, right? Now, if you've been through fucking basic training and you remember grenade training, you remember that, don't you? I remember a guy died in boot camp when we were doing that field. You got to run through the fucking field, and they got all these fake fucking explosives set up. And the motherfucker did what he was told not to do. He got out of the fucking line of zone. So what did he do? He tripped up on one of them motherfuckers, and it blew up and killed his fucking ass. They're called percussion grenades. Pretty sure you know what those are, don't you? Those are you. Well, I don't know about you in basic training, but they use that shit when I was in. Did you go through that live fire exercise in basic training where you have to crawl and the guns are shooting at a certain level above you and you got to crawl underneath the fucking wire? And if you get up too far, you get shot. They ended that shit for a while, at least the year I went through boot camp, because the guy stood up too far with his ass and he got shot and it killed him. Real talk. Now, if you was in the military for 20 fucking years, I'm pretty sure you know all about that. But I ain't seen shit. I ain't done shit, and I'm a lying motherfucker. I'll tell you what, there have been guys who really did retire with 20 years plus say the same thing about me. You did stolen valor. You're a lying motherfucker. Well, I ain't never been arrested, bitch. I'm still here. I'm never gonna be arrested for stolen valor. I'm never gonna be arrested for lying on my military career. And I'm telling you right now, I flew an F-15, never having flown a plane before. They simply told me how to do it. There was a pilot there that was showing me where everything was at. You push it here, it goes down. You push it there, it goes up. Push this way, you go left. Push that way, you go right. All that. Here's these fucking instruments. That one tells you altitude. That's this, that's that, and all this fucking shit. And if you got to fire a weapon, just like you see in the movies, ain't it? You flip that motherfucker up, you hit that motherfucker down, and you pull the fucking trigger, and it launches that fucking missile, don't it? Oh, I remember all that shit. You know why? Because I got a quick fucking lesson on it, and I had to learn it. Because I was fixing to fly this motherfucker, and I never even flown a fucking plane a day in my goddamn life, but I'm in enemy territory, and that was the only fucking way they could think to get me the fuck out of there. And guess what? They were fixing to leave one of those planes behind anyway, because they were abandoning the fucking base. It was already pretty much abandoned. That pilot was only there to fly one of the remaining 2 F-15s out of there. So he flew one, and I flew the other one that they were going to leave behind. That's real talk. Now, you ain't got to believe that, but I flew one as an E-4 in the fucking Army. Of course, after that, I did something I wasn't kind of supposed to do, and that fucking dude told me, you never fly one of my fucking jets again. I didn't give a fuck. It was fun. And I was a little fucking wild back then. I was a crazy motherfucker, man. I'm going to tell you right now. Yes, we did back up the Green Berets one time on a rescue operation. Yes, most of them got fucking shot because that fucking Green Berets team leader was a goddamn fucking idiot. And the plan that he came up with was stupid. It was never going to work. I tried to tell him that before we left on assignment. But we did save his ass and got the hostage out of there too. Me and my fucking squad, bitch, with me in charge of a goddamn E5. Bet you didn't know they did that in the military with all your fucking retired 20 years of service, did you? See, when you're an individual that has done several assignments, all successful, by the way, for the CIA, they come get you. You're in charge. E4, PFC, it don't make a fuck. They know you're going to get the job done. You're in charge, motherfucker. I get to pick my team. I want my fucking squad. I don't give a fuck about anybody else in the fucking Army. I always pick my fucking squad. Up to the E5. Not E5. The E5s didn't go. Yeah, E5 went. I'm sorry. The E5 went. But our squad leader, he never went. Now, I don't know why, but he never went on the assignment. But the E5 I was in charge of. So they asked me who's second, who's third in command, and I just told them point blank. All the rank is the same. He's still a fucking sergeant. I just come up with a plan, and I'm going to be telling you go, and do while we're doing the fucking assignment, right? It's not that fucking hard. But according to you, an E4 would never be in charge of a sergeant. Because you fucking know it all, you stupid fuck. And I'm telling you, and I'll tell you to your goddamn face, I've seen that shit happen. In fact, on those kind of events, when I did take my squad, it was mostly fucking privates. E1s, E2s, come right out of fucking AIT. Usually they're E2s the time they come out of AIT. But we had a couple that were still privates when they got to our unit. but they quickly got their E2 and then E3s. And you're right, most people spend one term, they come out E3s. And then you got your E4s and E5s. You got your corporals, and then you got your specialists, right? And a corporal outranks a specialist unless you're on special assignment and a specialist is in charge. I don't give a fuck what your mouth says. You're pretty good at character assassination, bitch, but I got a lot of questions I could throw at you you do not know the fucking answer to. You didn't even know what a fucking canteen was called. That's the number one fucking thing you learn at basic training, and you should never fucking forget it. If you're gonna remember any goddamn thing from your 20 years, 30 years of fucking service, or even a 6-year term or a 4-year term, you goddamn gotta remember what your fucking canteen is called. M1961. Well, that was the newer canteen. They had the older ones too. Do you remember what they're called? No, you didn't remember any of that shit. But you're supposed to know every fucking thing. You thought there was 5 fucking drop zones at Fort Bragg. There hadn't been 5 fucking drop zones in years, motherfucker. My last year in service, they shut down the one that had all the fucking trees in it, and I forget what that was fucking called, because I only jumped on it a couple of times. We never jumped on that motherfucker. It was too dangerous. So they shut that down my last year and my first term, actually, not my second. So then they ended up shutting down a second one too, because they never fucking knew. They were using that shit for other things. It was too fucking small. They didn't want to fucking, the way the 82nd Airborne was predicted to deploy back then, they needed a bigger drop zone that would resemble something you would actually do in real world, like going and dropping in and taking and securing an airport, right? Because that's what the 82nd was originally designed for. Now, I do know, like you know, that in the Gulf War, they weren't exactly used for that purpose per se, right? No, they weren't. They were used to clear towns, if anything. That's what they did, but I got out right before all that, so I didn't have to really go and do all that. I didn't get the prestige or honor, if you want to say, of actually being in a war. I saw all of my action in peacetime, and the majority of all of my deployments were 2-man teams, not with a squad. I did a few with a squad. Most all of them were 2-man deployments. And then we had the one where they had 56 hostages, and my platoon was going in. The whole platoon. And we came down to the word go, and we did not jump. We did not have to deploy that time. That was pretty fucked. I didn't even know. Like, I was fucked. That's what a master sergeant was for, right? That's what your fucking platoon leader does. He's got his fucking hand on you, and he's going to say, go, 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 and he's going to kind of give you a little push out. Not like push you out, but he's going to give you that nudge, and you're going to go on out the plane. And the whole time, what does he do after he pushes, since you fucking know it all, smart ass? What's the next fucking saying that this master parachutist standing at the fucking door, your platoon leader, not your platoon leader, your platoon sergeant, my bad. What's your platoon sergeant gonna do? What's the next motion that he makes after he pushes the first guy out and says, go, 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 and he goes out the fucking door? Let me see you put your answer down there since you know it all. Yeah, actually, it's the CIA that gets you all of your assignments. That's why I asked you if you knew where the CIA base was at Fort Bragg. If you don't know where the CIA base was at Fort Bragg, you never did any special black ops. I don't care if you're a Green Beret. See, they're the ones that tell the Green Beret what to fucking do and where to go and when to be there. But you weren't high enough rank in a Green Beret. You never talked to these motherfuckers. Most likely it was your team leader that talked to them, and maybe your team sergeant, and then the rest of you never talked to them. But if you got deployed anywhere in the world for any special op as a Green Beret or Delta Force for that fucking matter, all of your orders come from that fucking building or the general himself. But it's not going to come from your chain of command, as you seem to be deluded and delusional that it's going to come from. Because why would it come from a normal chain of command when you're going on a secret op to go rescue some motherfuckers or get a device that exists that needs to be retrieved out of a third world country? That don't even make no fucking sense. It's going to come from military intelligence. And specific, if it's the Army, it's going to be Army intelligence. But whether it's Army, Navy, Air Force, or Marines, or now they got Space Force, I don't know shit about that too much. It's going to be all of them report to a central intelligence agency, and then it's called the CIA. But in reality, they all make up the CIA. So even though you call it your intelligence division, I refer to it as the CIA, yes. That building does exist there at Fort Bragg. I guarantee it right now to this day, I could take you right fucking to it. I could take you to a base where in the given area in between where you can get to it and where you're going to be going down the road to go to this particular building in this base, that's where all them fucking rounds are dropping. So how do you get in there? Because you check at the gate. They know where you're going, or you tell them, and they call it in. They won't fire until you have had enough time to get there. There's a guard standing outside, and the only way you get inside that building is if you belong inside that building. But you know so fucking much. Tell me something I don't know, motherfucker. I'll tell you shit you never heard of, bitch. All you want to do is argue and run your fucking mouth. I'm not here for that. And I didn't hear you talk about any of your fucking experience. I didn't hear you talk about a single fucking thing that you ever did, which tells me you were a pogue. You were one of these dick-sucking, ball-licking motherfuckers that you was probably a cook or the radio man for your fucking command sergeant major or some butterbean motherfucker like that. And you never actually saw any action because you were never in the front. You know where you were at? You were a guy that stayed back there like a goddamn pussy, going and getting the general his fucking coffee, weren't you? I bet that's who you were. You know, even in the Green Berets, they got guys, the majority of Green Berets never, ever see frontline action. Never see it. You gonna tell me different, smart ass? Because I'll make you look stupid as fuck. I promise you that. Think I don't know nothing about the Green Berets? I told you I trained with the motherfuckers. They got more support Green Berets than they got actual Green Berets that are grunts that actually go in and do the work. That's a fact. They got radio man. They got people that in the Green Berets that are more along the lines of the supply line, and so forth and so on and so forth and so on. Most of the guys in the Green Berets will never see frontline action. That's a fact. So you're not going to impress me by showing me that you were a Green Beret. Because I know better than that shit. I know how to break a motherfucker's neck that fucking quick. Do you? I doubt you do, because you've never been on a fucking assignment like that. And the only fucking reason I know that shit is because I have been on assignments like that. So I had to know. So they taught me. Matter of fact, I had explosives training off the record, so to speak, but they know I have it. And how is that possible when I'm just an E4? How do I know how to fucking blow up C4? How do I know to disarm the difference between an American-made explosive and a Russian-made explosive? And I bet you cannot tell me right fucking now what the difference is. Come on, Nitro, go have me arrested for stolen valor. If I'm lying in this fucking video, bitch, I better be arrested by the end of next fucking week, or you are a lying motherfucker. In fact, I should be arrested within the next 5 days. Period. They do not play around with that bullshit. You know that, and I know that. And everybody that looks up that shit, they'll know that shit, bitch. So if I'm still stolen valor, I better be arrested by fucking Friday. Otherwise, you're a posing lying little piece of shit. You're worse than a goddamn stolen valor motherfucker. Because you're the one lying on a stolen valor motherfucker because he's a real motherfucker like me. You never met a real motherfucker like me, like this. You never met one. You know why? Because 90% of them are dead. Actually, it's way higher than 90%. They got less than a 3% survival rate. Did you know that? Mr. Smarty fucking ass. You don't know shit. You never been behind enemy lines, just you and one other guy. Not knowing if you're going to be successful doing your mission. Plan A. If there's a plan B, you might have to come up with a plan C real rapidly. And you don't know how you're getting out. You might not be able to make it to that fucking submarine. There might not be able to get you a helicopter in there to get you out. So how are you going to get out of the country, smart ass? I'll tell you, one time we had to hotwire a truck. I didn't do it. But it was my one other partner, two of us, did hotwire the fucking truck. And we got the fuck out of that compound. On the way out of that compound, I shot and killed 10 motherfuckers. I got 50 kills to my name on record. 50. Not 49. Not 41. Not 51. 50. Even though I thought I had technically 53, they didn't give me credit for those other 3. Because it could have been shot by me and my partner. You know how it goes. How many kills before they give you a psych evaluation? Do you know that? I'm not talking in wartime. I'm talking in peacetime. Well, even in wartime, there's so many kills before you get put on the list for a psych evaluation. I never got that psych evaluation until I was 50 kills in. Isn't that weird? I'm in peacetime. And I believe it was 4 fucking kills when I was in. You got to go in for a psych evaluation, make sure you ain't fucking got the Superman disease. And I had that problem a few times. And when you just thought nothing could fucking kill you, you'll stand out in the fucking highway and throw your arms up in the air, and you're like this with both your arms, and that motherfucker, and he stops and doesn't kill you. You know, some guys get flattened on the fucking highway because they got that Superman syndrome. I also, when I first got out of my first term, I could not fucking sleep. I didn't tell anybody. I overcame it myself. Mentally. You know how I did that? You know, because when you killing motherfuckers and you see motherfuckers being killed, and a lot of it's up close and some of it maybe not that fucking close, but you seeing that fucking heads explode and shit like that. And a lot of it's up close. I mean, you bust into a room and boom, 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 you shoot 3 motherfuckers and you untie the hostage and you're running the fuck out of there. Now, you might be lucky and be able to take some boots for them, strap them on real quick, but usually you ain't got time for that bullshit. So you're running out of there, and if they ain't got no fucking shoes, you're carrying them out because they're barefooted. They can't run on that fucking, over rocks and shit like that, right? So you got to carry them out. You don't know nothing about that shit, bitch. You never been in a unit where you had to run 100 miles a fucking day instead of your fucking 10 miles a day or 20 miles a day. Or 26 miles a day. You pussy ass motherfuckers. I've been in a fucking unit where you had to run 100 miles every fucking day. And that's the unit you're not going to find that I belong to because you don't have the clearance. You don't have the fucking rank. And the only people in charge of that unit is 3 people. The person in charge of the Senate, the person in charge of Congress. You know who that is, right? It's Vice President. And then the President of the United States. And those 3 take votes on everything, and it's voted 2-1. That's what happens. Do you know what unit that is? You might call them the Men in Black, bitch. So you don't know nothing about that because they didn't really wear black when I was in. But at one upon a time they did. And that's how come people call them the Men in Black now. That's not the name of the unit. I bet you don't even know the name of that unit. But you're supposed to know all the special forces shit, aren't you? Because you're Mr. fucking know-it-all. So you tell me about these fucking aliens. Because I know, because I've talked to them firsthand. Standing 2 feet away from a motherfucker talking to aliens. You ain't never met a fucking alien. Because you probably don't have the clearance. But see, when you're successful, very successful, and you impress somebody like the president and they ask you, you get one favor. What do you want? I couldn't think of nothing else, swear to God. So my fucking answer was, you got that fucking Area 51 Men in Black fucking unit. Does that really exist? I want to be in that fucking unit. You know, they fucking denied it. That unit don't exist. They turn around and look at each other. That unit exists? No, I've never heard of a fucking unit like that. That's just in the movies, right? Yeah, I just think it's in the movie. I got back to my fucking unit at 2:30 in the morning. They come woke me up, and I ended up in that fucking unit. And I was there for a short time, but again, had a problem with the fucking guy in charge. I was like, man, I wish I could tell you that. That's top secret, though. I really do. He almost got me fucking killed one time. And I think he was doing it intentionally because I think he felt a little competition for his job, and I was not after his fucking job. Oh, man, you don't even want to fucking know. Anyway, even if I did tell you, you wouldn't want to know. But I had a problem with that guy. So I got out of the unit, went back to my regular unit, finished my first enlistment. You're never going to know what fucking unit I... You know what you're going to see when you look at my record, or anybody that doesn't have the clearance? You're going to see a little black spot right there. From this date to that date. And unless you got the clearance to go read in between those dates, you ain't even going to know what unit I was in. That's how stupid you are. And you act like you fucking know shit that you don't know. You think I got stolen valor, bitch? I better be arrested by Friday for stolen valor for lying on my military service, because that is a goddamn felony, and it's a minimum of 10 years in the penitentiary. How about that, bitch? So unless you can get me arrested for stolen valor, then you're a lying motherfucking piece of shit. You're a wannabe know-it-all that knows everything, but no, you don't know a fucking thing about nothing. You think an E4 can't fly an F-15 because you never heard of it. Doesn't mean it never happened. Doesn't mean you ain't looking at the motherfucker that did it. I landed just fine, thanks to them telling me how to land. They didn't tell me how to land that motherfucker. I wouldn't have known how to land that motherfucker. That's how dumb I was. I never flew a fucking plane before. I had a general idea how it works. You got to lower the gear, but I'm looking. How do you lower the gear? Calm down, calm down, calm down. We're gonna talk you through it. Relax, relax. You done really good so far. And they got to land the plane, and they taught me through that shit. 1, 2, 3. Step 1, step 2, step 3. I just did whatever the fuck they told me. I still don't remember how to load the fucking gear this day, but I remember them telling me to do it, and I remember looking around in the plane doing shit. I don't remember what, but I must put the gear down. I think because by the time I got back where I was flying to get the fuck out of there, I was tired as fuck. God damn, I feel like I almost fell asleep flying in the motherfucker. You know how boring it is to fly in an F-15 for a long fucking time? And you're tired? You've been up all day, all night, and all day, and then you just went on a secret op, and you just ran about 20 fucking miles to get out of that motherfucking area. And you know these guys are pursuing you because they're chasing you down because you just killed a couple of motherfuckers over here. They're buddies. Yeah. You was a tired motherfucker. I'm gonna go goddamn fighting that fucking sleep. Shit. Man. And then I had to go piss, and I'm asking them how to go piss. Do you know how to go piss in the F-15 without peeing your pants? How about that Air Force guy that was in there earlier? Go get him, because I can tell you how to piss in the F-15 without pissing your pants. Smart ass. You fucking know it all. I know how to piss in the F-15 without pissing my pants. Bet you don't. You're that fucking stupid, bitch. And again, I'm going to tell you, according to you, by tomorrow, you should have my record looked up and you should have me reported for stolen valor, and I should be arrested within 3 fucking days. So let me see, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I better be arrested by Friday if you're half the man you claim to be. If I'm fucking lying about any of my service. Yeah, bitch. And I'll tell you something else is going to make you look really stupid by the end of next week. If I'm not arrested by Monday or Tuesday, that's 5 days. You's a lying motherfucker. You lied all the way through your goddamn teeth until the sun don't shine no more. You's the boy that had your head so far up the goddamn commander of the base's ass. You were licking his belly button from the inside out. Talk about you. You did this. You did that. I ain't heard a fucking thing that you actually did that was worth a fuck. Why don't you do a video and tell us about all of your assignments? I bet some of them sound a little fishy too. You supposed to be special forces? Nah. I never had that fucking cap. I never had that cap. I bet I did more than you did in your entire 20 fucking years in the Black Ops as you claim to be. You claim you were special forces. I'll bet you ain't done half of what I fucking did, bitch. But you claim to know it all. Halo jumps are always out the back of a plane. They're never outside of a plane. That's bullshit. I almost got to jump out of the back of a plane one fucking time. Most of the time overseas in enemy territory, it was in a C-130. It was in a fucking jet plane. But the C-141 can slow down enough for you to jump out of the back of an a C-141. Now that I've done. I've never jumped out of the back of a C-130 doing a Halo. And I have jumped out of a C-130 doing a fucking Halo, I think at least twice being over, not in this country. You know, I swear to God, to this day, I've only remembered jumping out of those 2 planes. I never remember jumping out of another plane. Like, I'm trying to think. You know that plane you're talking about? It opens up in the front, right? And it's got like, instead of 2 rows on one side and 2 rows on the other side, you got 4 rows on each side. The 1 row goes out, then the 2nd row, then the 3rd row, and then the 4th row on both sides of the fucking plane, right? When you're jumping. I'm trying to think if I ever jumped out of that plane or not, and I don't remember ever jumping out of that plane. I'm going to say I never jumped out of that plane. Now, that could be a little white lie right there. I might have jumped out of it one time. I swear to God, I don't remember ever jumping out of one of those planes. But I could have one time, just not fucking remember. All I remember, I got 25 jumps. Now, a little record you're talking about, that comes with your DD-214. When you flip the pages back and then you see that little fucking list, it's called your jump list. And it's got every fucking jump you were on. I had 3 jumps in when I was learning to, went to school for parachute training. You know, some people got 4. And I've heard of people that used to get 5 jumps coming out of that school. We only did 3. We did 3 jumps. And my first jump, I was pretty fucking scared a little bit because they had a scared brainwash that, these chutes, they don't always work. And there's a lot of these problems you could be having here. And they happen more often than you think. And they had us all believing that we're going to fucking die. Shit, we were fucking brainwashed to be scared. After that first jump, the second jump, I was anxious to get out of the plane. And my buddy, he kept asking me why. Hey, Bob, you're the only motherfucker that's overly anxious to get out of this plane like that. Are you crazy? What the fuck is wrong with you? Do we need to go have a talk with somebody? And I'm telling him, dude, I got this figured out. They got us brainwashed to be scared. So I'm not fucking scared. So I'm going to jump out this fucking plane. So if I'm going to jump out this plane, I ain't got no time to be fucking scared. So let's get the fuck out of the plane. What the fuck's taking so long? You know it's stuffy in that motherfucker? And sometimes you get that shit a little tight on you and you're like, oh goddamn. And you can't straighten your fucking back up. You ever do that? You ever have that happen? Because if you never did that on static jump, you're a lying piece of fucking shit. Nobody ever got that right 100%. Now, after I got out of jump school, I only had that happen one other time. And my back was fucking killing me until I got down on the ground. They were stretch and crack that motherfucker back up, and then I'm rolling up my fucking parachute. My back started feeling a little better, but god damn, it still hurt like for about 2 hours after that. Because you strap that shit on a little bit too tight, right? It's like that time was about an inch low. Man, I never did that fucking shit again. I would never do that shit again. I made sure it was on there a little snug, but not that fucking tight. How are you supposed to land when you're on a static line jump? You never told anybody about that. You never told anybody how you drop your parachute. You never told anybody how far your parachute dropped, 50 feet. At least that's what we started out with. They actually tried to shorten it to 30 feet when I was in, and it dropped down to 30 feet when I was in. I don't think they went to 25, but I didn't really care. If it was 25 feet below me, I love that. You know why I love that? Because at 50 feet, that your rucksack hits. And dude, you're landing 50 feet from the motherfucker if you're in any kind of wind, right? So now you got to go one way to wrap up your fucking chute because you pull one pin out and it fucking falls over. And then you're going to pop off your other side and you're going to start rolling that son of a bitch up, right? 2 arms. You know the figure 8 deal, right? You know the routine. I know you know that. So, okay, you get that up. And goddamn me, now you got to go twice as fucking far to get to your rucksack. Ain't that a bitch? So when they shortened it up to like the 30 feet, I was fucking happy, man. I love that shit because I didn't have to run all the way back over to get my goddamn rucksack and worry about some dumb motherfucker grabbing the wrong goddamn rucksack. That's happened too. It's happened a lot. People grabbing the wrong shit because I had my shit spit and polished. It was packed perfect. And there, a motherfucker better grab my shit. One time I got chewed out because the guy tried to look like he was going to grab my chute. And I ran over and grabbed my fucking chute. And I said, no, you don't. You see this fucking lines attached to me, don't you? And he's like, oh, where's my chute? Did you have it connected to you? Like you're supposed to? Well, yeah. I disconnected it when I was laying on the ground. Oh, goddamn. Go find a motherfucker wherever you landed, you stupid fuck. And I went on and took care of my business, got the fuck it off the DZ. So I was also asking you about something else, but you didn't want to listen because you're too busy running your dick suckers. Have you ever been through the artillery training, like when your unit's attacking somebody? So I don't know. I don't think you ever been through that. You know, you being a special Green Beret and all that shit, but you might have. And what I was trying to explain to you is that we went through this training. Now, we were observing the first time that we did it, and we didn't get to finish, so we had to go back and do it again. What they would do is they'll fire these fucking these cannons. You know, you do call for fire, right? So they had the front guy on it. It's a line attack, a line like a straight line, attacking across the field, right? So it's a mock-up of a real attack that we would do in wartime, right? So they'll shoot the round. Now I gotta tell you, the holes were already there because they'd done this so many fucking times. But irregardless, the round would fire is live fire training. So then it would blow up, and then the forward observer couldn't remember that when I was talking to you because damn, shut the fuck up. I was having to argue to shut you up. Half this shit I can't remember because you're so busy running your goddamn mouth, I can't even fucking think. So the forward observer, he goes and jumps in the fucking hole where the artillery round just blew up. Because it simulated, just blew up the enemy's foxhole. You go jump in that foxhole. Everybody moves up to where he was at when he called for fire. Then that motherfucker, if he gets killed, the next guy takes his place and continues to go on. But we're doing a mock-up. So they never pretended to kill him. He just kept on going. So he jumped in the first hole, and then he called for fire. Then he ran, jump in the second hole. And I think he didn't wear his fucking earplugs like, you're supposed to. I had earplugs in, and I had that fucking bill over my head come around my helmet like that. Did you have those? My squad had them. I'm not sure if every squad had those, because that goddamn explosions is loud as fuck. Fuck being over there with a cannon's fire. Where that round blows up, you get too close to that shit, and you're going to lose your fucking hearing, at least temporarily. And it damn sure's going to damage your eardrum. So this guy, I don't think he had his earpieces in, and I think it fucked up his hearing. Because when he came out of that second hole, he was in the second hole, and he called for fire. Well, when the round blows up, he's supposed to go jump in that fucking hole, and everybody move up to where he was at when he called for fire, right? So it's like you inch your way up. Okay, call for fire, call for fire, call for fire, call for fire. And the whole time, he's here, he calls for fire, blows up, he jumps in that hole, and the whole unit moves up. Now he's up here. He calls for fire again. He's supposed to jump in that hole, and the unit moves from here to where he was at. But now he's further up from the group. And you keep doing this. It's like a frog. We call it frog hop, right? In fact, that's what it's fucking called, ain't it? So anyway, as stupid as that fucking sounded when I was in the military. But hey, okay, makes sense. Think about it. So this guy jumped from his second to his third hole, thinking that the round was already fired and blew up. Don't know what the fuck. He jumped in the hole, called for fire, then he got up and started running to the next hole. Guess what happened to that motherfucker? And I'll bet you never had to go through this shit in your life. As soon as he was like let's say right here, right where that little green line is right there, my name in there. T-Bob Loves needs 1,000 subs. Okay, as soon as his feet fucking touched the bottom of that thing, or close to it, boom. A 120 40 pounder blew his fucking ass up. Point fucking blank. We had to line up and walk that goddamn field until we found enough of his little fucking body parts to go fucking bury for his family. I was looking, but I was hoping I didn't find nothing. I was a coward. I gotta tell you, at that point, I did not want to see no body parts. I don't mind shooting your fucking ass if you're the enemy and watching your head, your brains come out the back of your head, but I don't have to stop and pick up your little brains and scoop them back into your head. I gotta tell you, they didn't find very much of this guy. I know one guy found an ear, part of ear, I think. And I think another guy found like the end of a finger. Looked like to me his number one finger, but I think they said it was his ring finger. Okay, whatever. And they found a couple little pieces of tissue here and there. And they covered a huge fucking area. When a fucking 120 cannon, not the 150, or 155s, nothing that fucking big. What they were using the 120s, and firing them from the fucking cannon is not a fucking tank. Like the Abrams uses a 120, I know that. Actually, it started out using the 105. Did y'all know that? And they upgraded it to the 120 later on after they were able to get the platform correct on that thing. I've actually never been in a live fire training with the 105s. I know at Fort Sill you get to see that shit all the time. That shit's pretty cool. But even the 105s, you watch them guys shooting that shit. That's some serious fucking shit. I mean, they really got to do everything. Yes, sir, no, sir, between the lines, and just fucking right every time. If you can't do it like you're supposed to every time, I'm probably not going to be in a unit very long. Everything is fucking safety in there, including that fucking breach when you open it, but in particular when they shut that motherfucker, right? Everything's got to be done right and in order and run smooth. That way you can hurry up and load that fucking cannon and keep on firing. Well, nowadays they got different. Nowadays they're getting away from that. They're getting away from the the cannons that you'd pull behind a vehicle in a trailer. That's like ancient technology. You know what they do now? They got them sound detectors. The enemy fires their cannons, and them sound detectors, they pinpoint exactly where every one of the fucking cannons are. The computer calculates where they're at, right? What do? Mark, 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 mark every one of them fucking cannons and hit the red button. What does that red button do? Do you know? You know what the marks do? You've seen it. You had to see it, man. You and the goddamn Green Berets. I know you've had to at least watch cannon fire, right? You've had to at least watch these fucking guys do this shit, right? Well, nowadays they got this shit, and when they hit that red button, that tells all of our fucking cannons to shoot their fucking cannons. So, like, they actually did this in the Ukraine. In Ukraine, they didn't have this shit when I was in service, but if they had, I would have seen it. You are a lot more recently retired. You should have seen this technology and at least seen how it works. So when you call in for fire, you know exactly the routine that everything goes through, whether you're ever going to actually fucking use it or not. Right? Okay, so our cannons, or their cannons shoot at our tanks. Our cannons shoot back at their cannons and blow all their fucking asses up. So stationary cannons are not worth a fuck in today's battlefield if you're up against a military like ours, or England, or Russia, or China. You get with them lesser countries and they don't have that type of technology for warfare. Yeah, then you could probably get away with a fucking cannon. In today's day and age, we would probably use cannons in very few places. Do you know what they use nowadays? Since you're a fucking know-it-all. They use cannons that are a part of a trailer or a tank. Right? So they got these tanks. They got a big fucking 155s on them. Some of them do. And them motherfuckers are so up to date that I hear they can fire up to 80 fucking miles now. What the fuck kind of round can fire 80 fucking miles? Right? Well, you've seen it. They got it. 60 miles at a fucking wimp of a blink of an eye, but 80 miles, motherfucker. And I heard it. Some people say it's 100, but I've never heard that. But it could be. I mean, you know how the military does shit. They'll say a plane can only fly Mach 1.7 when actually it'll fly maybe, instead of flying Mach 1.7, it'll fly Mach 2.1. Because they never tell people how fast the fucking jet will really go. Never, like the SR-72, that guy that broke the record, he never held the throttle all the way down. In fact, when he was talking after he did it, he only got that motherfucker maybe down 3/4 of a weight, if that. So he had a whole nother fucking quarter speed to go. And if you calculate the fucking speed that he was fucking able to actually travel in, that was better than Mach 3. That motherfucker haul ass. So you got these little ins and outs with the military, right? So a lot of shit that I seen when I was in the military, they don't even use these days. It's outdated technology. Like those cannons, for example. Nobody's going to use those kind of cannons. They need something that's very mobile. So those tanks, they'll line up, they'll fire the 155 howitzers, and then as that fucking gun is coming back down into position, they're packing up shit and they're moving the fucking tank. Because if they don't, they're fixing to get blown up. So these guys, the number one most important aspect of that type of vehicle is to train to be able to move that motherfucker as fast as you can. And I don't know, but I don't think they fire more than 1 or 2 rounds in real warfare. Stationary, because they're going to fucking move. Those little, in fact, In Ukraine, they actually did this, right? They got that American tank with the wheels on it, right? It's got like 8 fucking wheels on it. What's that thing called? The Striker or some shit like that? I don't know what the fuck it's called, but it's a bad motherfucker, right? One fucking vehicle held off the Russian attack. They sent everybody back. They retreated everybody because Russia was attacking. This just happened this week. And one of those fucking vehicles looks like an APC if you ask me, but it's got wheels. It don't have tracks. But this vehicle that is said to be able to fire a fucking cannon and shoot down a fucking incoming missile at the same fucking time. Now they got newer ones than that they say is off the chart capable of whatever it can fucking do, like shooting fucking lasers and all kinds of shit. And lasers are all new shit. You know what they have for lasers when I was in? We had a fucking trailer. And we all trained on that big fucking Vulcan gun. I know you've heard of that. You go bat that fucking quick and you done fired off like 1,000 fucking rounds, right? So we had a trailer and we had this guy on those things. I don't know it now. I know you remember these things. And I forget exactly what they were called. Don't fucking ask me. Oh my God, you got me, right? Oh, you got me again. Look, we were carrying these fucking trailers, but we didn't train with these motherfuckers. Like, we never even knew they existed until the day we fucking trained with them. Because if we have to go do security detail in a war, like you did in the Gulf War, we're gonna have to carry one of these trailers ever so many vehicles in the fucking convoy. That fucking thing was there to shoot down aircraft. Of course, you're gonna use it on military troops if a bunch of them's attacking you too. But I thought that was the shit. I feel pretty fucking safe with that fucking gun. I hope they attach one to my goddamn Humvee. Fuck, that's a bad motherfucker right there. They come in 2-man team, but it's just the one guy that's controlling it, right? He's got a joystick on each side. It's like Star Wars deal. He can little bubble and he can turn that thing this way and aim it up and follow a fucking gun, a jet like right. And as soon as that light turns fucking green, he lets off just a quick beam and he blew that fucking plane up because the plane runs into the fucking bullets, right? The only real training on it was to teach you to just give it a really quick snap when you fire. Any longer than that, and you held it down too fucking long. Fired too many rounds needlessly. That fucking Gatling gun was the baddest fucking gun I think I've ever fucking seen. Fuck a goddamn army tank. This Gatling gun will destroy a fucking army tank, right? Yeah. Because that gun is more powerful than the one I got on a fucking A-10, bitch. The one I'm talking about. It's got more fucking barrels on it, too. So I thought that gun was absolutely the shit. I thought that was the baddest fucking gun, the ultimate fucking weapon on the battlefield when I was in the military. And it was. Then they came out with this fucking laser thing that stayed on a fucking trailer, and we were going to be carrying them along with us too. And do you know what that fucking thing did? It's a dome, right? You've seen it. You've heard of it probably since you was retired in the military. That fucking thing had a bunch of, it looked like a landmine. It had a bunch of little fucking pimples all over that motherfucker. Well, each one of them little fucking pimples on that motherfucker was a laser. And that motherfucker could just go fire all them fucking lasers. Why did they come out with that? Too scared to ride in a plane. You're funny, guy. That is the funniest shit. So anyway, they came out with that fucking defensive device because when they fired, like, what's that shit called? I've seen it, but I don't know what they're fuck. I can't think of it right now. I don't give a fuck. You drop that fucking thing in there, it shoots off in the air, and then it breaks off into like 50 grenades, and then they all, fall down on the enemy. All these little grenade droplets, and they blow everything up down there. Whatever the fuck that shit's called. Well, when the enemy launches that shit, and let's say you got 500 of them things coming at your convoy at one time, or it could be a cannon that fired that shit, and it goes up there and blows up and lets a whole bunch of them out at one time, right? That's what this laser was designed for. It could shoot out all of them motherfuckers like that. None of them will fucking come close to hitting the convoy. Hold on, man. I get something to drink. Oh, shit. I need to go to the store, order some shit. Hold on. Got heartburn. I drank too much beer last night. I ain't been drinking beer in a while, so I was throwing them down last night, and it fucking gave me heartburn, and it come and go all fucking day. I need to go get that fucking Tums or some shit like that for my heartburn, but fuck it. I keep thinking it'll go away. So anyway, yeah, they had that. That's the only fucking lasers they had when I was in, and then they were trying to develop like a laser tank, and I gotta tell you, the only fucking good a laser's gonna do in a tank is help defend the tank. I think that's about it. I don't think you're ever gonna see very many attacks with the laser. I can't see scenarios where that could be the case, but I think that main gun is always gonna be the bitch on the tank. I do. Because you could be shooting a tank with a fucking laser, the best kind of lasers we got with our technology today. I could be shooting you with my little fucking laser, supposed to be all godly power. And while I'm shooting that fucking laser at your tank, you can aim that little fucking gun at me and go boom. And you done blew my fucking ass up. The lasers are not that far. You can't aim a laser at a tank and take it out. Give that up. That's a pipe dream, bitch. How you take out a tank is you take your main gun, you aim it at the motherfucker, and you shoot it, right? Okay, everybody knows that. Or you fire. They got those phosphorus, right? They fire above it, and little droplets come down and it's supposed to burn the tank up from the top. But now the Abrams got a new fucking top secret layer shit to it. I don't know how top secret it is, but it's supposed to be able to defend the tank against that particular attack. So all the tanks that they're redoing with that type of technology for armor, that's a big major change, right? It's not cosmetic change. You're not adding on I don't know, you're not adding on what's that shit they put on these microwave emitter? You know, when they started adding those to the Abrams tank, that's a cosmetic thing right there. You attach it to the fucking tank and there it is. And if you ever need to send out the fucking message to a fucking incoming projectile, the microwave emitter will jam that motherfucker, and instead of being hitting the target, it might land short of the target or over the target or anywhere but the fucking target, right? That's what that defense mechanism is for. It's a cosmetic change. That ain't shit. They change them out quick on all fucking tanks. But to bring a tank in and to overhaul its fucking armor, like to add a layer to it here somewhere, I mean, that's some serious shit. You talk to some kind of ceramic shit that can withstand a lot of fucking heat. At least for one phosphorus round. Now what happens if the enemy makes that round twice as big, 3 times as big? It's still going to burn through the motherfucker. We know that. I know that. You know that. Everybody knows that. Or they're going to be able to shoot through it. But the Abrams tank is very well protected like that now. Ours are. I can't talk for Russia or China or I imagine England might. Some of their tanks probably designed like that. You know, them guys they get a little slick with their designs throughout history. And Germany and some of them countries, they're pretty good at building tanks. I think the Abrams is the best tank on earth. I don't think some of these other fucking tanks they say might slightly be better than the Abrams here or there. The Abrams ain't the lowest profile tank in the world, but the new Abrams coming out, that Abrams X, got a lower profile. It's a bad motherfucker. That's a bad motherfucking beast. So I've actually been up very close to Abrams tanks, talked to the crews, all that shit. Because you do a lot of cross training with those guys, right? Not cross training. Like I've never been on a tank and got trained on a tank or any of that bullshit. I'm not gonna lie to you about some shit like that. So, but I was invited one time to get on a tank. And I just got set up. Hey, you want to look in here? Yeah, that's pretty fucking cool, ain't it? Yep, looks like a fucking APC on this fucking tank. Oh, that's how the fucking tank loads. Where do you keep the fucking rounds? Oh, we keep the rounds over here, back down there. Okay, that's where they keep the rounds. But it was just a chit chat. Hey, you got any smokes? Yeah, here, fuck. I don't even smoke. You can have them, motherfucker. I got some snuff. You want to dip snuff? Actually, one guy did take a snuff. And he was like turning green because he wasn't really a dipper. He just was trying to quit smoking, I think, or something. I don't remember. But you get to bullshit with guys in different units. I thought that was pretty cool. I do remember the drill sergeant myself too, just like that other guy said he did. But he actually got in trouble for some shit, and the guy that was second in charge actually finished our training, not him. He was a dumb motherfucker. That's all I can tell you about that guy. And I remember the guy that was in charge of the other platoon, because he was temporarily in charge of our platoon also in basic training. And our motto song at the end of the boot camp was "Bad to the Bone." Remember that song? Some guy there, he remembered all the words to it and all that shit, and he would sing the fucking song, and basically in military fashion, and then we would all say "Bad to the bone," we would yell that shit. You know how you do it your last ceremony when all the fucking everybody's lined up in your fucking platoons, and then all three of them one at a time, they sit there and yell your fucking chant and all that shit, and you actually get graded on that shit. And I thought that was stupid as fuck, but looking back on it, I think it was a matter of pride, and I always have, right? Within the unit, it's a matter of pride. If your unit's proud, you're gonna be louder than the next motherfucker. You're gonna be on cue. Everybody's gonna be yelling and saying the fucking words together. We got second place, but it was close. It was close. Them other motherfuckers got lucky. They got a motherfucker over there that had them motherfuckers like, they were good. I thought we were pretty good too, though. But we did pretty fucking good. And it was a stiff competition in basic training. Yeah. That was some shit, man. Fort Sill, Oklahoma. That year, we were out training. We were out in these fucking doing other shit, other training out there at Fort Sill that I went through besides boot camp. They had us out there in these fucking tents, and one guy got that fucking shit you get from it being too cold, where I guess your feet turn green, and he had to cut his foot off and his toes off on the other one, and he got a discharge over that shit. And the fucking guy that refused to take us back to base, knowing it was going to get that fucking cold, and thought we could tough it out in these fucking tents, and most of us could. But this one fucking guy, for some reason, and I tried to tell him, swear to God, I was one of several guys that told him, your feet are sticking outside of the tent, you stupid mother. You need to scoot up. And he was so cold, he was just shivering, looking at us, going, yeah, okay. He never did fucking get his feet inside a fucking tent. And he got that frostbite shit, and they had to cut his shit off. We went through that at Fort Sill. I think it got below, I don't know what, 10, 20, some shit like that. It's like one of the coldest recorded days in history in Oklahoma. I'm sure it's not the coldest, but I don't know. It still may be in the top 5 or top 3 or some shit like that. That actually happened when I went through training in the military. So I seen guys killed in a lot of ways. I seen guys blown the fuck up at point blank range, and us having to spend all fucking day looking for body parts that no longer exist. I seen guys blown up with hand grenades in fucking training. That's not supposed to happen, guys, but sometimes it does. I seen a guy fucking shot in basic training because he stuck his ass up too high above the fucking wires. And when them guns went off automatically, they used to go off automatically, man. And guy would just sit there hitting the switch, and it was shooting all these fucking line of guns. And if your ass was sticking up too far, you're gonna get shot. Well, this guy stuck his ass up too far, and he fucking died. Man, that made me feel so bad. I really thought there was no chance of anybody getting shot. I really did not think that was possible. I thought everybody could keep their ass fucking down low enough not to get fucking shot. God damn, man. And yeah, that one there kind of got to me a little bit. It really did, because it woke me up to just how serious training was. Damn, these motherfuckers are dying in training. Motherfucker ran too far that way and got blown up by a grenade. This motherfucker over here got blown up, getting shot. We had like 3 guys in our unit fucking killed in basic training. I don't remember what third one got killed from. It's probably a grenade too or some stupid shit. But it's not supposed to happen in boot camp. So I remember they were making changes. But one thing that they did while I was in is they stopped the live fire exercise, where you're crawling underneath the wire and the guys are just going through without the guns firing. And then I heard they were going to take them up higher and then reinstate it. And then they decided not to because motherfuckers getting shot. So I don't know. I don't know how they do it these days. I can only tell you what I saw when I was in the military, and I can't tell you everything. But I can tell you, just because a guy was in Delta Force, just because he was in the Green Berets, he has no goddamn clue what the other units have done or did or will do. He got no fucking clue. This guy could never, ever had a clue what I fucking done because he wasn't in my unit. And every unit is different. Not all Black Ops guys are assigned to a special force unit. Most of them know how to jump out of a plane, though. So at a very minimum, you're going to be in like a Ranger unit or 82nd Airborne unit or some other unit. But who are you going to call when all of them special forces units are deployed and you got nobody you can call? Nobody. You're going to call a guy like me. And I went on a lot of assignments. And I tried to tell this fucker I got 50 kills to my name. Now, if I'm lying on stolen valor on that, I better be arrested within the next 5 fucking working days, or you're a lying piece of shit. Because I'm telling the truth. See, if I'm telling the truth, you can't fucking lie. You cannot get me arrested for stolen valor at any fucking point in time. And I'm telling you now, bro, you're never gonna be able to get me arrested for stolen valor. Many tried. I know there's been a few try that ain't wasn't going nowhere. And I don't know if you were in long enough, but if you know guys that have been in long enough, about 55 years old at Fort Bragg, you should be able to ask about the Fontaine brothers. Fontaine brothers. Write that down. Last name, Fontaine. Brothers. In fact, they were twin brothers. One of them was my platoon sergeant for a certain period of time. Hardcore motherfuckers, I tell you right now. But they were kind of an experiment deal, I think they were doing with those two. See who would get promoted faster, kind of thing. If one guy did this, another guy did that, and blah, 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 and all stupid fucking shit. It was stupid. To me, it was stupid because it's common sense. The candy ass motherfuckers can go get lickety split up a fucking rank compared to the other guy, and they proved it using the Fontaine brothers. So it kind of adjusted things a little bit when I was in there about how people got ranked. Ask about the Fontaine brothers if I'm lying and I got stolen valor. Because the only way you're going to know about them motherfuckers, if you actually do know somebody that was in there long enough to know who the Fontaine brothers were in the 82nd Airborne Division. I was in what's called the smoke platoon. We were the guys with the Humvees that were either going to run smoke if I was to serve in, if I ever had gone to war, this is what I would have done. I would have shot smoke, or we'd be dropped off somewhere and done like 2-man recon, sometimes 1 man. Forward observing, obviously, is something you're going to do if you've had that training. call for fire, that kind of shit. Been there and done that and held a fucking red light on a motherfucker while the round came in and blew a building up. I've actually done that. I bet you never have, motherfucker. And if you're Green Beret and you say you was deployed like you were, you better have done that shit more than once. Or you a lying motherfucker and you're the one with stolen valor, bitch. I tell you that right now. You damn sure gonna do that in the war. You goddamn sure gonna do it when they drop you off somewhere and say, go to that point right there and aim that motherfucker over at that building, and you're in a foreign fucking nation and nobody even knows you're there, and you aim that motherfucker over that building and building blows up. Oh, but I got stolen valor. I don't get credit for all the people that was in that building got killed, though, do I? No, I don't. You don't get credit for that, right? We still did it. See, I know about all that shit, bitch, because I've been there and done it. This is how I know guys like you was little radio pussy behind enemy lines. Now, you were behind our lines, way back there in the back, with the general, sucking the general's dick. And if he had a buddy over, like a lower ranking kind of guy, but a higher ranking guy, if he wanted his dick sucked, you'd probably suck his dick too, wouldn't you? You know what we call guys like you? We call them pogues. You was a fucking pogue. I don't give a fuck what unit you were in. I know you weren't Delta Force. Well, I seen them guys training out there all the time at Fort Bragg. I seen Navy SEALs come in and cross-train with them. Did you know they had to do that pretty much when I was in it? It was like a regular fucking thing. The first time I see one of them guys, he's a big motherfucker. But I tell you what, I got used to seeing those guys. Every time we went out training kind of shit, like, not every time, but a lot of times, you would see like maybe 3 of them running together with them big-ass fucking ruck packs on. Sometimes they didn't have them on, but yeah, them guys was hardcore fucking training, boy, let me tell you. When I was stationed with my regular unit, that is. I was also stationed here at Fort Hood, but I don't know a fucking thing about Fort Hood. All I knew was you go in that back gate right there. Got one gate fucking open. Got a little shack house there. Got 3 guards on it. Sometimes there's only 2 if they're switching out, right? Drive through there, there's another gate to the left. Not supposed to go through that gate. Unless you're supposed to go through that gate. I was the guy went through that fucking gate. And I'm telling you right now, you're not going to be high enough rank to even find that on my goddamn file, bitch. Because you're jealous, I know, you're jealous. You never made it that fucking high. And let me tell you, this E4 made higher top secret clearance than you ever even goddamn had a wet dream about. Bitch. I was invited to the White House to meet the president, but I turned it down because I didn't like the motherfucker. How about that? You kissed my ass on that too. Matter of fact, I did cross assignments. Do you know what a cross assignment is? You better know the fucking answer to this, or you was never no special op, not a fucking thing. If you don't know what cross assignment is, you is a lying motherfucker. You take that goddamn bullshit plaque of yours and go burn that motherfucker in the wood pile. Oh shit, cross assignment. That would be like, for instance, if you were requested to go to work, help the FBI out with something. Well, then that's what you do. You go help them out. You might come across that if you see a guy that's been on assignment, say, south of the border somewhere, and there happen to be FBI guys down there that may be doing their own little cross assignment, right? That kind of thing. Nowadays, they call it, what do they call that? Homeland Security, right? They might be doing an operation. Now, back then, we didn't have that shit. It was all CIA, but they would grab guys out of the FBI, the military, whatever, fuck, police department, whatever. If you had a special skill, they're gonna come get you. I don't give a fuck who you are. You could be a civilian. They'll come get you. They'll ask you if you can go do that. And you say, yeah, you're doing it. I gotta go right now. Can I get some sleep for? Nope. Get on the fucking plane. Yeah, man, I ain't got my blah, blah, blah. No, we'll get it for you. Get on the plane. That's the way it is. You quit even fucking asking after the first couple of times, right? Can I get a soda pop? Get your fucking ass on the plane. Whatever you need is going to be on the plane. If you even mention you wanted a Coke, Coke will be on the fucking plane. But you're going to get on the fucking plane, bitch. So, I've done cross assignments. Did you know I actually worked for the FBI at one time? Very short time. But I did. You goddamn right. How do you do that when you're in the fucking military? How do you do that when you come out of the military? But again, it was something I did not want to do. That particularly is very fucking dangerous. You're the guy that's got to go disarm the fucking guard. How you going to do that without alerting anybody else that you did it? You're looking at the motherfucker used to do that shit, bitch. But according to you, that don't exist. No E4 is ever going to be prelude to that kind of assignment. You're looking at the motherfucker, aren't you, bitch? Now, if you think that's stolen valor, you better have me arrested by the end of next fucking week, bitch. That's the latest. 5 fucking working days from now. I should be in handcuffs, haul off to the fucking prison. This shouldn't even be a trial. Just fucking hang me. And I promise to you right now, bitch, I will never see fucking handcuffs on no stolen valor. No fucking lying about my service. No, none of that shit. Because I'm telling you 100% the facts. I could name names if I wanted to. I'm not going to do that. Only in some cases I'll do that. Very few. Like Sergeant Smith, regular unit. That don't tell you shit. But if you're half of what you said you were, you better have a team of guys ready to get me on stolen valor right fucking now. I'm not ashamed of my military past, my military history, or what I did it, when I did it, or why I fucking did it. Bitch. But I did it. I made it to the top fucking unit on the planet in the United States. I got to see all that top secret shit. How was I able to talk about the invisible suit 1 year before it came out? I told 2 of my best friends. One of them, I don't know what happened to him. My other buddy is the guy that served 28 years in the military, James T. Hobbs. 28 years. Wasn't just a helicopter mechanic. He also worked on a jet or 2. That guy did some top secret fucking work too, but in his fucking area of expertise. I think he did 4 tours of duty, if you're not counting anything over here in the Americas and you're just counting the Gulf War, like Afghanistan and Iraq. He did 2 of each one of those, I believe. And see, that guy will tell you point blank. Yeah, well, I was in the Army. Bob told us about he thought I was fucking nuts. Him and our other buddy, they thought, Bob, look, invisible suit? That shit don't exist. Next fucking year, it was made public, wasn't it? Yeah, remember that bitch? Yeah, in 1989, I believe it was 1989, they came out with the fact that we had that technology called an invisible suit. So that shit with the president's plane disappearing and shit like that, oh, it's very possible. Very possible to do that. Oh, yeah. Very possible. It'd be kind of like that right there. I just disappeared on your ass, bitch. Let me turn it off. Now you can see me again. It's that fucking quick. You just touch the button. Now you see me. Now you don't. You see everything around me, behind me. It's called bending light. They actually have these. I think it's what how they describe it to me. It's some kind of electron signal that actually bends the fucking light. Like you're looking at a person, but you can't see the person, but you see what's around and what's behind them. But you got to have these things all over the fucking suit. So I asked him, I said, well, is this something they plan on actually using in say a war? I said, fuck no. I said, then why invent it? Well, you never know, so we invented it. I said, okay. You're never going to use it in a war. How come it's not going to be used in a war? And they told me what is now obvious as fuck. Let's say they use this in a war in Iraq. In Iraq, they got lucky as fuck and blew up the whole fucking area and kill all you motherfuckers, damaged the suits. Then they go recover your bodies, but now they got your technology. They can repiece together invisible suits. A third world fucking country. That kind of technology, could you imagine the shit that them bitches could blow up? A lot of shit. So we're never going to use that suit in the war. Well, how about using it to spy on people? Well, never going to see it used in that category either because they can hear you breathing. What if you accidentally cough or burp? They're going to know you're in the room. And above and beyond, you might notice something about every Oval Office on the planet, whether it's American, Russian, or any other. They got carpet in certain locations, especially in them rooms, right? So if the president's behind his desk, say it's all wood floor right there, and then like everywhere else, carpet. What does your foot do when you take a step? Pushes down on the carpet. So if you start walking across the room, somebody looking over there like, what the fuck, an invisible man. And they got you. Got you with infrared detector. If they're counting how many people are in the room, there's only supposed to be 4, but they're counting 5. Houston, we have a problem. They're gonna catch you. So it doesn't do any good to spy on a motherfucker wearing one of them suits. So the suit is really kind of worthless in a way. Ooh. I would like to see it used on more jets. Like I personally, I think that why wouldn't you use it on a certain percentage of jets and bombers? I know that if they can still detect you in other ways, you're still probably going to get blown out of the fucking sky. But what if they can't? You know, them stealth planes are building now, they can't even pick up the fucking heat off the exhaust. Well, how insane is that? That shit gets fucking hot coming out of the back, pushing the plane forward, right? I didn't think that was possible, guys. Still have a hard time with it in my mind. But they got this shit now that you're not going to see this fucking plane. If they turn it invisible and it ain't got no kind of heat signature that can be detected, you can't lock onto it. You can't see the motherfucker, so you don't know where to aim that fucking laser to shoot that motherfucker. How are you going to shoot something like that down? What if you can't even hear it? Don't put out enough noise to really be detected. Can't see it on radar. You don't know it's even there. Except for maybe it just blew something up. And there for just a, couple of seconds maybe, they seen a bleep bleep on the radar. And there's some kind of funny stealth bird up there somewhere. So they're looking for it. Personally, I think if we use this technology on some of that, it would be very good. It would work very good. The problem is they're so scared to use it. Ugh. So if they're that scared to use it, we're never going to use it in wartime. Now, me, I think that the planes that are supposed to go over and blow up Russia and China kind of thing, a lot of them planes, we should have this technology on. And maybe they do now. How do I fucking know they don't? But when I was in the military, they were never going to use the invisible suit or that technology on tanks, planes, or anything else. You know what they come out with instead? Those fucking tanks that can change the energy signature and look like a fucking pickup truck, a military truck, what the fuck ever, or even a tank, or even a bus, maybe a small bus kind of thing or something, but anything but a tank. They got that kind of technology. I don't think the Abrams uses that kind of technology, but it might. Ugh. But I can tell you, it don't make a fuck what it looks like on the infrared. If they think that fucking truck is traveling down that road, they're still gonna blow it up. So that technology does not really protect the tank from being destroyed. But how did I know if I'm full of bullshit and I got stolen valor and you're right about all this bullshit that you say about me, then how come James Hobbs came into a live stream when I was directly talking to Douglas Ducote, because he questioned that one in damn self, and he asked James Hobbs, did he really tell you about this invisible suit a year before they made it public? And James Hobbs, he kind of looked at me weird on that one, and he goes, oh, you put me on the spot here, motherfucker. And he goes, yeah, I don't think I can answer that one. Can I, Bob? And I said, yeah, you can answer it. Because, see, at the time I told him about it, it was top secret. I wasn't supposed to tell him about it. But, see, he's a military guy, and he's going to keep it top secret. And our other best friend, he thinks I'm fucking lying anyway, so he ain't telling nobody. Thinks I'm fucking crazy. And I knew that. So the secret was still safe, which means I'm staying within the fundamentals of the idea of keeping it top secret, right? Nobody else is going to know about it. Right. Now that it's not top secret, a year later, you can talk about it. Yeah, I did. Kind of did a little no-no, but it was okay in this situation. And it would be okay in any fucking tribunal court, military court. You're kind of fucking bullshit. You like to play yourself up. Shut the fuck up. I would have already been arrested years ago because they've known about this for years. I'm talking about my direct commanders that could still court-martial me for letting them secrets out. They know I told my buddy. They didn't give a fuck. It's too late now. Cat's out the bag, baby. So I can talk about it now all I want. But yeah, he did admit that 1 year prior to that, I told him about the invisible suit. And he did not believe me until he saw it on TV. And he called me to apologize to me for not believing me. So if I got stolen valor, bitch, go report that too and see if you can get me arrested for stolen valor. You'll never do it because I'm telling you the truth. The absolute fucking facts, motherfucker. Now, if I was never in a top secret fucking unit, how in the fuck did I know about the invisible suit when it's top fucking secret and they only kept that suit in one fucking base? And I goddamn sure wasn't Fort Bragg, motherfucker. I've been to other top secret bases I ain't told you I've been to. I'm never going to tell you. What would you say if I rode in the car with an invisible man? Well, now you know that cat's out the bag. I already kind of told you about that. How about if I rode in a car with an FBI agent and the real Flash? You know, like that motherfucker runs real fast on the cartoons? Well, that's about as unbelievable as the invisible suit. But I'm going to tell you right now, I rode in the car with the goddamn real life Flash. I can tell you all about that, but I'm not going to go into the details. Let's just say this fucking doctor invented some nanobites that he shot himself with, and it opens up your adrenaline pores to the maximum amount. And he couldn't even fucking really sleep or anything. He was always going, you know, he could, if he moved, like he moves him, beep, for him is real fast. For us, don't want to see the motherfucker move. And He only lived like, I think, almost another, I think it was 18 years, and then he died. He died very young. And I think it was 18 years. It might have been less than that even. He was projected to live another 20 years at most, but he didn't make 20 years, if I recall. And the reason why is because he could never shut it off. He never figured out a way to turn them motherfuckers off without killing himself. So once he stuck himself with all these little nanobots, he was stuck with it for life. They were only programmed to keep the adrenaline pores open and never shut it down. If you told it to shut it down, it would close up all the way like if they'd been wounded, and then you'll fucking do the opposite and it'll fucking kill you. So he was stuck like a bitch. He was stuck. And you ain't got to believe that either. I got no way to prove that to you. I wasn't in a service. Well, yeah, wasn't really in a service when it happened. I was in another thing. But I'm telling you that happened. So you can believe that or not. You go, oh, this motherfucker's good. He makes up the greatest fucking stories. Well, okay, if I'm making them up, how come I've always been able to prove what I fucking say? Except for this one. This is one of the things you can't prove. You can only tell people what you saw, what you witnessed. You can never fucking prove it. I've seen a lot of shit. I've seen the world's first actual cyborg, motherfucker. Yeah. There's a doctor who invented a way to take his brain out of his fucking head and put it into a fucking machine. Yeah. This little round looking motherfucking thing. It was like a drone. It just wheeled around wherever he wanted it to go. And his brain was inside this fucking little ball looking motherfucking thing. And in the back of it, you could see it like where they had this tube stuck into the back of the fucking brain. And it was feeding this fucking brain, man. It was gross. And he didn't live much longer either because caused his brain to get swollen and infection, and it ended up fucking killing him. He died young too, but he was before he took his brain out, had his brain taken out of his body and put into this thing to prove it could be done. How fucking stupid is this fucking genius on one end, moron on the other? Swear to God, I seen this thing in a top secret base. I tell you all kinds of shit you wouldn't believe existed. But see, you're Mr. Badass fucking Green Beret, but you ain't never seen half of the shit I've seen. And I got more unbelievable stories than that are fact. You don't know shit about. And this guy couldn't really do much. All he could do is reel around and maybe, I guess they had a way his mind could see shit. I don't know. I swear to God, I don't know how. But he could like roll himself over and look at a computer screen and instruct people what to do. Shit they wouldn't know how to do. He could tell them how to do this shit, right? So he was only like what I would call on stupid TV show, the brain on cartoons, right? This is real shit, man. And just think if you were me and you saw that guy, and let's say I'm that doctor. Wouldn't you be looking at me like, you a stupid motherfucker? You really took your brain out of your body and put it into this fucking contraption. God, you're a stupid motherfucker. But see, the fluid that they had put his brain into this fucking thing, it had something to do with it. It's not like being in your body, right? So, I don't know. They had a way to feed this fucking brain and all of this, and it's just something about the oxygen or something, and it infected the brain. And I don't know anything else about it, guys. I really don't. I just asked him if anything like that actually existed, like a real cyborg or anything. And next thing, you know how this is weird. Swear to God. If you say something like that and you're in any kind of a unit, whether it's the FBI, Homeland Security, the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and you're in a top fucking unit like that, you know what they do? They actually take you to meet the motherfucker if you're lucky. They took me to meet this motherfucker in a top secret base. And that wasn't even the top secret deal in the base. They just put him there so nobody would know that he actually existed. And now here I am years later after his death telling you because they can't prove me right. They can't prove me wrong. Actually, they can. The military can prove he existed, but I can't. So I got no way to bring credibility to the story I'm telling you. So you can call it a fairy tale if you want, but then you're going to be kicking yourself in the ass. How come I can't get him on stolen valor? If I'm fucking lying, you can get me on stolen valor on that, but you can't do it. I'm telling you the truth. See, about the invisible suit, about the guy with the brain, and about that motherfucking Flash dude. And I know more than that. I ain't going no further. I'm going to stop right there. I'll tell you anything else, they might very well come arrest my fucking ass. So I'm not going to do it. I've always stopped right there, guys. I know a lot more secrets than that fucking turd bag mouth thinks he knows. He don't know shit. I'll tell you that right now. He don't know shit. I think he might know how to smell shit. I think he's had his nose up a fucking pair of butt cheeks. And I bet you he used to roll that tongue around a fucking general's fucking butthole. That's how much I respect that turd. Cause see, if I thought somebody had stolen valor, and I'm looking at a mirror image of me, and I'm looking at this guy, and I really thought that guy was stolen valor, no matter what it was. He's lying about this, lying about that, whatever. All I gotta do is dial one fucking number, just like any other motherfucker, especially guys that been in the military, and they're gonna go arrest that motherfucker for stolen valor. But you know what they're gonna do first? They're gonna look up his fucking record. And when they see black spots on that motherfucker, they not gonna do shit, first of all. But if he did serve, gonna look up everything else he said that they'll know about, and if he's telling the truth on all that, never gonna touch me, bitch. Guarantee you that. Guarantee you. You can never get me arrested on a goddamn thing. Because I've been there and done that. And that's why. So if I'm fucking lying, you better have me arrested by at least Tuesday at the latest. Or everybody knows you're just a mouth, popping off at the mouth, trying to ride somebody's coattails to fucking fame. Now, after the military, I did pest control, I did security work, I did, I drove a truck over the road for a few years. And then I drove local for a lot of years, and I drove a ready mix truck for 15 years. I'm sorry, guy. The only thing you ever did in your life was in the military. So you got a lot of that shit still memorized in your brain. But you take a guy that's done a lot of shit like me, I don't give a fuck about all that shit you're talking about, bro. I don't give a flying fuck. When I was in the service or now I did kind of want to stop by and look at some of that shit you was talking about. Never had the opportunity and never took time of day. I just thought it'd be cool to be able to go look at it. I never did. I don't give a fuck. There was a couple of guys that would go here and there and go check out that kind of, decorative. I call it decoration bullshit. Just to me, that's what it is. I can honor the history of our country by serving good. I don't need to go look at the fucking piece of rock over there and read the motherfucker and then salute. Yes, sir. You were the shit, man. That motherfucker don't give a fuck. He's sleeping until God wakes his ass up and we go into the second life. You think when you die, you're looking back down, seeing somebody's going to salute your ass? They don't even fucking know who you are. Shut the fuck up, man. Your goddamn problem is you're a candy ass that actually believes this delusional bullshit matters when it don't. The only thing that matters is that you get your fucking job accomplished best you can. You're never going to be 100%. But goddamn it, you can be close to it. Actually, I met a guy, they say was 100% one time. And I was very close to one. I would say I was about 98, 99%. I was never perfect, but I always got the job done. Yeah. I've done shit you say they don't do it that way. I can introduce you. Well, I can't. He's dead now. But I can introduce you to this guy I met. know what he did? He's that one motherfucker that jumped from one plane to another that guys like you said ain't never been done, never could be done. Me? I wouldn't even fucking try it. Because if I think I can't do it, I'm going to tell you point blank, I ain't doing it. I don't think I can make it. But if you say you can do something, you're going to do it. If that's the way to get that job done. Fucking tip. Now, if you're Green Beret, you know what I'm saying. If you ever been in Delta Force or any of the fucking units that done that type of covert operations, you know what I'm talking about. If you open your mouth and say you can do something, that's the end of the discussion. That general's got your ass on that fucking plane. Or in some cases, a helicopter, I guess. I was never deployed in a helicopter, though. That's what gets me. These guys talk about helicopters all the time. I was never deployed in a helicopter, guys. Let me repeat that. I was never deployed in a fucking helicopter. Ever. I was picked up in a helicopter a few times. That was it. And one time, we had to get from where we were at 20 miles down a fucking road plus and get to a certain location so that we could get picked up by the helicopter. And we had to be there on fucking time, if not waiting on that helicopter, or the helicopter's going to land. It don't see us, it's going to leave. There's a small window of opportunity you got to get the fuck out of that country, so you better be there. And if you can make it running, you goddamn sure better make it driving a vehicle. Whether you stole a vehicle or, well, you're probably going to steal it if you're in a foreign country, right? Been there and done that. More than once. You going to talk stolen valor, bitch? You going to tell me about, let me hear about the rescues that you did. Because you're supposed to be this goddamn black hat wearing motherfucker. You got the plaque on the wall and all that bullshit. I see you got candy up your ass. I say you got stolen valor. I ain't heard about a fucking thing you ever fucking did. I ain't heard about anything top secret you ever saw. The only thing I heard was you trying to yell over me so I couldn't fucking answer your questions. And because I don't remember most of that stupid bullshit, oh, I caught him. He's lying. He's lying. He's lying. Not lying, bitch. In fact, most people that only serve 4-year terms at Fort Bragg, they don't know none of that shit you're talking about. And you know that. That's why you came at me the way you did. And that's why when I first seen you up there, I knew you were going to do that. That's why I mentioned what I did. If you go back and play Wendy's video, I knew what you were doing when you came up there. And I knew you was a shit-talking little dweeb pussy-ass punk. The minute I laid eyes on you, you ain't a tough guy. You're not a fighter. You don't know how to handle business. You're a punk-ass pussy-fied motherfucker, and I don't care if you was 50 fucking years in the military. I'll still beat your fucking ass any day of the week. You got little toothpick arms, you little faggot. And you are invited to come visit me in Palmhurst, Texas. There's been others do it. You won't be the first. You won't be the last. There will not be any fucking cops called. But if you get really fucking hurt, an ambulance might get called. Of course, the police are going to show up. Ask what you was doing there. I showed up, beat his ass, and I got my fucking ass beat. That's all they're gonna fucking hear out of your fucking mouth. You better think about that real hard, bitch. I'm 55, but I still whoop a motherfucker's ass if I have to. I just don't like really hurting people. But guys like you, I got no fucking qualms about beating your fucking ass. Because all you do, you're kind of people just run your mouth, and that's all you know how to fucking do. Tell you what, you got Discord? I don't know who the last psycho is. Is you that guy that I was talking to on Wendy's channel? If you're that guy, go over to fucking Discord. Okay, hold on. Let me get my Discord for you. I'm going to give you the link. I'm going to drop my fucking address. You better show up, bitch. I'm not going to give you my Discord. I want to put you in this other Discord. Because I don't want you in my fucking Discord. Because you're a piece of shit, filthy little candy ass motherfucking bitch. That's what you is. Have no respect for little candy ass punks like you. Yeah, I'm tough. I'm gonna beat your ass. Motherfucker, you better show up. Or I'm gonna be talking about your ass all fucking year. What kind of little candy ass chicky shit kind of pussy you are. You better believe that. Oh no, I don't want to do that. Cancel that. Cause I'm not gonna let you live this down, motherfucker. If you don't show up, cause you just challenged me. You just said you're gonna show up. There it is, right there. Go join that Discord, and I will give you my personal address. You don't even gotta tell me ahead of time when you're coming, cause I don't give a fuck. Just be sure and call me before you get to the front door. Otherwise, ain't nobody gonna let you in. And I'll come down and we can take care of business. We got a whole field around here. We got like 17 acres that we can walk out back. We can walk right out here in the backyard, or we can take care of it right there at the fucking front door. Because I don't think you're about shit. And you ain't scaring nobody over here, punk. I've been there and done this already. Yeah. Guarantee you. You looking at a motherfucker that in real life beats a motherfucker's ass. This shit's been on live stream, and not all of it has. Hell, we get in fights here all the time. I fight, bro. I'm a fighter. I don't think you are. I think you're a candy ass little pencil dick, pussified little bitch. Oh boy, there's a fucking character set. You look like Charlie Manson because you got a beard. You look more like that motherfucker than I do with your fucking little evil looking beard. Hey, you look like a goddamn satanic worshiper to me. Now, you better bring some backup, bitch. Because if it's just me and you might not be walking out of here. You might have to come pick your ass up in an ambulance. Nobody gonna stop me from beating your fucking ass in. I guarantee you, I'm not gonna be playing nice with you. This ain't gonna be a little boxing match with some kind of bullshit rules. It's just gonna be me and you out there getting at it. Don't expect to show up here and not get hurt. Now, I'm not going to try to kill you. I guess it'd be something I don't need to do. But I'm going to fuck you up real bad. Swastika? Oh, you ain't gonna do shit. All them swastika pussy ass skinhead motherfuckers. Man, I was surrounded by 3 of them motherfuckers out there in fucking Dallas. 3 of them. I beat that first one down so goddamn fast, the other 2 just stood there looking at me. And I wanted them motherfuckers so goddamn bad, but they just did not want any piece of me after I took care of that first motherfucker. Now, I don't know why there's 3 of them. They could have ganged up on me. I thought that's what you guys was good at, ganging up on people. Yeah, of course, my buddy came out that fucking door, and he got about 2 inches on me. And once the odds were even 2 on 2, yeah, they didn't want none of that. It was not fair 2 on 2 for no little skinhead looking bitch like you. Oh, okay. All right, I'll take it back. What are you saying now? Manson had a swastika on his forehead, you chud. Now, I don't know what a chud is, but I think you're fucking with me. So we'll start over again. How about that? Hi, I'm Bob Jones. What's your name? Look, I don't know anything about this Manson guy, Charles Manson and all that. I swear to God. I know their name. I know they were arrested for being serial killers, I believe, but I don't know these guys. You know, yesterday I looked up the worst, most evil serial killers list on Google. It gives you a fucking list. Not just the America. I'm sure they got a list for just each country, This list was for the whole world. And I was going at it with this guy just verbally in one of the Discord rooms. And I threw that name down there. And I said, is this who you're trying to be like, this guy right here? I think everybody was Googling who the fuck that was. I think when they read Reddit, they're like, oh, goddamn, Bob just called him that? Because it was bad. It was not good. And I called one of his buddy another fucking one of them guys on the list. And, you know, Manson's really down on the list. He's not in the top. There's 2 other Americans that got him beat. I think 3. Yeah, he's number 4 on the American list. I think he's number 4 on people they think he killed. It wasn't even, I think it was lower 30s, if it was even into 30s. But they got motherfuckers that kill hundreds of people. I want to kill 150 plus people. Serial killers, like, god damn. So when I'm dealing with the Harry Brogan and people ask me, god damn, Bob, you're finding a lot of shit on this guy. Are we going to be able to get him prosecuted? Well, if he's guilty, I'm pretty sure they're going to prosecute him. I still got more research to do. Today, probably tomorrow, next day, and somewhere in there, I got to take a day off and do other shit that I got to work on, right? I ain't going to work on Harry every fucking day. But by next week, I'm going to be done with researching every place this guy lives and every fucking murder that fits the description that he fits as a fucking murderer. And so far, I got 4 addresses I looked up and I got 13 people murdered. It's pretty serious shit. You know, I hit this fucking computer last night. I overloaded it with like, I don't know how many tabs I had up. And I killed my PC and it ain't come back on yet. And it's a cheap motherfucker. And I'm getting another one this month. It just pisses me the fuck off. I'm going to have to do the Harry Brogan investigation on my goddamn phone now. That pisses me off. But the good thing is, I got all this information saved. So I'm not going to lose like hardly anything. I can go back and find it real quick because I got it right up there. But I will say that in every state, 4 different states, for the first 4 addresses I looked up on him, I'm finding murders that fit his description. And the first 2 states that I looked in, I'm going to have to go back and see if other unsolved murders fit his description. Because I only, like, when I found one, I just went with that one. See? And I think that he probably killed more than one in both of those states. So that's up and coming, guys. That ain't going to stop. I'm going to look through all of that shit before I stop that. I'm going to be absolutely exhausted with it done. I will have called all the police and reported everything I found along the way. You can do this too. You can even help me. That's how easy it is. Now, this guy that I'm investigating, he was stalking me for the past 3 years. Well, 2.5 years, pretty solid, him and a gang of people. And they recruited a few people along the way. One of them was Wheezy. And me and Wheezy are friends now, very much so. I love the guy. As far as that goes, online friendships and all of that. I'm not gay. He claims he's not gay. Okay, we'll leave it at that. Okay, but he's a really cool dude. He's really a very nice guy. He can be very mean, but I've seen the blunt end of that. Boy, me and him, we went at it tooth and nail. But see, they had him brainwashed on me. And at the same time, he was mad at me for something else. And it kind of flowed over and carried over. Then they recruited Shamrock, I think, before him. And I'd already liked Shamrock. It was hard to have to go at it with her for so long. And now me and Shamrock are friends. I love Shamrock. I really do, always have. And she'll tell you she loves me back. So we're friends. But There was a time when this little circle of fucking evil team hate motherfuckers had them people believing I was this bad guy, and they went after me tooth and nail. But nobody has stayed on team hate. They've all come over here to my side, and we just hang out like nothing ever happened. All is forgotten. All is under the water because I am not a vengeful guy. I do believe in forgiveness, and I do believe you can go on in life being friends with people that you were once at odds with. And you know what? I don't think there's a better treasure than something like that outside of finding, the love of your life kind of thing. And being able to spend time with somebody that you love, whether it's 7 years, 10 years, or whatever, and then you switch up. She goes that way and finds a lover, you go that way. Don't end your relationships in hatred, guys. Don't do it. I hope that Dumpster Rick is still friends with his ex-wife. Even though she didn't like me, she did say I was right about a lot of that shit. And I feel really bad that old Rick had a couple of heart attacks over coming at me. Now, that was years ago. That was way before he came on Kermit and Friends. His wife had her shit packed and was going out the door. And he looked back and said, "What the fuck are you doing?" She said, "T-Bob was right. I'm getting the fuck out of here. I done found another man that fucking quick. And unlike you, he gets a hard on." I said, "What?" She said, "Yeah, Bob, you were right about that too." So poor old Rick, I don't know what he's done, but my advice to him after he had his heart attacks was quit attacking. He still attacked me over there in KF a lot. I don't think he had a heart attack. I've seen him drinking a lot less these days. And I hope that continues to be the case. I don't want to see Rick say die this year. He does have a young daughter that he's responsible for, that lives with him in the same house. He needs to live, I think, long enough to see her out of high school and get her started. So I want Rick to live healthier. I want him to stop drinking so damn much. I think he's heard me say that, and I think he's thought about it, and I think he's doing it. Now, I still drink sometimes. I drank the other day. Y'all saw that. I was pretty fucking drunk, yeah. But I still knew y'all was bullshit with me. And that was cool because I'm used to that shit, right? So that shit sounded believable, so I went with it, and it opened a lot of people's eyes. But that's all I used it for. If they're going to come at me with a pack of lies thinking I'm going to believe it and go report that shit to the FBI or the police, they lost their fucking mind. Because when I'm on a project researching something, I don't listen to anybody else about a fucking thing. Now, if we're researching technology or something like that, well, then, yeah, maybe then I'll listen to somebody and I'll go check it out. But I learned my lesson years ago about these people that come in to claim to be helping you, and they got information on somebody and they feed you a pack of lies, and you go with it without ever double checking it yourself or thinking about it. That shit ain't right. I don't go for that shit, guys. I'm way too mature, and I've been doing this for too long to be falling for a pack of bullshit lies like that, okay? The FBI. I was on assignment to the FBI while I was in the military. When I got out of the military, I still did a few assignments for the FBI, and then I quit doing that kind of activity. At a certain point in time, I was a little bit too bad beyond the law, so to speak, of doing things. And I was just a little bit too rough around the edges. I was too hyped up. I think I had a little bit of that Superman syndrome, and I was really pissed off at that fucking captain who wouldn't let me get a transfer, and I had to get out of the military early like I did. I was really pissed about that at the time, and I got no respect for them motherfuckers like him. So I basically just decided to leave all of that shit behind, and I went on with my life in the civilian world doing regular work. I did construction. I got friends in construction, and back then I could just walk up to a job and get a job. If I was that young and healthy again and could go all day long doing that kind of work, I could do it right now because I know how to do all that shit construction. Now, I don't know everything about construction. I was a bricklayer, so I did like mainly bricklayer help. I was a helper, but I know how to lay brick, and I know everything about that. I can tell you how to set it all up and all that fucking shit. mark it off, put your fucking line on there. You got your fucking line, you pull a string, lay your fucking brick, and when I get done, that fucking shit's gonna be straight. It ain't like these fucking illegals come over here and they lie to you and say, yeah, I know how to do that. And they're watching the other guys and they're copying them, trying to spread the money. It's funny because they take that troller and they drop one fucking plop of mud right there. No. You better get you a big trowel and you better ever lay a fucking stream with that fucking mud. And if it's too dry, you better pound on that motherfucking deal and say, mix my fucking mud, motherfucker, and yell at them and get the workers to working. Keep that shit mixed up, see? Then you help them out with the trowel, mixing it up, and then you take it and scoop it along the wall. You get too fast, you're going to be sitting there waiting on your fucking mud to get on the pan. But you never get off of that fucking scaffold. The laborers do that shit. See, I know everything about bricklaying. I know how to make the mud and all that shit because that's what I did, sun up, sun down for years. And then in between jobs, I always went back to bricklaying. I did concrete work. I know quite a bit about that. Plus, I did ready mix delivery, so I know a lot about how the concrete is mixed, but I never went to school for it. So in order for me to become very knowledgeable in that, you got to go to school for that kind of shit, guys. If you ain't been to school for it, you're never going to be as good as those people that run those concrete plants because they went to school for it. They know what the fuck they're talking about when it comes to mixing chemicals into that shit and all that, and you don't. For instance, if you're laying sidewalk, you get away with 2,600 pounds per square inch concrete. It's about the weakest concrete that you want for a sidewalk. Anything weaker and it just gonna start a little cracking here and there within a year. So nobody lays it any weaker than that. And if they do, they got to come out and replace it. Yeah, no good. On a house, about the weakest kind of concrete you want to pour on a house is 3,600 pounds per square inch. Really, you want something around 4,200 is really good. Anything above that is excellent. So, but if you're laying concrete on an airport, that shit's on a time schedule because you only got so many minutes before that concrete hardens up, and you don't want it hardening up inside that drum. You know, it spins on the back of a ready mix truck. So you go right to where you're going, you back up, you get in line, and you, when they tell you you back up, you blow that shit out. Hold on, I'm still, I got the hiccups. Because I'm dipping, and I got heartburn. So today I'm going and getting them fucking pills to get rid of all that, probably a couple of V8 juices. So anyways, guys, it ain't all about what you think. Guys can get up there and run their mouths and make people look bad. Some people are really good at it. That guy last night on Wendy's channel, he's good at that. It doesn't mean he won any fucking thing outside of a yelling contest. Oh yeah, relentless. There you go with that. Actually, yeah, I have turned several lesbians into bisexual or converted them over to just want to have sex with men. That is true. Before I got out of high school, I had sex with 3 virgins. A lot of people don't know that. 1 virgin here in Texas and 2 in California, where I graduated high school because my dad died when I was 17. I went to live in California with my sister to finish my last year of high school. And me and her didn't get along because she wasn't a help for shit. She was working against me the whole way of anything. And I ended up moving out from hers, living on my own. I still graduated high school. And then years later, as a working man, after the military, after the working for years as a ready mix driver, I went back to a university and I got a average, working at least 12 hours a day, 5 to 6 days a week. Not necessarily 12 hours every day, but 12 hours on the average. Because then they came out with the time, you know, you could only work so many hours and then you weren't allowed to work anymore, that kind of stupid shit. Anyway, so it was hard. It was not easy going to university and taking those classes. I almost didn't make it. Math was my hardest problem. When I was a kid in like elementary, I was an ace at math. And goddamn, I ain't been around that shit for years. I can't remember none of that shit. And I'm going back to school to learn this shit. And I got to take this fucking higher level geometry and all this shit. Oh, goddamn. Shut up, man. Fuck. I'm racking my fucking brain. I can't remember shit. I'm trying to take this fucking test. I was looking up every fucking cheat I could find. It wasn't helping me none. But I was still able to get the A average. And I thought that was pretty fucking good. For working someone. Now, if I didn't have to work and I was going to school, oh, I would have fucking had it down pat. I would have made A plus fucking average, right? Probably would have got a lot better job along the way. And I was doing that. I had a contract offered to me from Starbucks Coffee, and 2 other corporations wanted to get me coming right out of school. And I was going to change my career. I was going to go from, I went to construction to doing other things, landed in a truck driving. I was a local truck driver for a lot of years, ready mix for over 15 years. And just for it, I also did other local deliveries. Like I was the guy that would go deliver local shit and unload the whole fucking truck by myself and plan everything where it needs to be, like fast as you fucking can. Sometimes they had to send me a helper. And I always kept up with a helper. Always. Because I'm good at it. You're doing it every fucking day. That's labor work, man. It's very labor intensive. Now, I did that shit for a lot of fucking years. But when I got in a ready mix truck, I really liked it. So I stuck with that for a long time. And until I came down with the blood clot problem. That was 14 years ago. And, well, they kind of, the doctors were mandating that I retire. They would not let me drive commercially no more. And so they had me fill out this fucking paperwork for a full disability retirement thing or whatever. And so I did. But when it's a blood clot in the lungs, it doesn't fit in any category for disability. So you got to go see the fucking judge. I didn't think I was going to get it because I had the hardest fucking judge in Texas, and they say ultimately in the country for that year. Guys that really thought they should have got disability, he was denying them. I got up there. I gave him this argument. I'm the number 2 blood clots in the lung, pulmonary artery patient that has ever lived. They saved my life with an experimental treatment, blah, 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 all this other shit you know about me. I can't catch a virus and all that shit. I'm very unique in that. Not unique. There's a lot of people. Actually, a third of the Northern Hemisphere, all people of those people, they don't catch the coronavirus. I can't catch the coronavirus. I caught the coronavirus before I went in the hospital last time. They swabbed my nose, said I had coronavirus. I thought about it last time I left the house and came home. And I told them, yeah, check it in 2 more days and I'm not going to have it. Or tomorrow after a certain time. And they did. They came in there and they swabbed my fucking nose. Nurse looked at it and she came back. We got to swab your nose again. Stuck it way up there that time. I'm scared. You know, that shit fucking hurts. And man, she was jabbing it up in there. She just had to get that positive reading, right? I never heard from him for a while. Finally, a couple hours later, the doctor come in there and he said, all right. I read your medical file. You're not going to retain a virus. I understand you piss it out 72 hours, and that's obviously what happened with the coronavirus. So they released me from the hospital. That's a fact, guys. I can't catch AIDS. I can't catch any of that fucking shit. What's that shit that gets into your spine? Hepatitis? Well, you got 1, 2, and 3 or whatever the fuck they call it. I can't even catch that shit. I'll piss it out in 3 days. Everybody knows this about me. It's known me for a while. But I don't have the regulatory gene, so my body stays up thousands amounts of time, like 3 to 10,000 times the amount of a normal person. So when you have vitamin K is the substance of healing everything in your body. That's your healing factor. Whatever it needs to build to heal your body comes from vitamin K. You grow your skin, comes from vitamin K. If your bone breaks and it's got to heal, comes from vitamin K. If you work out and your muscles are real ripped, to repair your muscles, vitamin K. Every fucking thing to repair your body, vitamin K is the root element. Vitamin K is very important, but when your body gets too much of it, you begin to develop soft blood clots. The only person who lived through a pulmonary artery that had one bigger than me to this day was Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. And if you go to any doctor and have them look that up on that medical list, I'm number 2. You'll see my name up there, Bobby Lee Jones. And let me tell you this. I proved it last time I was in the fucking hospital, and I told the doctor, you come back at this time, such and such, I'm not going to have it. No, 2 days later, I'm leaving the fucking hospital. I ain't got coronavirus. They got rid of most of the little microscopic blood clots that were in my lungs. It was the reason I had to go back up there. And now I found a good doctor again, and I thank God I got new medication. It don't cost me as much as it was under my insurance I had last year. And y'all don't know this about me, but I was going without my medication last year. That's why I ended up in a hospital, and when the doctor gave me a lot of it, it got me through just enough until I got my new doctor and got my new medication. Real talk, I was going without the fucking insulin shots. I had the quick shit, but I didn't have the shit that lasts all fucking day kind of thing. I was fucking hurting. I had such low endurance. Like I could walk downstairs, take the trash out, and come back. I got to fucking rest before I come up fucking stairs. I was hurting. Well, now I can go take the trash out, come back, walk up the fucking stairs. Except for I ain't got no cartilage in my right hip, so when I'm walking upstairs, it can't affect me, and so I hold on to the rail and kind of hop my way up there, so to speak, and then I'm good to go. But so my endurance has gotten a lot better now since I've been under this new medication. I didn't want to tell you people this because I had bad doctors, and I didn't want to worry you guys out there that care about me. And, you know, I know how that affects people, even online. So now you know the truth. I come clean. I was being a bad boy. I wasn't taking my medication properly because I didn't have it. And I went to 3 bad doctors before I found this doctor, and he's really good. He listened to what I said, and he did it that way. He trusted in me that I've been on this shit long enough. I know how to order it. I know what I need. Now, can you help me with this? Which one of these do I need? It's going to work. It's going to cost me less. I want that one. He gave me that. Now, later on, I'm probably going to change up my insulin and do the shit you ain't even got to check your blood sugar level. You just shoot yourself up, and then you're good to go. Before I was having to check my blood level, the pH level, I forget what it's called. Now I don't have to check that with my new blood thinners. I take them twice a day and I'm good to go. Matter of fact, I gotta take one right now. I took the 2. Okay, I'm good. Even if I overtake it, it's not gonna fucking hurt me. It just keeps your blood at the right level. So that's amazing, isn't it? And did you know that they came out with all of this new kind of medication since they treated me? They said that I advanced medicine. The research on me, because I was experimental patient, the only reason they could save my life. I had 2 hours to live when I went in the hospital. Doctor said if I was you, I'd get on the phone and start calling everybody you know and say goodbye to them. I said, why is that, Doc? He said, you got 2 hours to live at the most. Maybe not even, I can't even guarantee you 2 hours. I thought, fuck, I'm dead. Only I'm still alive. I ain't died yet. Swear to God, it's the weirdest feeling you ever had in your life. I felt something talking into my fucking ear over here, my left ear. Don't worry. We got this. Thought I was going fucking crazy because I just heard I was fucking dying. I'm gonna die. Right now, I'm gonna die. 2 hours at the most. I thought I was going fucking crazy. Swear to God. But I got faith in God. And I took for granted that was an angel talking to me, I swear to God. When it was all said and done, that doctor came back into my room, stood at the door, and just shook his head. I said, well, Doc, we did it. We beat the odds. I said, you said my odds was if they randomly rotated a fucking satellite and shot a fucking needle up in outer space, and 10 years later they got to find that fucking needle within 1 year to save this fucking planet. What are the odds they're going to go find that fucking needle? It's going to land somewhere out there, obviously, on some planet or asteroid or something. They got to go find that fucking needle. And they got no way to find it. They just got to go find it. That's what my odds were, guys. Me and that doctor beat the odds because I stuck with that doctor even though he was an atheist. And do you know why I stuck with him? A fucking angel told me to. Pardon my language, but I'm human. I'm not perfect. I don't try to be. So here's the deal. I've been good enough to go to heaven. I keep my eyes on the gates of heaven all the time. And I'll tell you this. That doctor said I was his third miracle. And he started going to church, and he's a Christian to this day. Because he asked me, you know, from the very moment I told you you had 2 hours to live, you never wavered. You were not worried. I didn't see a single bit of worry in your eyes. If it was me, I'd have been freaking out. How come you weren't worried? I gotta know. So I told him, I said, you know what, Doc? This angel kept whispering in my left ear. When you was telling me bad things, that angel was telling me, we got this. Don't listen to him. When you were giving me that piece of paper to sign to let you be my doctor, you didn't want me to sign it. You wanted me to get another doctor that was a Christian, like another cardiac specialist, because they couldn't get a blood clot specialist to me in time. Only had 2 hours to live. And they was in different parts of the country and out of the country and all that shit, right? And there was only so many of them at the time. Believe it or not, I think there was only 5 blood clot specialists in the entire world at the time. They was training people in Germany. They had a couple in Germany. I think it was 7 if you count those 2. But the United States, we only had 5. And 2 of them were out of the country, and 3 of them weren't nowhere near Texas. I think 1 or 2 was like in California, Washington, 1 in New York, or some shit like that. Can't get to me in time. He said, so why did you pick me to be your doctor? I said, Doc, I said, when you tell a son of a bitch like me that I'm dying in 2 hours at the most, can't even guarantee me that. I was watching that fucking clock. From the second you told me that, I'm thinking I got 2 hours to live. I got to start calling people and tell them I'm dead. And before I work up the courage to start calling motherfuckers, 5 minutes later, not even, it was like 4 minutes and 45 seconds later, you come running back into this fucking room, spouting out orders to the nurse, getting shit ready to prep for me. And then you sat down right next to me and gave me the full download. So I signed off on that fucking paper for you to be my doctor because I could not think of another doctor that is that goddamn genius. That in 5 minutes, you can go to your computer, look for an experimental treatment, find it, read it, understand it, come back and explain it to me so that I could understand it. Not using all them high medical word terms and shit. Not knowing that I actually went to medical school for 1 term. And for coding and that kind. I took that class too. I aced that class too, by the way. But I don't remember all them fucking words, and I wouldn't understand a fucking thing he'd been saying anyway, right? But he didn't do that. He came back and described the procedure to me so that I could understand it. And basically, if I started bleeding out internally, I was going to bleed to death. There's no stopping it. Because the treatment is this. What they normally treat patients with blood clots raises your blood level, thinness, up to here. It's as high as they can get it. This treatment takes it up to here. So if you start bleeding out internally, there's no stopping that. You're going to bleed to death. So I had to lay still for an entire week as possible, getting a shot, if not several shot needles stuck in me, blood being taken, shit going in me every 15 fucking minutes, day and night, 24 hours a day. And I survived. So the doctor was amazed. He couldn't believe it. Well, guess what? He was going to school to become a blood clot specialist. And when it got out that he saved my life, they gave him an honorary degree. Because that's the highest paid profession in the medical field, in case you didn't know that. And this guy now is in private practice going around the world saving lives. I had to sign off to be a fucking a guinea pig. That means I had to go take extra 3D imagery and all that shit through my body. Yeah, they could look at a little fucking speck of something in the tip of my dick and tell me if it was good or bad. And they pretty much did that. I had one microscopic scratch and one blood vessel, but it happened to be a blood vessel. Didn't fucking matter then, and it would actually cure itself. I had not even a microscopic scratch in any arteries, anywhere around my fucking heart, or anything. They could not fucking believe it. And here I am talking to you today. There it is, folks. And the angel told me, no, make sure he's your doctor. We want him. And the doctor said, do you have any idea why the angel told you to go with me as your doctor? I said, yeah. You ain't gonna believe it, but I felt compelled to tell you. He asked me what it was. I said, this angel told me that God wants you to save lives, to save his people's lives. Anybody's life that comes through with this blood clot problems, he wants you. You're going to be the main blood clot patient doctor for the entire world. You're that fucking smart and you don't even know it. He looked at me and he goes, huh, seriously? Me? I said, you. And to this day, he's considered the #1 blood clot specialist in the world. I shit you not. That's a true story, guys. That's what happened to me 14 years ago, and I'm still here kicking. In fact, I'm in pretty good shape. I'm in good enough shape to whoop a 6-degree black belt ass. Of course, I had to get a cheap shot on him because I'll tell you, Mark could fight. If I didn't get the drop on him, I think he could whoop my fucking ass. Maybe. I think I'd get him a couple of times. Like 1 out of 3, I think I'll whoop his ass. I didn't get him 2 out of 3. But Mark can do some damage to a man. And he's bigger than me. But I still took him. Because I ain't no fucking coward. And I have great reaction. You saw that when he tried to kick me in the balls. And that quick, I knocked his fucking foot and it put a bruise in my leg. I blocked his kick. I drove his ass into the ground. I had him dead to rights. Had to pull me off of him. But I'm going to tell you right now, I do not want to fight Mark in a fair fight. I would if I had to, because I obviously proved that. But I don't want to have to. Does that make sense? I don't. Mark is he's in way better shape for his age and for his health to where he should be. This guy could do the splits, squat down, and move his feet like that barefooted, and whoop your fucking ass. And the only reason I know the style he used is because I trained with the guy that taught that style in California, who's the same guy that I told him most likely taught him how to fight like that. I didn't take the training all the way through because I didn't have any interest in it. The only thing I wanted to know is how to beat somebody in that style. And he showed me a particular move that would do that. So Mark, using that style, I don't think he would whip me. He would have to go with another style of fighting. Because, see, martial arts is really just fighting. It's real fighting. So guys that go take karate and kung fu and all that shit, and they get out on the street and get a fight and get their ass kicked because they're not really training to get into a real fight. If you're not training to be in a real fucking fight and you're really going at it with people in the fucking school, you're not learning how to properly fight. And that's all martial arts is. It doesn't matter what you call it, what kind of style. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is the best martial arts to learn in the world. And if you can afford to get one of them top masters to teach you, that's who you want your kids taking lessons from. It's those guys. Them guys in MMA, them guys don't play. You see them fucking kicks they throw and knocking motherfuckers out? Those wrestling hoes, they get them in the arm bar and shit like that. That's real shit. In real life, that's real shit. That's how you really fight. The only thing is they got rules, you know, no biting, no kicking the guy in the groin. So there are holds that in a real fight, it might not work exactly like you see in the MMA. They don't tell you about that, but that's just the reality of it. That's funny when I was threatening you. I was threatening the guy that was on Wendy's stream that was telling me I was stolen valor and all of that. And I laugh at that because he don't know. I've already been through this a few times. You're never going to get me online or stolen valor, bro. I know what I say sounds off the charts, unbelievable sometimes. I know that. But if you stick around me long enough, I think I'll impress you with my knowledge and things that I actually do every day in real life. I'm not a quack. I'm not going to tell you, oh, I can go to a base right now and hop in an army tank and take off. I was that top secret level. That's bullshit. You know it and I know it. I've run into guys like that. I know they're full of shit. And then I've ran into guys that have told me some shit. I would kind of go, ooh, I don't know about that. But I don't know, because I seen some shit when I was in the military, so I couldn't really discredit what they were saying. I have secretly checked on some people. And most all of them check out. Not all of them do. I never reported somebody for stolen valor, but if I ever seen a guy doing that, I probably would. So I think you should if you think I got stolen valor. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm also telling you I'm never going to be arrested for it. I'm just telling you, guy. I know you don't believe an E4 in the Army ever flew an F-15, let alone, what if I told you I shot down an enemy MiG that was on the tail of one of our planes, and I knew a top secret little secret about that. It helped me defeat that MiG pretty easy. You wouldn't believe that, would you? Well, I'm going to leave that up there for you to speculate on. But I am going to tell you, I flew an F-15 along with another guy in an F-15 and got the fuck out of that country before I got killed. And that was my only fucking way out. Without that, I had to keep running on foot until I found a boat to steal or something like that, I guess, get the fuck out of the country, huh? And there wasn't really any friendly countries around. So I had a long way to go to get to a friendly country. I'm just telling you, guy. I've been in some hair-raising situations in my life, and I don't never want to do that shit again. If I had life to do over again, I would not go down that fucking road. There's no fucking way in hell. I would pick a whole nother field to be. I would be the fucking cook on the Navy carrier if I could. Be honest with you. I'd much rather be in a fucking submarine and be a fucking cook or the radar or the radio guy. Or a sonar guy, I guess they call him, not radar guy. I actually made good friends with one of them for a while. He was an instructor in a college up in the Northeast somewhere. I forgot what college he said he was at, but he was a smart guy, a black guy, but he could tell you any fucking thing in the ocean, what it was. And I got to actually stay in a room with him in that submarine for a while and hang out with that guy for a few days, and I learned a lot of shit about sonar. Like real shit. This guy was impressive. He was the #1 radar guy in the Navy at the time, supposedly, and I believe it. He made a believer out of me. You ain't got to believe that either, but it's true. When you're overseas and you got to get rescued and your only chance is to get in a submarine, you get in it. I'm also the guy. Well, I'm not gonna tell you about that. You ain't gonna believe that shit. Oh no, because it's happened more than once, and you call me a fucking nutcase on that. Let's just say I've been in more than one submarine, and I've been on more submarines than just a United States submarine. I'll let your mind wander, speculate about that. Imagine that. And guess what? I wasn't even in the fucking military when I did it. I was already out. Go figure that one out. Come back and let me know how that worked for you. Yeah, I can be funny, guys. I mean, there are days when I can be funny. I mean, I know that. And I'm not going to say that there aren't times I love cracking jokes to you guys. You know, like Relentless, the blowjob queen. No, I don't. I can't really say that in all honesty about Relentless, because we've all been in relationships and switched partners. None of us are better than anybody else in that category that's been there and done that. And I'll say this. It was a good joke. Now, I'm not doubting her skill. I'm not doubting that for 1 second. I'm just saying I'm not going to go around calling her the blowjob queen or anything like that. Because I don't think Relentless is really a fucking whore, per se. She's not any more of a whore than some of you guys out there. She's not even that bad. I wouldn't believe that about Relentless. She'd have to show it to me. Because these days, smart people don't go around having sex with anybody that they can have sex with just because they want to have sex with that, or they would like to have sex with that person. I turn down more pussy than you could possibly imagine. See, some of you out there don't realize I live in a mansion. I do. My room is the entertainment room. It used to be fucking huge. I got an overhead TV and a TV screen back there. I could watch it from right here to the other side of the fucking room. You want me to show it to you? Look at that, motherfucker. There's TV, there's fucking screen, and I got 2 fucking patios. Yeah, it's a mess over there. I don't give a fuck. I'm cleaning it up, actually. I should have done it by now, but it's halfway clean. I mean, there's a few little things cleaned up. Got my little fucking puppet over there. The only twin of that fucking puppet in existence is the one that I built and made for Alicia Jordana and sent to her. And that's that. Now, my next puppets, if I go back and build, I actually got some material. I don't think, in fact, I looked it up. I never found a puppet made out of this material. And I think I'm going to end up making this a patent. So I can't tell you what the material is, because I want to build this fucking puppets in different versions. And when I do that, I'm going to live stream it so that I can copyright it by live streaming it. And then I have to save that video somewhere else, kind of thing, and all that, right? That's how that works. So, yeah, I thought that'd be a pretty cool hobby right there, right? I make fun of Harry Brogan all the time building the shit that he builds, sometimes in the way that he builds it, because I think he got a little bit big-headed about that. But at the same time, I now consider him a serial killer, and I am investigating that son of a bitch's life, because he stopped me relentlessly for 2.5 years, and he still ain't stopped being a fucking smart ass and attacking me. And now he don't like somebody looking into his fucking life. It's like he's being stalked. Somebody's attacking him. I'm not doing that. I'm simply looking up his addresses and seeing how many fucking people I think he killed, and then I'm turning him over to the authorities as a suspect. If he's guilty, I think he's going to be arrested. If he's not guilty, then he won't. That's pretty simple. However, when you heard that story, you got to admit, it's pretty damning. I mean, I think I got enough evidence to convict that motherfucker right now. And I've only looked up 4 addresses. It just so happens that at all 4 times that he lived at those addresses, there's an unsolved mystery where somebody was killed or multiple people were killed, and it was not a gun that was used, it was a knife. So I'm going to pursue that. I think it's my sworn duty as an American citizen to do that. I'm responsible for doing it, whether I like the guy or not. Doesn't matter. I gotta look it all the way up this week and finish it this time. See, I started to do this in the past, and I ran into that 60-year-old man that was stabbed in the back the same week in the same month that he lost his job, lost his apartment, and went to move to California to live with somebody last name Brogan, who he denies. Then who the fuck is Heidi Brogan, who's not listed as being related to this guy? But when you Google that fucking address up and look at everybody that's ever lived there, there's Heidi Brogan, the same fucking time that Harry Brogan lived at that fucking address, which he denies he ever lived in California. Why does he deny that? Because he killed that old man and stole his car and dropped it off in Los Angeles, California, right close to where his fucking sister lived. Or I call her his sister. He says he don't have a sister, and it might not be, but somehow she's got the same last name that he's got. If it is a she, it could be his brother. Or, no, I don't think it's his brother. Somebody married into the family, what I think. That's who that is. They probably got another maiden name. That I don't know about. You know, if a woman marries into a family, or some of these gay guys, them two get married, one of them changes her last name and goes by a female name. First name would be Heidi instead of whatever, you know, like Andrew or George or whatever the fucking name is. Same with a female. Her name could be Jennifer. And then when she gets married, instead of her last name being Smith, well, now it might be Jones. Kind of shit. It's like that, right? It's weird. But I don't know who Heidi is. I don't give a fuck, except for I would like to be able to find a way to contact this person and talk to them, but I don't think they're going to talk to me. I've tried to contact them already. I'll just say that. I left them a message yesterday, in fact. Haven't heard nothing back from them. So I don't think I'm going to hear from this person. I don't need to. I don't care. I can prove that Harry Brogan lived in California with another Brogan at a certain point in time. Now, did he commit murders in California? Possible. I haven't looked at that yet. Remember, I've only looked at 4 addresses, and I got 4 unsolved cases. One of them contains 4 couples, 8 people being murdered. And not all of those bodies have been found. What would you do if you were me and you knew all that? You got to pursue it. You got to finish it. You got to report all your findings to the proper law enforcement in those states where those crimes happen, and you have to alert them about the other cities where this person done this crime, which means I'm going to have to call some of them back as I continue to find shit and let them know about these other murders in these other states. Because it looks like right now Harry Brogan is a serial killer and a stalker. He had to stalk those fucking people, those 4 couples in Virginia that ended up dead. Whoever made those murders had to know those people good enough to get that close to them to stab them with a fucking knife. He had to be stalking them. There's a lot of ways to stalk people. You make friends with them, you follow them, whatever. Mark Cruz also told me that from the Harley Davidson shop there in Virginia, he followed a woman home in the opposite direction from where he lived. He was stalking a woman. And that was in 2016. 65, he would have been, what, 57 years old, still stalking women to murder and kill them, probably rape them. Think about that for a minute. Whether I like this guy or not, I can't go by that. I got to go by what I know, what these eyes see, and what this brain knows. If this guy really is this guy, I got to find out. So I looked up, and I'm finding it. So far, it's 100%. So I can't stop. Today, I got to look up more and more and more. But you can only do it when somebody's in the office, because when you find something, you got to call it fucking, whether it's the local police, county police, or state police, or it may be the FBI, they'll give you the right fucking number and you drop the fucking tip for that particular investigation on that particular tip line. And that's what I've been doing. And it sucks. I'm going to tell you right now. The last 2 times I went through this yesterday, looking up Harry Brogan and where he lived, my first thought is, I know the local authorities ain't investigating this. I'm going to end up there anyway. I might as well just start there. You can't do that, though. You got to start with the local police, and they'll put you over who you need to talk to. And if they're not the right people, they'll put you over to who you need to talk to. Or it might be a tip line. So whether I don't like going through all of those steps or not, those are the steps that I found that I have to go through to get to the right people to make this report to, because in those murders in California, you can look them up, is in the 1986 to 1989, 8 people were murdered, 4 couples. One of them, that last one, you can see where the car was found. So you know where this motherfucker was committing all the murders right there. That's why it's named the way it's named for those murders. I dropped the link over there in the Discord, like in my Discord over there in Big Wolfie's Discord, and I dropped a couple links over in KAF too. I think I dropped all them links. But you ain't gonna find it over here. You gotta scroll way the fuck up. Kinda gotta scroll up over there in Big Wolfie's too. But what I found interesting about that case is before one of the females disappeared, she was seen talking to a stranger by several witnesses. They took a sketch of the guy, and I'll be damned, it looks just like Harry Brogan. Big neck, same fucking nose, same fucking hair color, to a fucking T. Only now he's kind of balding, right? But back then he had hair. Now, let me see, I got the old man who's murdered for his car for a ride to California. Same fucking week, Harry Brogan had to leave out of his apartment. Same fucking week, he ended up in California. That's a little bit too coincidental for me, and I don't believe in coincidence that fucking much. I got to question it every time, in fact, right? And then I got these fucking 8 murders with a sketch of the guy that looks identical to Harry Brogan. In fact, it looks so much like him that when a police officer looked up a picture from about that year time period of Harry Brogan, she said, "Oh my God." I said, "Yes, ma'am, what is it?" She goes, "If that's not him, it's his twin brother." Harry Brogan is now already under investigation. I had 2 cops tell me that they were definitely referring this to open investigation as Harry Brogan the suspect. 2 out of 4 so far, and the other 4, they're going to be a little bit slower reporting, but I think it's going to get done. This guy's such a lifelong stalker. Kelly Taylor been stalking Mark Cruz for no good reason, other than he wouldn't go have fucking orgies with him, I think. And she fell in love with his big dick. And I think John Taylor probably wanted some of that big dick up his ass. To be honest with you, that's what I really think. They kept trying to get him over there to the house for some reason. Maybe to kill him, who knows? But he never went over. He was like, "What the fuck's these people?" No. So he got with Jennifer, married Jennifer, and they've been together ever since. Now, for over 17 years, Kelly Taylor's been stalking that dude. She ran into Harry Brogan, as far as I know, in 2016, but I think they've known each other a lot longer than that. But she introduced me to him in 2016. And then they became one of my hit teams. Like if I needed information over here, they'd go get it. If I needed them to go ream this guy a little bit to get information out of him, they would go do it. And along the way, they started turning on me here and there. 3 different fucking times. It turned into the 4th time. And then we had a knockdown drag out when they started stalking me for 2.5 years. It's been 3 years now. And they've kind of stopped doing it. Kelly does it to take up for Harry for some odd reason. But since I've been making a lot of progress this time around, she kind of backed out. She don't can't really back a potential serial killer like that, can you? No, you can't. Think about it. But Harry's so fucking relentless, he never would quit. I tried everything to make peace with this guy on the face of the earth. Not gonna fucking work with Harry, I already know it. So I made up my mind. I don't want no fucking peace with a guy like that. I'd rather just be his fucking enemy for the rest of my goddamn life. He's too pussy to stand up to me or to face me, so I tell you what. I went digging into his fucking life, and now you know where we're at, what I came up with. And believe me, guys, I'm having a hard time believing it myself, but the evidence is there. And so now I firmly believe Harry Brogan is a serial killer. I believe he's going to be arrested, convicted. He might try to leave the country, but I don't think that's going to do him any good. They probably already got him on a no-flight list, for example. He tried to leave the country, they probably tell him, no, you ain't going nowhere, bitch. You're staying right here. In fact, we want to have a talk with you downtown. I think that's the kind of reaction that he's going to get if he tries to leave the country now. And he's 65 years old. What's he going to do in another country anyway? Nothing. He gets a lousy $600, $650 a month for his hurt back. Yet he's out there pounding away at the snow like his back never fucking hurt from day one with a shovel. Okay, well, maybe his back was hurt for a while. I don't think it's hurt anymore. I think because of 65, he just decided to go on and take that money for the rest of his life. Hell, he might get $850. He don't make enough to live in that house he's living in. But he does live with two gay men. One of them he refers to as his female wife. But when I seen a photo of that person last Christmas, remember he posted all them pictures? Cut it off at the neck. You see the bottom chin? It's the man's chin, not a female chin. First thing. Second thing, she was wearing a single robe. And it was split open down the middle, just a little bit coming down, right? Till it crossed into the tie and then it covered him up. Flat-chested fucking dude's chest. It was not on no goddamn female's chest. Shut the fuck up. And when I look up the address, I don't see no females living there. Except for a female that used to be a man. Harry Brogan lives with two men. Two very LGBTQ men. And if he wants to prove me wrong, all he's got to do is introduce us to his roommate that he refers to as his wife. Yet there is no marriage certificate anywhere listed for Harry Brogan, and not in Virginia Beach, where he supposedly married this supposed female. So he didn't really marry her. So if he didn't really marry her, he's lying about that. If she appears to be a man, I think she's a man. Prove me wrong, Harry. All you gotta fucking do is bring that bitch on here live stream. And you can prove me wrong at least about that. And then I can at least say, well, okay, maybe he's not 100% gay. He's just bisexual. There ain't no way in hell that little super queer son of a bitch that he's written from is going to let somebody stay there without doing him some sexual favors. I don't believe that in a billion fucking years. It does happen. I mean, Wheezy had a gay roommate for a while, but he was subleasing to the guy, so it's, fill in the blanks. I don't think them two was doing anything together. It wasn't that kind of relationship. Not like Harry Brogan's relationship. God, y'all make him do all this talking. Relentless. I can't believe some of y'all catch on to some of the shit I say. Let me get back to that 3 lesbian thing you was talking about. Technically, I was dating 5 very petite, super gorgeous black females. The only reason they came over was to have sex. Later on in years, one of them announced to me she wanted a relationship with me. But since I got hijacked in that fucking courtroom, I didn't want to get with her because I felt like I was going to hold her down, hold her back. She works for the federal government. That's not a good mix. I don't give a fuck how you spell it. God, I wish I could have got with her. She is so wonderful. Oh my God, she's beautiful. She's a gorgeous person. Inside and out. Fabulous, fabulous person. So 4 of these women were 2 couples, and they were lesbians. So they would take turns through the week coming over and having sex with me. At least 2 of those lesbians converted into being straight. That's true. The other 2, I think they remain bisexual, but they're now bisexual. They only had sex with me because the other one talked the other one into it both times. Hell, I thought it was great with just the 2. And then I met the other chick who was straight, and then I met the other fucking bisexual couple. But I was honest about the relationships. I told them all, I'm having sex with this person, that, and that. They didn't give a fuck. As long as we kept it in a circle, I think it's considered safe sex to them. So we was getting with it, baby. Man, I'd be laid out. I just had sex with 3 women. It's not possible for that 4th one to get me going, right? Not even fucking possible that night. I'm dead. My dick is dead. Boom. It was done before I had sex with the 3rd chick. I don't know how. I don't know how the fuck she got it up. But that 4th one got it up and wrote it down. Real talk, guys. I was living the life back then as a working man. Didn't even know it. I was always tired. These people kept me wore the fuck out. I did good to get my fucking laundry done on the weekends. And then I fucked up and got married. Oh, God damn, that was a mistake. I think it was only a mistake because of who I got with, but you know, she was 26 when I married her. I was 37. She didn't have any experience living away from home, so that fill in the blanks from there. Her maturity level just wasn't where I really thought it was when I got with her, and it's because of her. Actually, her best friend caused me all these fucking legal problems where I'm having to go through this expungement now. And I don't give a fuck. I'm not going to hold a grudge against her. It's not fucking worth it, guys. It's not fucking worth it. I forgive her. I'm just going to go on my life, get the expungement, and I hope the best for her. Last I checked, she wasn't doing that great. She had to move back in with mama. After being in her 2nd relationship. And she's had children. In her 1st relationship, I know she had at least 2 children, maybe more. I feel sorry for that guy because he's got to raise them kids by himself. Unless he went on and found another woman to hitch up with. Maybe she had a kid and they just got together to help each other out. You hope the best for people like that, right? But I'm afraid to call him back. Ain't no telling what this fucking bitch did to him. At least I tipped him off. I did do that. Maybe that had a play in them divorcing. I don't know. But I wasn't going to stand back and not let that guy know what this fucking lying bitch did to me. Even though I'm not really holding a grudge against her. Does that make sense? I'm like that. Like, you give me a little time and I'll just say, fuck them motherfuckers. You know, they didn't really win anything. I mean, she took advantage of the victim college tuition and all that shit to the max. Of course. Probably why she lied to begin with. But I tell you what, they couldn't even get me convicted with 0 fucking evidence. And that, along with the judge being married to the DA and not liking me on a personal level and not letting me take my case outside of that courtroom, I got fucking shanghaied like a bitch. And I was embarrassed about that until I got into Kermit and Friends and it came out. And now I'm able to face it. And I even learned since then, I'm guaranteed a fucking 100% expungement right down to the fucking arrest, simply because the judge was married to the DA. That's a felony in Texas. And if I hadn't took that lesser charge, I could have sued the fucking state. I didn't know that. I didn't know shit about law back then. Hell, I've been a working man my whole life. Law is not my fucking field. Now, if I had life to do over again, I think I would have gone to fucking law school. You goddamn right about that. But, hey, man, what do you know? I've been on my outside 17. What do you want me to tell you about shit? I was scared. I didn't know shit. So I did what I did, and here we are, and I'm going to go and do what I'm going to do, and I'm going to fucking retire Sierra Leone. I don't give a fuck what any of you say or think. And I'm going to feel a lot safer in Sierra Leone than I do in America. People here have lost their fucking minds. See, people go after people online in America like it's going out of style. They say shit to you behind the comfort of their home, behind the comfort of a fucking computer. They would never fucking say to you in real life. You know that and I know that. But sometimes people show up and try to kill people because they're on the internet. I just right off the bat let them know, you don't want to come here with the wrong shit. You come here with a weapon, there's guys here that got guns, they'll shoot your fucking ass. I'll grab a bow and arrow downstairs and shoot your fucking ass. I'll grab a fucking pipe and kill you. So, I mean, there's a lot of things. I live in a fucking mansion. There's always about 9, 10 people here at all times. If there ain't 20 or 30 here. I feel very, very protected here. And all the illegals, for the most part, go around this area. They never come right through here, where I'm at. They're going to be further east or further west. For whatever reason. I think I'm just lucky I'm just in that spot. And it is true. We got eagles, mainly hawks. We got falcons. And we got kite birds that live on this fucking 17 plus acres here where I live. And in certain times of the month, like the day before yesterday, I caught 27 common black hawks up there flying together. But that's not the most I ever caught in one day. My personal best is 72. Because when black hawks gather, they gather in mass. And they gather right out my fucking back patio here. I sat right there and counted 72 minimum common black hawks in 2 fucking live streams in one day. Now to me, that's amazing. I had to take a fucking break, guys. But I see birds down here I didn't even know existed. Y'all probably didn't know existed. Some of y'all know about birds I don't even fucking know about. But I become a bird enthusiast. I can sit on the black porch and relax. I ain't got to be live streaming. I'll see some of the most beautiful birds fly by and I'll be like, huh, wonder what the fuck that is. Or I'll see a big fucking like goose or something fly by, right? And I'll be like, God damn, they got them out here too. Well, yeah, I guess they do. I see a lot of ducks in duck season when they're migrating like crazy. And I caught them close up on fucking live streams. That's pretty cool. Now, I admit a lot of it's boring and you don't always see a lot of shit. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes I catch some great fucking shots of birds. We got the great kiskadee down here. We got a lot of these other little birds that are beautiful birds, sparrow and up. I mean, we got the yellow sparrow down here, and I forget what it's fucking called, but it's a beautiful bird. We even got the pink one down here. I sent a picture of that to Elisa, and she changed her name to something sparrow, right? Elisa Jordan, a little sparrow, I think it is. How cool. And but they do have a pink crested sparrow down here, and I don't know what the actual name of that bird is. I've only seen it one time. I don't even know what the fuck it is. I know it's some kind of sparrow type of bird. That's all I know. But we got the rainbow bird down here. For all you gay lovers out there. No, I'm just teasing y'all. You know I like to fuck with y'all too. But look here. It's a beautiful parrot. It's beautiful. I've seen them fly by at a distance. I've never really seen one of them up close. Like across the field, flying across the trees. That's all I've seen of that motherfucker. I've never really seen one of those, like up close by any imagination. I hope to see one of them up close. And I did get everybody alerted about the wild jaguar Rooney living here, and we even got that on a live stream. And now I'm feeding that son of a bitch up here. I got high hopes this next week or so, hopefully, of getting that thing on a fucking live stream. So yeah, I'm into some cool shit. Yeah, I'm a lucky son of a bitch. Don't be jealous of me. You should be like, wow, that's pretty cool. He's a lucky motherfucker. Because I am. I live in a house where they got Las Vegas original style gambling equipment. The kind you pull the fucking lever down, the one-armed bandits. We got craps tables. I'm a blackjack dealer, and I can deal like 3 different tables now if they need me to. And but blackjack I'm really good at. So I dress up. I've posted pictures of that shit to you. Not every event, but you know, I'm dressed up in the howdy doodies, and I go to these events. I met one of the richest motherfuckers on the planet, and the same fucking night we met, went right out back. Me, him, and Gene got high as a fucking kite. That guy had the top of the line fucking shit. Oh god damn, it was smooth. I couldn't quit smoking. Every time I got it, yeah, it's good shit. Here. I ain't gonna lie. No, we popped out some shit, but had a good time. They was talking business. I was just lucky enough to be out there listening to them. Gene is a fucking genius. I'm gonna tell you now, in his own way, he's a fucking genius. He's really smart in a lot of ways. I feel real fortunate to have known this guy. He runs a fully legal business. It just happens to be a business where he can show up and do a fundraiser for the police department, sheriff's department, the governor, anybody running for fucking office, old folks homes, Dallas Cowboys, fucking Class B sports teams. It don't fucking matter who you are. He can earn you however much fucking money you need. You need $100,000? You live down here in Texas somewhere? He can get it for you. You gonna run for office? Democrat, Independent, Republican? This is the guy you want to see. No matter what you do as a fundraiser, this fundraiser can earn you more money than any other kind of fundraiser I've ever compared it to or seen. He wants to branch out and do other things. Right now, he's spreading out the business in Thailand. He's already invested in, and right now, heavily investing in, to farming, because they just made marijuana legal over there. And he's already got a contract for all of the marijuana that he grows this first fucking year. It's going to be sold to the companies that sell to all the medical people. Now, he's not going to make a lot of money that way, but at least he's going to make a little money for a fucking year. And he was just down there one fucking time and he got all that shit set up. Like, how in the fuck do you do that? Got dry throat, guys. Y'all fucking talking my ass off tonight. Been yelling with that dude over there on Wendy's. I didn't want to get. I don't like doing that shit, man. I've done it in the past, and everybody thinks I like doing it. I can be good at it if I want to, but sometimes I can be funny. But God, you get in there with a guy that won't shut up, you can't get a fucking word. It's like talking to Corey. You know, when he gets going, you can't nobody get a word in. Him, and when Dumpster Rick gets really fucking drunk and gets in the right mood, you can't get a fucking word in, man. It's not even worth being there in a conversation. You guys ever been to Maurice Duck's channel back in the day? He would have 10 motherfuckers on there arguing. He'd bring 2 people in that didn't like each other, or 3 people, or 4 people. They'd be yelling and screaming over you. All you heard was, that's all you fucking heard. I made up my mind very early in knowing that guy, I was not going to be in those fucking conversations. And I limit that. It's like, what you saw last night was a rarity. I'm not going to fucking do that shit very often. I'll let him fucking, if he wants to call that a win in a fucking argument, take it a win, man. I don't give a flying fuck. But you ain't never going to get me arrested on no goddamn stolen valor, bitch. Just that simple. It's not going to happen. But good luck with that. I want you to try to do it, though. That way you're going to learn your fucking lesson about me. Can I lay pipe? No, you don't say. I don't know what you're talking about there, Final Hour Games. I like that fucking name. See, if I was into gaming, I would want a cool fucking name like that. I like to watch some of that gaming shit once in a while. You know, them guys go in there and they battle it out with these motherfuckers, whether it's armor suit or a shoot 'em up game. You know, like you're on a team and fighting another team and you die and you keep going back. I like to watch that shit. I just don't. I don't want to fucking play it. I'd rather just watch it for a while. So if you can, drop me a link to your fucking channel so I can go over and follow you if you do that kind of thing. I will watch occasionally, but I will watch. And when I see it pop up in the fucking alert, I'll just go over and give you a thumbs up if I ain't got time to fucking watch. Because I like that shit. It's just cool to me. I don't know why. It just is. I like to watch them naval battles where them guys are blasting each other away and then the guy wins and he's like, yeah, motherfucker, come back for more, you little bitch. That kind of shit. And you know the guy cheated. It's not really cheating, I guess, but he's spending money to beat that motherfucker. And the other guy, he ain't spending that kind of money. And, you know, he's going to lose that fucking battle. And then sometimes it's a good, even out fucking battle, right? And they're just blasting it away. You got all these ships in there. Pa, 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 pa. I just think that shit's cool as fuck. You know? But I don't want to play it. I rather just watch it. You guys go through all that bullshit of signing up and playing the game, spending your fucking money. In some cases, you just buy it and you don't never have to spend money in the game. But whatever the game you're playing, I just like watching. Okay? I don't want to fucking get involved playing it. I've done that shit in the past and I just got worn out with that shit playing. It's oh goddamn. Take up your time. Worse than this fucking internet podcasting bullshit and RL shit that people get into. It can get very addicting. But gaming, oh, it's very addicting. That's why I just like watching it these days, because I ain't got to play it. I can watch you play it. And maybe you go in and lose 3 battles and you finally win one. And you're like, God damn, that bitch finally won a battle. Shit. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm like that. I'm like the fan. I rather just watch that shit and stay in the background. That makes sense. I don't know how y'all feel about it. I know Amora plays those games. Yeah, she came back into KF, and I think that's pretty cool. She's a good-looking chick. Now she tells everybody she got spinal bifida, but seen a few pictures of her. I tell you, if I wasn't married to or gonna marry Mariama, I would be trying to nail that fucking ass. I'm not gonna lie. She's a little pudgy little thing, but she's pudgy in all the right places. Shit, shut the fuck up. And you get women over there like you get guys over there like that draw attention. And look, Brain married Eric. Everybody, Weezy tells everybody she's my girlfriend for a while. No, she was never my girlfriend. She was invited into the community by an older lady who wanted her to move in with her, and she didn't want to do it, so she never went out there and visited her or moved out there to LA. None of that shit took place. Instead, she got with Magic Maddie for a while, and they was having a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. And she was too much for Maddie. He couldn't handle that shit. He's not ready for a relationship even now, I don't think. He's not that kind of responsible kind of guy. So that was never going to work. I knew it. He knew it. she finally figured it out. Then she came over to me, and we were just talking as friends. In fact, we had that agreement. I didn't even ask her. She just dropped that fucking blanket and full Monty, baby. Big old goddamn beautiful ass, gorgeous, perfect 10 melons. I'm sitting there looking at. I'm looking at in between her legs. I could tell you exactly if she shaves or not, what kind of fucking it looked like. I'm not going to go into detail down yonder, but I'm just telling you, I did not ask her for that. She just started doing that on her own. She's a very beautiful lady, though, and her heart's in the right place. I think she was just really wanting a man. She's tired of being alone, and she's not the kind of person to go out and meet people in real life and date them and that kind of thing. So she was trying to meet a guy or a partner that she could get with, spend life with, and be happy. The only reason I kept going back doing the video chatting with her, and you could call it sexting. She was sexting. I wasn't. Be honest with you, not one time. Believe it or not, I would just kind of wave it around in front of her and tease her and all of that. And she would, and she would take care of herself in that way, and she was very happy. The only reason I did that shit was to make Brian jealous. Because me and her had a secret agreement y'all don't know about. Well, most of you don't. I think some of you did. When I finally told you and then you saw it play out. Our whole game was to make Brian jealous so that he would get pissed off and show his love for her in that way. And he did. And it worked. And he moved in with her and they got married and they're together to this day. And what a picture they posted when they came back to KAF, right? So it worked. So I don't want to hear your bullshit. Oh, Bob, he's fucking with other men's women. And no, it wasn't like that. Actually, she was talking to me before him if it got technical about it. I just told her I'm not looking for a relationship like that right now. I got too much shit going on in life. I got shit planned out. Blah, blah, blah. We agreed to be friends, trust each other. That was it. And that's what we did. And it fucking worked. So I did her a favor. And you can say what you want to about me, but you know, I was nice to her. She was nice to me, and a lot nicer than I asked for. But I don't fucking regret it. What guy's gonna regret looking at such a beautiful woman? You lost your fucking mind. I could just tell her up, yeah, a little bit lower. Oh, here, Bob, you want to see that? Yeah, oh, goddamn, hell yeah. Yeah, she might have had a bikini on, not, but goddamn, I posted them pictures in my adult room. So everybody that saw that back then, you know that she's got a perfect fucking rack. Yeah, I got to watch all of that action. Caught a picture of her, you know, all of that. Drooling all over the place. I'll describe it like that. But you know what I'm talking about, right? So we've been through a lot over at KF and a lot more than that. That was just one thing and many that we went through over there at KF while I was being attacked constantly. And I was still able to pull that off behind the scenes. I think that's pretty cool. In fact, if I wasn't the one that did it, I'd be thinking, God damn, that's pretty fucking cool. Because it is. It's a success story. We got two people together, but we had to get Brian committed to that relationship. What pissed him off is what I told her. Don't be showing him your body, none of that too early like you did me. Don't be doing that. Why not, Bob? Because he's going to think another fucking trampy bitch. Something along those lines. So hold up. I'll let it be known that I seen you nude. He's going to catch on and get pissed the fuck off. Because she showed me her body 3.5 months before she showed him while she was dating him. Does that make sense? And it worked. I fucking started posting that shit and god damn he got mad. He saw my dick. I swear to God, I got that picture still. I still got that picture of his reaction to my dick. And he got mad. He stood up drunk and, well, I'll show you my dick, motherfucker. And he flopped that thing out. Remember that? That long pencil dick of his? Yeah, that shit was funny. But he was still mad that she was looking at my dick having sex with herself. But he got so goddamn mad he wouldn't shut up every day about it. But every night they made up. Every day they would argue. Every night they'd make up. Every day they would fucking argue. This shit went on for months. And then mama came in and the government came in and moved his old mama into a better location and he had to move. What do you want to do, Brian? He went and fucking moved in with Erica and there they are. Love story happened. And they're still together. And they're sober. I'm sure they probably drink from time to time. Whoever thought that Brian would be sober? That day he saw my dick, he drank 5 bottles of fucking wine and passed out right there on the goddamn floor in the computer room after cussing mom out. Y'all remember that shit was funny? What? That shit was funny. And I tell you, I think that may be the greatest job I ever did, trying to get 2 people together. And I did it online. Well, I helped in that anyway. I was a big piece of that puzzle. Now, Wheezy and all them people that were around back then, they'll tell you, yeah, Bob did do that. Yeah, Bob did tell me that. Yeah, this did happen. It's a fact. If I told you this 10 years from now and I didn't have any witnesses, you probably wouldn't fucking believe the story. You say, hey, this motherfucker, he full of shit. But here we are. I got plenty of you fucking out there as witnesses. But at the end of the day, it's not about bragging. It's about being amazed that this couple beat the fucking odds and sobered up. He was drinking pretty heavy back then too. I think it was loneliness, but that caused him to drink so much. Both of them. When they got together, the sex took over the drinking, and they said, fuck drinking, and they're still together. They beat the odds. Love won the day. That's the greatest fucking story of them all. It ain't that I went over and shot 10 men at one assignment, getting out of a compound, shooting the guards on the way out kind of shit, which I have done. It ain't that kind of shit. That's just shit that I'm telling you that our troops do every fucking day. And people don't think about the sacrifice. A lot of these guys getting killed in peacetime even. Doing this heroic shit. Shit you ain't even thought about, shit I don't know about technology I'm not up to date on. And yeah, those people deserve our recognition. Even the fucking cook on the aircraft carrier. You know how hard that is? Cooking for 10,000 fucking... How many people are in an aircraft carrier? Is it 10,000? 1,000? Well, I know it's several thousand. It's way up there. On a big aircraft carrier, it's like 10,000, I think. Maybe more. But they got to cook all fucking day long. They're running shifts, cooking. What do they do when it comes time to fight? They're still cooking. Oh, goddamn. I would love to have been a cook on a fucking aircraft carrier. You're going to eat good, but you're going to work your ass off. I think I'd much rather be the radio man. No, that's too much fucking shit in one ear and out the other. Fuck that shit. I don't know. I just wouldn't join the fucking military. I think I'd just be a lawyer, dweeb motherfucker. Sit back, make the money, and smile at everybody. But I think I'd try to be a good lawyer, not a bad lawyer. I've seen my share of bad lawyers. People only out there for the money, doesn't give a shit about nothing. You ain't got money, you're getting railroaded. Lawyers make it that way. Not all lawyers make it that way. Most of them do. Pretty sad, but that's the system today. And I don't know what to tell you. We need to fix that, but I don't think we're ever going to fix it voting Democrat because they fuck shit up constantly. But we got to get people in there that are not lifetime politicians that want to make these changes. In particular, with our legal system, it needs to be fixed. They can take you to court now with zero fucking evidence in some cases, in some states. That shit shouldn't exist. And after I get my shit expunged, I'm lobbying to get that fucking shit changed back to reality. Instead of fantasy land bullshit that they do these days in Texas. So I do preach, if you're in Texas and you have sex with a woman, the first time, second time, maybe even the third time, record every fucking thing, but in particular, her giving her consent. Because a lot of people don't know, but this lesbian couple sent one of them down there to me. I was living at the other place, and she lied on me. Same fucking shit. I told that cop, I smiled, and I said, I want to show you some evidence to the contrary, officer. And he said, what? I got evidence. He said, how could you have evidence? Well, I told her when she came in the fucking house, she was being recorded. He said, what do you mean recorded? I said, I got a fucking video. She pulled her fucking shit off and big old fucking boobs come popping out bigger than Erica's. Swear to God. And when she took that fucking thing up, boom, 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 they bounced. I swear to God. And her exact words to quote, okay, Bob, if you want to have sex with me, you can have sex with me any fucking way you want to. Just tell me how you want me. And we proceeded to do just that. That bitch lied on me. She got 5 years in the fucking penitentiary. I think she's got almost 2 more years to serve. Year and a half, something like that. They took her to the hospital, and the next day, they charged her. And she confessed, and she got 5 years. Now, if it's a guy that gets convicted first offense, he gets 10 years. Whether he's guilty or not, you're going to get 10 years first offense, 20 years second offense, and so on. Woman gets half the fucking time. I think that's wrong. I'm going to lobby that the woman get the same amount of time as the fucking man. If she lies on a motherfucker, that's harder to fucking catch than lying on a motherfucker. He could get fucking convicted of that shit on hearsay. And you know that happens. I was lucky to get what I got. I'm going to tell you right now, I ain't got no sex charge on me. Thank God for that. But that's only because they had no chance of convicting me when it's brought up. You cannot convict with zero fucking evidence and nothing but hearsay. See, that got to the fucking jury. I already knew they were going to find me not guilty. But goddamn it, you're talking about a judge and the DA that's married. They don't like you. They didn't like me. They're guaranteed to come back and charge me with lesser crime and then charge me a second time and maybe a third time. Now you're looking at least about 3 more years in jail. You're going to get out of jail. You've been on your own since you're 17. You ain't got no family to fall back on, none of that shit. You're going to come out homeless and you got to get a job and build your way out of that. Oh, god damn. Fuck that. I'll take the charge for attempted assault. I'll be on probation for however fucking long you want me to. I don't give a fuck. Because I'm not a criminal type and I learned my lesson about having sex with fucking strange women and not recording them. I got recordings, guys. You don't fucking know that they're private. I can never show them to the public because they're fucking evidence. If I ever fucking get lied on again, I got proof, motherfucker. You want to see it? Yeah. Bitch will be 5 years in the fucking penitentiary. Just like that bitch over in Edinburgh, Texas tried to lie on me. She got 5 years in the penitentiary. Think about that. And you can look it up. That simple. My name's on that fucking deal. So you understand, you can learn from the error of your ways. But you got to be smart these days, and you got to pay attention to good advice. Like when I tell you, if you're in the state of Texas, having sex with a woman the first time, I don't give a fuck if she's a hooker or not. All that woman's got to say the next day when she sobers up, I think I might have been raped. I'm not sure. Boom. You're charged. You're going to fucking court for rape, motherfucker. No evidence. Just hearsay. The doctor could come out and tell you she ain't had no fucking sex in 8 months. Or he could come out and say, oh, this bitch is a fucking whore. It don't fucking matter. You're going to court. You're going to spend your money, blow all your money on a fucking lawyer, and then you're in the courtroom. Think about that for a minute. That's some serious fucking shit. One thing about it, these lesbians around here in this part of the country, I've heard them verbally tell each other, you see that motherfucking son of a bitch right there? You don't even think about fucking with him or he will see your fucking ass in prison. Swear to God. They ain't no better than to fuck with me with that shit no more. Because I already got one in prison. And I beat out the other one and my record's going to be fucking clean, 100%. And you learn shit as you go through. Even though you don't know shit about something, you can learn as you go through. See? I'm just lucky. There's some guys out there, guys that have been fucking convicted off this kind of shit. They got a record. Bad record. And they're not guilty. Over half of the people in Texas charged with rape are not fucking guilty. I think it's 60% to 80% in some cases. That's a fucking atrocity if you ask me. We need to fix that fucking bullshit right there. Along with a bunch of other laws that we got that are no good. So when I get my record clear, I'm going to lobby this fucking state. I'm going to move to fucking Africa, but I'm still coming back here to fucking lobby. And if things work out for me just right, I might run to become a judge or some shit like that, but I doubt it. I'm probably just going to retire, invest my money in the companies over there, start up, and fucking enjoy life, and leave them people over there happy as fuck. When I go, I want to leave something behind. I don't want to just fucking die and not have nothing to leave nobody. Even though, you know, that's what God's got in store for me, then so be it. I don't care. I mean, he's going to do what he wants to anyway. We got no way to change that. See? And on that, all I can tell people is you better find God sooner than later. And you better be sold and solid in your direction, meaning you want to follow God. You want the mark of God. You don't want the mark of the beast. Because once you make up your mind to follow the beast, pretty freaking hard to get out of that and to go follow God, so to speak. But the mark of the beast and the mark of God is simply what you choose to follow. That's it. That's all it is. No matter what the Bible says, 666, 777, number one, and all that bullshit. It's just a symbol that we put to wording that we cannot properly translate. Because there is no wording for the mark of the beast except for to say it is that which you choose to follow. That which is in your heart. That's the mark of the beast. It's not 666. 666 is just another number. Hell, put that on my race car. Let's go fucking race NASCAR or some shit, right? I don't give a fuck. You dig? That's how I think in life, folks. I don't know how to explain it to you any other way. And I'm going to tell you something else. Like last night, the guy wouldn't call me out as a stolen valor, lying motherfucker, and all this shit. If you lie about shit, I guarantee you, years from now, you're not going to remember that fucking lie you told. And your story's going to change. I'll give you an example. Wits in, you're the prime example I'm going to use. Don't get mad at me. I'm just going to tell it how it is. When he got drunk that night, the child porn got posted, the CP, right? The next day, all his accounts are gone, except for one. He claimed Botter hacked his fucking StreamYard and got all of his accounts shut down, posting that stuff. But he had one account StreamYard wasn't linked to, and that saved him for one account. That was his story. He didn't know how Botter did it and called him a hacker, all of that. Remember that, Witz? That was your first story. Then the next fucking time he come out telling his story, how did he tell it? It changed. Oh, now he remembers, he showed, just for a split second, his password when he had his screen turned around. That was a lie. Never fucking happened. You go back and watch that video, never fucking happened. So he used that as the excuse, thinking everybody's just going to believe it. And he gave Botter the fucking password on accident. And he blamed everything on Botter. Botter. What he didn't know is that I was talking to Botter that night, and Botter had not a fucking thing to do with hacking a goddamn fucking shit thing of his. So I already knew Botter didn't do that shit, which means he did it. So now everybody pointing the fingers at him, and he's freaking out because his plan didn't work. His plan was to send me and other people this fucking CP on their cell phones, and then turn around and blame those people for illegally having CP on their cell phones. Even though you know and I know, and I've already talked to the police about this, when somebody, if I were to send you unwanted nudes on your phone, you're not guilty of shit. I'm guilty for sending it to you. So you can keep that on your fucking messages forever. It don't mean you go back to there and jerk off to it. I still got the CP. It's just not in my phone. It's in my fucking, what do you call that? Cloud fucking shit. I got to go up there to bring it back down, and I don't care to do that. As long as it's up there in cloud, I got the evidence. That's all that matters. The police already know about it, so who gives a fuck? They investigate it, that's fine. They don't, that's fine. That's their fucking business. I don't give a shit. This was their plan, though. It's called character assassination. If you can make people believe that guy's a pedophile, people will believe it. But people could not believe that fucking story in a million years. So I don't know why they thought they could sell that bullshit to the American public. But that's what he fucking did. That was their whole plan. They get drunk and they think of this bullshit, and then they actually carry the shit out. He got caught. Because I know one thing in particular. Botter had never, ever, ever made computer generated any fucking thing since he's been known to exist. His shit was completely different style. And you know, I'm pretty fucking good at telling who people are, no matter what sock account they come into an account with. It's not perfect. Most time you're not going to fucking guess it. I guess a lot of them know. I caught a lot of you bastards coming in there. Y'all pull some good shit sometimes. But Tall Dark, there is nobody that types like you. There's nobody that talks like Big Wolfie. There ain't nobody that talks like Wheezy. There are very few people type like I type, because you know how I type. I'll type real quick and post that shit without checking it. Now I'll look up, oh goddamn, I misspelled 2 words on it, or I hit the wrong key on something, and I got to go back and fix that fucking shit. And then you see it change, right? Now I don't always probably do that, but most of the time I do. So I got a complete unique style how I post when I type and I'm talking. This is how I'm able to recognize who all you bastards are out there, because you can't change who you are. And that's Within in particular too. Dumpster Rick's hard to tell, but I kind of got him figured out too. And Harry Brogan's the worst. And then you got fucking Kelly Taylor couldn't hide who the fuck she is. I don't care if her name is Tinkerbell. I could tell you if that was Kelly or not. Every fucking, just give me a couple of days, enough times watching her type and post, and the way she put shit up there, very unique. Nobody is another fucking Kelly in Discord that I've seen. I'm sure they're out there, I just haven't seen one. So you can always tell who these people are, even though they come in there with different accounts sometimes. So then Witz went from Botter hacked his fucking shit to he accidentally gave him the fucking password to the StreamYard, right? What was his third story? Witz, what was your third fucking bullshit story you came up with? Oh, Botter. He gave Botter his fucking password when he was drunk, and he should have known better than to trust that son of a bitch. So that's 3 completely different fucking stories that he's come up with in so many months. Thinking everybody's going to believe this story. Nope, they didn't believe that. Okay, don't believe that. Nope, don't believe. Okay, this is what really happened. Nope, they don't believe that. And the story kept fucking changing. And this is how we know that it was you, Witchin, that created the CP, the computer-generated child pornography on your computer. You're the only one that's ever been known to do that. Fitness Frank, what the fuck is up, my brother? Oh, he's stuck in another fucking universe online. He don't even exist, this guy. He's in the multiverse. I don't know if y'all heard about that yet or not. This guy's a fucking stud. He really is a stud. You seen the size of his fucking shalanka? God damn. I think it's about that big around, soft. Well, maybe, well, pretty close to it. Y'all think I'm bullshitting, don't you? Most of y'all don't know Fitness Frank. Get on up here, Fitness Frank. But I tell you, man, like, the shit that and I don't think that Witch meant anything wrong by it. I think that they thought it would be funny. I thought that they, were just pulling some more pranks, that they went a little too far with it this time, and they got drunk. They didn't mean anything too wrong by it, but it did happen, and they were wrong for doing it. And I think instead of coming up with different lies on the bullshit, they should all fucking apologize. All of Team Hate was involved in that shit, and they should fucking apologize. Yeah, you're going to lose face. You've already lost face. But you can promise never to do it again and never do it again, and then I guess you'll be okay right there. But no, unlike me, instead of admitting when you're wrong about like I was with Doug Ducote. What's up, Stranger Than Fiction? No, instead of confessing that they were wrong and what they did and how they handled their actions, they fucking keep creating lie after lie after lie. And the shit ain't working, man. People ain't buying it, man. We're seeing right through that bullshit. Because it don't make no fucking sense. The lies that they come up with, right? And then the next lie even makes less sense. But they try to make it sound like, oh, this is how it happened, and or it had to be this way because of this and that. And we're sitting here just shaking our head like, nah. 14-year-old Botter got the blame. There ain't no goddamn way he was in that shit by himself. No fucking way. No way. He wasn't 9 years old creating all of that kind of shit. Bull fucking shit. Bullshit. I gotta call bullshit on that one. From the first sentence out of your fucking mouth. The first peep of a sound out of your mouth. Oh, he was guilty of shit. And he got in trouble for it. I spanked on the back of the hand. Don't do that shit no more. Learned his fucking lesson. When he's 18, he'll be free and clear. He can get expungement and move on with his life if he wants to bother with an expungement. But Botter had help within his family, I believe. The only reason I tell you that is because I can't be talking to one Botter who ain't doing nothing, and there's this other Botter who is doing something at the same fucking time. Not possible, guys. But we saw a family about, a month ago that was convicted, the whole family, of doing this exact same stalking bullshit that Team Hate did and all the shit that Botter was doing and fucking Noodles and all of them. The whole family of these fuckers convicted. They thought they couldn't be touched. And look at that fucking cop. There was a cop and a fucking sheriff, both convicted within the past 3 months of doing the same fucking shit because they thought they were above the law because they were the law. Where are they at now? Sitting there little toasties in the fucking prison cell right now. They're clamping down on this internet bullshit, guys. The stalking and all this bullshit that y'all been doing. Harry Brogan can laugh at it till he's blue in the face. I think he's going to prison anyway for being a serial killer. And I think I could prove that in court of law right fucking now. And I just started my fucking search on this guy's background. I got about a week's worth of work to do here, guys. And I'm going to do it. Because it has to be done at this point. Shit, dang. Fuck. I've learned way more than I ever suspected about this guy. And I'm still in denial, guys, in my own brain. Especially about those fucking 8 murders in Virginia of those 4 couples. But that description, that picture, matches Harry Brogan. Like that cop said, if it's not him, he's got a twin fucking brother. That woke me the fuck up. I couldn't believe that shit. This fucking officer. Oh. What? No, she said, oh my God. That's exactly what the fuck she said. Exactly how she said it. I said, what's that, ma'am? She said, this drawing of the suspect and that man are either twin brothers or it's him. And she guaranteed me she was referring that to an investigation. Harry Brogan is now under investigation as a serial fucking killer. Now, as I find more victims in more states and go back to those states and maybe find a couple of more, wow, we got a Ted Bundy on our hands, folks. Or one of them other fucking types of serial killers. I don't know if he killed 30 plus or not. I'm hoping not, but goddamn, I didn't want to find this fucking much. So far, I got 13 and counting. Did you hear me? I said I got 13 and counting. So he would be on the top fucking 100 list of serial killers already. If he's guilty of just the 13 murders. I don't know top 100, but probably the top 150 or whatever in the world. Or definitely 200, right? He's up there on the fucking list though already at 13. And I'm not done. I've only looked up 4 states, 4 addresses, and all 4 places there are murders that fit his fucking style of murder. Stab a guy in the fucking back kind of shit. He's a backstabbing little bitch. I don't really hate the guy. I hate this part of finding out this shit about this guy. So now I don't like him. Now I got to finish this fucking investigation. If anybody wants to help me, please feel free. I could use the help. Especially if this fucking computer don't wake the fuck back up like it should. I don't know what the fuck. Maybe the battery went on this motherfucker. It was 60% like a few months ago. I'll just unplug it and plug it back in, and it says it's taking a charge. Okay, nothing. Red. The red light comes on. Actually, it's kind of orange. Plug it in, the blue light comes on. Red light's still blinking. Does that mean it's charging? I don't know. I'll just lay it over there. It's a piece of shit anyway. I'm getting another PC this month, so I don't give a fuck about that one. And all the information on that one, I can get right off cloud because I saved it last night. Up the cloud. How do you think I saved all them thousands of fucking files that I got? For all the PCs I've been through since 2016. Save every fucking thing on cloud. You don't need the fucking joysticks and all that fucking memory sticks and all that bullshit. Just save it to cloud. The PC can burn up. You go buy a new PC. You go up in there, sign into your account, go sign into your cloud, and hit the button. I want all that information on this PC. Bam. You got it that fucking quick. I'm an advocator of cloud. It's great. You can save all of your files on cloud. Music files, movie, videos, whatever the fuck you want to save, you can save it on cloud. When you run out of space, But you just spend $5 and you got unlimited amount again. You keep going for another couple of years. So cloud really works. Stranger than fiction. What's going on with you guys? Buff Frank don't want to come in the live stream today. He don't always do it. Once in a while, he'll surprise the fuck out of you and come in my live stream, though, won't he? I think he woke up this morning. He's probably got his hair in a frenzy. I don't know. Maybe he shaved it bald for all I know. But that guy's... Oh, yeah, baby. Macho Man Randy Savage. He's like that. Only he's like the nerdy version of that. He's a comedy version of that. But he makes great videos. I tried to give him some good advice along the way. I don't know if he took it, but he could do with the advice and still make great videos in the same light. I would love to be a part of his video. I would go buy a complete new outfit if I had to be in his video. But I don't give a shit if I die. I just admire people who have originality. But people who create new things, whether it's a video, model building, even though I pick on Harry for playing with little kids' toys, building his little dollhouse and shit. Because in Harry's case, I think it's a little odd. But it's really not that far odd because guess what? Parents got to build that shit for their kids. Think about it. Tony's got slot cars. Did you know in his basement, he's got like a 12-foot by 8-foot racetrack? You know how big that is? That's a huge fucking racetrack that dude's got. I seen a picture of it. It's huge. It's about the size of 3 big slot car racetracks. And it's all zigzagging and all looping and all that shit and come back around, do it all again kind of shit. It's pretty cool. And he actually builds his own and repairs his own slot cars. You really got to be into it to be at that level to do shit. I know a little something about that because when I was a kid, I played with slot cars, but it was so goddamn fucking boring. And it's very seldom you get somebody in there willing to race you for a few races. And then when you're done, you don't want to keep playing it out. You just want to drink a couple beers and talk about how you beat him at least one time out of 3 on his own fucking racetrack. Yeah. Or maybe you whipped around the turn just right and whipped that car into his and knocked his off the fucking track. That kind of cool shit, right? Well, that's a competitive thing that people have when they get on that type of toy. It's got electricity. Yeah, the car's got a little dip at the bottom of it. That's why they call it a slot car, because it's running in a slot. And you're hauling ass around a turn hoping you don't go too fast to throw the car off the fucking track. And you're hoping that your car can take a turn faster than the other car. What happens when you're about evenly matched? Oh, shit. Or what about when one's faster than the other one in a straightaway, but the other car's better in the turn? Oh, shit. Again. But so I think he's got a pretty cool racetrack. I think he had a good hobby going there, and he just keeps it because he can. I don't see nothing wrong with that. He's retired. He plays with Legos, builds shits with Legos. He actually showed us a Lego of a man's, we'll call it a rocket, that he actually built with fucking Legos. What kind of demented motherfucker does that shit, right? And well, he did it. He says his favorite is the space shuttle. I get tired of up all that. What time is it? Oh, 6:30, and I got to step a few more hours. Anyway, so I'm telling him, if he's really big in the space shuttle shit, how come he never built a space shuttle bed for like his grandson or granddaughter? Now you got female space men these days, or space females. They go up in a fucking spaceship same as the men. So you can build one realistically for one of the kids to sleep in. I know a guy did that, and his fucking son, he loved it. Bragging rights from one end of the field. Nobody in school had a bed like his. And to get a bed like that made, you're going to pay a lot of fucking money. But his dad just had an idea and built it. And of course, the top of the bay where it would open, well, on one side it was like that, with the bay open to one side, and there's your fucking bed. But it didn't shut down over the kid, so there was no possibility of that. You know, it would be dangerous. And but it was pretty damn cool, because you could take the two boats out, the big boats out of both sides, and then lower that thing, and you got the space shuttle. You open it up, put them boats back in there, and you got a bed. That thing was built so well, you could be buried in that son of a bitch. Only it's a little bit bigger than a casket, you know, because it's a bed. People's imaginations and the people that use and put those imaginations to work, I admire those people. Those kind of people, I love watching shit on TV or, well, on the fucking internet these days about that kind of stuff. You know, you get these guys that go buy a boat, they turn it into a jet boat. Or they go buy a boat and just rebuild it like better than brand new kind of shit. Like Salanuma, they built the first all-electric sailboat. Since then, you got companies actually building those boats now, and they even go back and get them and let them ride that fucking boat and work it for a fucking week and tell them what's wrong with it and how to improve it. That's some badass shit. That couple is living the life, making at least $500,000 fucking dollars a year. They're selling around Europe right now. They have been all fucking year. But they've been at it for like 7, 8 years. Now she's a badass. She gets up there and does all that sheet dancing up there and shit. Oh fuck. Ugh. But she can wrap that shit around one leg and bend and look sexy, and it's a workout routine for her, but she looks good doing it. You got videos of her doing all that kind of shit. They go scuba diving. They go just snorkel diving. They go diving in the nude. And if you pay, you get to actually see more of that kind of shit. The adult kind of version. But you got to remember, when they were struggling through school, they did do a little pornography together. And she was pretty fucking good. I've seen a couple of her videos. Like, goddamn, better than I thought. But they fell in love and said, you know, whatever. I don't know if they're an open couple or not, but they probably are to a certain extent. But I don't know. They do great as a couple, I'll say that. And they are soulmates probably forever to be. That's another successful love story right there. And if you go check out Salanuma and you go back to the first fucking video when they were building the boat, an old boat that they built, some of that shit will bring you down. Like, god damn, that's great. They needed a new motor, an electric motor. They couldn't afford what they wanted. So this billionaire fan of theirs, who's retired, lives on a fucking yacht, had 2 extra motors. Most expensive fucking motors you can get to this fucking day, built by Elon Musk. He called him on the phone. I heard y'all was looking for a new motor. Well, yeah, but we can't afford this, and that, which really kind of was hoping for. We're going to have to settle for, I think, and I don't know which one to go with. Oh, don't worry about it. I got an extra motor. I'm fixing to hit these islands about a day ahead of you before you hit that island you're going to. I'll tell you what, I'll have them ship that thing over to you, and it'll be waiting for you when you get there on the docks. Man, my heart fucking fell when I seen that video. They get to the docks. They seen them coming in on that boat. What did they do? They didn't even have to go up and ask for their shipment. That guy got the forklift and had it waiting for him on the fucking docks when they got to the fucking dock. I guess when you're a billionaire and you ask somebody to do something, they fucking do it. Right? Yes, sir. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, you gonna pay us? Yes, sir. Right? So that's a fucking story. And then you get to see him knocking out all the old shit that he built up for that forklift motor that they started out with in that thing. A little two deal, you know. The other one's got the 4 magnet side, and the other one, the old originals had the 2, and it's night and day one motor to the next. The charge that you get from when you're selling and it's regenerating, this motor is the top of the line for that. So they're creating energy as they're selling using the prop. That's pretty fucking. It's not a lot, but every little bit matters, and it adds up as you go, right? So he totally redid that shit, put that fucking motor in there, and then they had to change the fucking shaft out. So there's a new shaft, and that fucking thing conked out. So they sent him a custom made shaft, but it wasn't that custom because what it was they weren't making them long enough. So what was happening is as the rotor turned, the fucking water was hitting the boat and coming back down on the shaft. So it was fucking it up over a period of time. So what happened is they had to make one longer, and the company knew they were going to start building those anyway. So they went on ahead and started making it, that being the first fucking one. They got the first one free right out of the fucking box. He stuck that some bitch up in there and coated it and all that pretty good shit that you got to do to keep them going. And he maintains that fucking boat. It's a great fucking show. My favorite fucking show online right now of an IRL type of stream. They don't live stream it. They record shit, then they put the video together and then they upload them whenever they get to a place where they can do that. Right now, though, they're not selling for, I think, the next 8 months. They might get out there and mess with the boat and shit and pretty cool shit. But they rented out a place and whatnot from some friends of theirs kind of thing. And they're on, I think they're on some kind of fucking island or something, and they're going to hang out there for a few months kind of thing and recharge, take a break. But that's fine. They deserve it. But they have such subscribers to their fucking shit. They got their own page of subscribers. You do the math. You come back and tell me how much money they're making per year. It is over $500,000 a year. They're the most successful sailboat podcasters, if you will, that has ever existed. They're still running to this day, and they are a magnificent couple. And they're another couple that beats the odds. And what's their slogan? Anybody knows that? Don't buy a couch. You gotta love that fucking slogan, man. Don't buy a fucking couch. Well, that's kind of true in some cases, but if you want an entertainment little area for get-togethers with your friends, yeah, sometimes those little wraparound couches are pretty cool to have. But if you're living their kind of lifestyle, fuck a couch. And I like it. Overall, I like the slogan. I do. I got my own ideas that include remembering that piece of advice. I'm never going to buy a fucking couch. If I do, it's going to be something you can see under that a snake can't get up inside, because I know a guy that bought a used couch, had a rattlesnake in the motherfucker. I went over to visit this couple friend of mine one time and sat down on the fucking couch and I felt something underneath my butt. And I kind of heard that little snake hissing sound, and I got the fuck up. And I told that motherfucker, he asked why I was getting up. I said, well, y'all just moved in here, all you got that fucking couch to sit on, and I'm telling you right now, y'all need to get up. There's a goddamn snake in that fucking couch. He wouldn't do it. 3 days later, he sat down on the couch and the snake bit his ass and he died. I will never buy a fucking couch. Swear to God, true story. I was a young man at the time, but I had enough common sense. And I told the guy, it wasn't like I didn't warn him. He chose not to believe me and he fucking died. He paid the price. What would you do if you was me in that situation? That's all you can do is tell, dude, there's a fucking snake in that couch. No, there ain't, Bob. I don't know why you're fucking lying like that, Bob, but okay, I'll talk to you later, man. Whatever. So I left. I never did go back to that house because I knew there was a snake in that couch. Turned out to be a rattlesnake and it bit his fucking ass. On the ass. Killed him. Ain't that a bitch? You get warned about the shit and you choose not to fucking believe it. I never lied to this guy in my life. I don't know why he wouldn't believe me. Like if somebody told me that, I would get up, I'd flip that fucking couch up, I'd rip that fucking bottom off and peek in there. As soon as I seen that snake, I'm gonna take that couch outside the fucking house, and then I'm gonna call goddamn snake people to come out and get that fucking snake. Or I'm gonna go get a fucking like a mop or a fucking broom. I'm gonna tie a fucking machete knife on the end of it, and I'm gonna kill that son of a bitch. Or if I have a machete, you don't need to stick it on the end of one of them to kill one, right? But I'm just saying, and there's a lot of ways you can round up a fucking rattlesnake without killing them necessarily. But me, I would kill a motherfucker because where are you gonna put it? You gonna drive way the fuck out of the city to go let him loose? Fuck that. Just kill a motherfucker and skin him and fucking get on the phone and see if any of these sheep people want the fucking skin. You gotta roll it up and freeze it right away. And when you unfreeze it right away, you gotta fucking use it. And you only got a limited time to do that. So whatever boots you're gonna wrap up in a rattlesnake, you gotta do it right then and there, real quick. And you ain't got no time to bullshit around with it. That's why snake skin boots cost so much money, because that's the way it is. And a lot of people don't know that about rattlesnake skin or snakes in general. I do, because I'm from Texas, I guess. I don't know what to tell you. I know this shit. Anyway, so that's crazy shit, man. And I just can't imagine somebody not believing somebody when they told them, sit down on your couch, I felt something under there and I heard it. You got a fucking snake in your couch, buddy. Don't you think it's worth the looking? I would have to look. He didn't even look. Talk about a doubting Thomas. Doubting Thomas cost him his fucking life. Somebody gives you a good warning like that, and they're very calm about it, and look you straight in the eyes and tell you some shit like that, you might want to take a look at it. So that's my advice to people right there. How do you know unless you fucking look? What's my saying? Besides, spread the love and not the hate. The proof is in the pie hole, bitch. In other words, take a fucking look. I don't care, give a fuck what it is. You know, somebody told me, I don't know, this fucking dog got in my backyard. I closed the gate on it, didn't know it was back there. And somebody calls me on the phone, like my neighbor lives behind me maybe, and says, you know you got a goddamn coyote in your backyard? Let's say I was dumb and I didn't know what a coyote looked like compared to a German Shepherd. Because I'm an ignorant motherfucker. I've never seen a coyote that close. Well, I could. A lot of you that have seen coyotes, you know what the fucking difference is. They look like in the size and all that bullshit, right? And you know when you mix a coyote with a German Shepherd, they get like 2 times, at least half again to 2 times bigger, if not bigger, than a fucking German Shepherd even. They get extremely large for some reason when you crossbreed them. Now, if somebody called me and told me that, I'm not going to look back there and think I'm seeing a German Shepherd. And even if I do, I'm not going to say, man, that's a goddamn German Shepherd dog. Shut the fuck up. See, how do I know? Because I don't fucking know. You think I got a right to tell a guy who does know? No, I'm smart enough to know. Well, if that guy fucking knows that's a coyote, better take his fucking word for it and not go out there and try to pet him and feed him. Or to see if he's got a collar around him so I can find the owner and give him a call. Hey, you know your dog's down here? Because you try to do that, a coyote's going to attack you and kill your fucking ass. Or he's going to fuck you up real bad. And that has happened here in Texas. People don't know what a fucking coyote looks like. They think it's a goddamn German Shepherd. Let them in their fucking car and the dog jumps in there and start driving down the road. And then the coyote fucking attacks them and kills them. Because they don't like being confined. See? It's happened down here. It happens periodically down here in Texas. It really does. And it's crazy that it does, but it does. And so my advice to people is the proof is in the pie hole. Meaning, if somebody tells you something, you might want to look at it. If somebody says one thing, but you think it's another, like, I don't know. I'm not gay. I've never been gay. My butthole's intact. You didn't know that? Oh, yeah. Oh, that guy's so handsome. Look at him. Oh, my God. You know that motherfucker took it up the ass a few times. Shut the fuck up, bitch. You tell me your butthole's intact. How about you turn around, bend over, and show that motherfucker to me? Oh, I can't do that, Bob. No, that would... Oh, what are you, gay? Oh, my God. Bob is so gay. I'm not gay. He's gay. Right? You motherfuckers like, shut the fuck up, right? So I do challenge people to that fucking test. You goddamn straight. Why? Well, you ain't straight if you got a blown out butthole, are you? That's why. These motherfuckers will lie, but you know they're fucking sweet peas. And then sometimes they come back and admit it to you, right? Like some of you people out there watching this live stream right now. Now, when people come at you like Caleb over at KF, he'll tell you he's gay. He don't fucking hide it. Okay. I don't need to challenge him to the butthole challenge. That's off the fucking charts there. That ain't gonna fucking happen. I don't want to look at his blown out butthole knowing for a fact that he just told me he's fucking gay. Because he's got a bigger than usual butthole. So I already know. I don't want to fucking see it. But if you tell me you're straight and I know for a fact you're a fucking queer, I'm going to challenge your ass. Now, if you one of these motherfuckers to stay in the closet, like wits in, till he came out, but let's say you're in the closet right now, I cannot respect you, bro, because you're a lying piece of shit. And if you're going to lie to me about that, you're going to lie to me about anything else you want to lie to me about in the future and expect me to believe it. So I can't believe a fucking thing you say. I got to look at it before I can believe it. But you take a guy like Caleb, who's honest with you. Caleb, are you gay? Well, yeah, Bob, you know I'm gay. No, I didn't know that, bro, but thanks for telling me. Well, now, if Caleb were to tell me something in the future, I'd be a whole lot more apt to believe him. I'll tell you, Dumpster Rick, you're just like that. Dumpster Rick is the guy that'll look at you, be the nicest country boy you ever seen. He's had kids, a son and a daughter, raising his daughter right now. I think she's like, I don't know, 15 years old, some shit like that. And, but my point is, he's a swinger. He's taken it up the peep shit a few times. Now, I don't give a fucking shit about that. And he was seen, he was the guy that turned jet bread from his neck up, started playing with his, you know, man nippies there and all of that weird stuff. And he even picked one up and was, you know, weird shit. I don't want to get into that. Anyway, I'm just saying, he fucking gay. But if you ask him if he's gay, well, do I look gay to you? What are you doing? You calling me gay? I'm not gay. Oh, come on, man. Don't you even say or think that for 1 minute. I'm not gay. See, Rick is a lying motherfucker. I can never believe anything Rick says. And I've known that for years. You guys are just learning these lessons in life. Maddie thought a straight guy could never give him a hard on or turn him on. So I told Maddie one day, I said, I'll bet you any fucking thing you want to bet that I could pretend to be gay. I'm telling you ahead of time I'm going to pretend to be gay. and I'm going to turn your fucking ass on like never before. And he swore up and down it wasn't possible. Next thing I hear out of his fucking mouth, he's bent over, scrunched over. Oh, Bob, oh, stop it. I got a fucking hard on. Shut the fuck up, man. See, when I say something, I ain't fucking lying to you. Unless I'm really pulling your leg, and then I'm going to tell you I pulled your leg, and I'm fucking laughing at it. But those are obvious things. Well, not always obvious, but we're pretty good at that. You guys pull that shit on me all the fuck time. And then y'all sit back and laugh at me, and then you find out, yeah, I knew y'all was fucking with me the whole time. And then that kind of, then you kind of go, oh, well, shit, man, there's no way he could have. How did he know? Well, because so many people have pulled this shit on me in the past. That's how I fucking know. Man, I could read you guys coming 10 miles away. So that's why. And sometimes I play along with the shit, and sometimes I don't. That picture Harry says of those two girls in that movie or whatever, it was sent to me by Yelly Kelly. Yelly loves me. I made a song after her. But they did pull that shit on me, and I did play along with it because it was Wits End's idea, and I knew it was Wits End's idea. It had to come from Wits End. To this day, I still blame Wits End for that bullshit. And they thought it worked on me because I played along with it. Well, I did that just the other fucking day. Only I told you I was playing along with it and why I played along with it. And it fucking worked. So you can take whatever you fucking want. I don't care. The reality is you don't see me making those fucking mistakes. I'm not calling the police saying, man, I got your fucking killers right here. I'm looking. I got witnesses right here. I did actually say that to the FBI when I was mad at them and they wouldn't fucking listen to me because I was cussing because I'd had too much to drink. So I had to call back the next morning and apologize and then get switched over the line. And I thought about it and I said, is there anything I haven't told them that they need to be told? So I hung up the fucking phone. I did since call them back and leave them another fucking tip though. There's a little something there I had to let them know. But it had nothing to do with Relentless or Dumpster Rick or any of that bullshit because they weren't even in that fucking state at the time. And I already knew that, see? That's why I didn't actually file a fucking report with YouTube name on it and that bullshit story you told me. Oh yeah, we used to drive down the road, you know, happy little couple, Relentless was sucking my and it was so that good. She's like a 12 out of 10. And yeah, they was coming at me like that. And I'm sitting here thinking, wait, Relentless lives here, Rick lives there. They live there, that got it. Now wait a minute. No. Man, none of this makes no freaking sense. Because in that particular year in question, Relentless was with this guy over here, and Dumpster Rick still was living with his wife over there. See? So right away, I knew that was a bullshit story, guys. I just hate to tell you, that's how I knew because it was automatic. Because I know who you are, and I know what state you live in. Like Relentless actually lives in one state, I believe, and you go into another state, fixing up that house up there. In fact, you told me about the rock and how much that shit costs that you ordered to decorate the place with, whatever you're doing up there. I think that's pretty cool. Got a little home fix-up project you're doing, and you're going to make it valuable and make it count. Hell, anything you're going to add value to your house doing what you're doing is worth the investment. Yep, keep it. Now, you sell the next guy, they might let it go to waste. They might not. But I like your idea and your thinking they're Relentless, and I don't have anything negative to say about it. I'd like to see some more pictures of it, though. That's what I want. I ain't seen no fucking pictures of this shit. I think you popped one up that I saw, and it was just like a part of it or something. You know? Charmin did that shit one time. She was talking about her back part of her house, and she popped a picture. This is one little part of it. And it wasn't until months later that when she posted a picture for, I think Elisa, of her back patio area, that you really got a good shot of it. I thought that was kind of weird, but that's the way life is. Can't always be 100% in everything you see or everything you want to see. It's just the way it is. Got to keep my throat from doing. Hey man, I got insulin shots. Don't worry about me drinking soda pop. Guys, I'm fucking worn out. I just want to come out and say all what I had to say. I felt like I needed to come out with a bit of truth and a little wake-up pill for that stupid ass. I don't know if he's that stupid, but he's definitely a trash talker. He's definitely a good trash talker, but he's not a good trash talker because he can't shut up, let the other guy talk to win a fucking argument. He's got to talk over you to win the conversation by not allowing you to fucking talk. That's a Corey, right? Corey. Oh, goddamn. Nobody wants to fucking listen to Corey. You're going to get sick of this son bitch over on Wendy's live stream. I can't fucking tell you. It's just a matter of time. He's another fucking Corey. He's another fucking Spartan. Those kind of guys. He's one of them kind of fucking guys. You get me in a conversation, I'll talk, and I'll shut up and listen. Then I'll talk, and then I'll shut up and listen. And I get interrupted all the time. I don't make no fucking big deal about it, but very seldom. And I was in the live stream the other day. I think I only got to say maybe 2 sentences. I didn't make a fuck to me. Sometimes what I got to say is a part of the conversation, and sometimes it's not. I might be talking about a whole nother conversation. I'm just a little small part of it. And sometimes I'll go into a live stream and we'll have a good little chat, and then I get out of the live stream because from that point on, it's just going to start getting boring. And I know that, and I don't want to be responsible for making it boring, so I'll leave out. That should give them opportunity to have their own conversation and pep things back up, hopefully. At least those are my intentions when I do that. Because I came in, I talked about what you wanted me to talk about, and then we moved on. And there's been a lot of things happen over at KF, right? A lot of fucking shit. Boy, she brings in Peter like Paul. I mean, like, what's that dude's name? Bruce. He don't know how to talk right. He's dyslexic somehow or something. He fucking types atrociously bad. Like he'll type in I store go. Won't he? Like he really does that shit. I store go. Okay, you're going to the store. This fucking dude, man, I swear. And then when he tries to do better, he does a little bit do better, but he's still fucked up the way he types shit out. But when he's talking, you can generally understand him a lot better than when he's typing. Some people are just like that. I don't hold it against the guy, but, and I think Tony takes it overboard going after him about that, but and maybe he should work harder on fixing that, but maybe he just can't. Maybe he's just a fucking Italian. Oh, guys, I'm going to go make some coffee, drink some water after this. I need some fucking water. I go over and open up another soda pop, and I'm going to be floating in sugar, so I got to get one of them diabetic shots to bring my sugar down a little bit. And go make some coffee. I don't think I'm going to do bird watching today. It's a very cloudy day. And the common Blackhawks moving in here right now. So I think within this next week, we're going to see a lot better bird watching videos when I'm sitting out here just hanging out on the back patio or the front of the house or the side of the house. And I think for me, it's a very relaxing way to have a good hobby, to be an avid bird watcher. And I'm always looking out for that jaguar Rundi. He definitely eating that food out. I got some fucking ant spray too to spray down below the chair. So when I feed him later on this evening, I'm going to put some more of that fish flavored cat food out there in the can. But I'm going to spray that fucking poison on the ground. Then I'm going to, make sure the chair gets set down right there. That way the ants won't get up in the fucking cat food out there. And then he don't got to worry about no fucking competition from the ants. But he loves that cat food out of the can. He will eat up every single dry piece that touches that food. And he ate a lot of that food the first time I fed him like that. I just didn't see him eating it, but it had to be him that eat it. The way that he fucking ate it. So, cats are very delicate. They can be very finicky. Only a large cat could have got up there and ate it like that. A domesticated cat would have had to get into the dish to get up there to fucking eat it. Except for a large, we don't got no other cat that big out here. I'll put it that way. I've never seen one. Only a cat as big as a Jaguarundi or bigger could possibly have eaten out of that dish. And it was like a round circle just right there where all the goods was at, right? No mess, no fuss. Licked all that shit up. Like, damn. And he ate a lot. I don't know how much you say he ate, but it'd be the equivalent of a guy eating 3 fucking hamburgers if you ask me. He must have brought his family in and fed them. That's all I could tell you. But yeah. So if I got him eating out of the dish already, I know I can get him up here closer. And I know that I can get him to do it because they're a daytime feeder. They also feed at night occasionally, but of course they're a cat. But in particular, they will come up close to me during the day. So I need to get him a little closer one more time so I can get him in a live stream. I'll be the first guy in Texas to ever get one in a live stream, a wild Jaguarundi. I think that's cool. I know they got a cat out there in New Mexico. They got a video of in 2018. Jaguarundi, and I don't know how many other pictures or videos they've caught of them in Texas or out there. Never heard of one in Texas though, and my mistake was only searching in Texas for those things. And I probably need to do another search. I got a feeling that I just don't see how it could be 37 years since they got a video or a picture of a wild Jaguarundi in Texas. 37 years is a long fucking time. But here we are. I've got the only fucking video in 37 years of a wild Jaguarundi in the state of Texas that we know of. I just don't see that being that far back. But it's possible. They only got the one video that I seen in New Mexico, but there's got to be more. It is the rarest cat in the world, but god dang, I mean, they're daytime feeder. People got to be seeing these cats not even knowing what they're looking at. That's what I'm thinking. People probably got them on a video and don't even know that that's what that is they got on the video. Because they don't attack people. They're just looking for something to eat. Little mouse, little rabbit, big rabbit, whatever. I do know that this damn thing killed the fox that was out here. And the other 3 foxes got the hell out of town, the female and her 2 cubs. We saw them when they were leaving. Like, at least 3 of us out there in the garage. So we know that the other 3 foxes got away. Hopefully they survive. One won't survive. But the male of those foxes, this cat fucking killed and drugged. Oh, we heard it one night, so we know it was this fucking cat. We just hadn't seen the cat until months later when he finally walked right past me. About a month later or so, maybe a month and a half, 2 months, something like that. It was quite a while later. He walked right past me on the back patio. Got down to the end, back of the house here, turned around, looked right at me with them beautiful green eyes. Now, there are some domesticated cats that do have different colored eyes. There's even one out there that's got green eyes. Not like this. Not like this cat. It's like a mink kind of head, face. But to me, those kind of cats look very much like domesticated cats. They just do. Yeah, I've had a lot of people tell me, no, Bob, there's a big, huge difference. I'm like, what's the fucking difference? I don't get it. But I do see a slight difference, and I got to admit, but I don't know. They all look very similar to me. I think some of you people pay more attention to detail and that kind of thing than I do. That's what I think. Maybe you got an eye for that kind of detail. I don't. I just, you know, seen one white guy, you seen them all, right? We all look alike. Not really, but you know what I'm saying. It's kind of like if you're a Mexican, only brought up around Mexicans, it's hard for you to tell the age of somebody of another race, like a white guy, black guy, Oriental guy. And a lot of them Orientals, man, they could be 32 years old and look like they're fucking 16 years old or 22 years old kind of thing. So, unless you're around more people from Asia per se, or China, or Japan, or wherever in the world, maybe even Indonesia, it's going to be very hard for you to tell the age of some of those people in certain parts of the country because you simply haven't been around them that much. Don't mean you're racist. It just means you haven't been around people that much of that persuasion. Well, the more you're around those people, the more your eye starts catching on to shit. But you know, there's some people out there that can catch on to that shit fucking quick. You people fucking amaze me. I gotta tell you, I don't have an eye like that. I just don't. I try to these days, but it's not my gift. I think everybody has talents. It's just not mine. You dig? Like playing these video games. I used to play the shit out of them things, but nowadays I just rather watch you play and me watch. You run up there and get shot. God dang, man, I didn't even get shot off. You'd be cussing all the way back, get another soldier, go out there and, man, I got 3 shots off that top. What the hell is going on? You get up there and you finally kill 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then you get killed, and then you're going back like, whoo, I got 7 that time. I like to watch that shit, but I damn sure don't want to be the guy doing that shit. You dig? So you got a talent there, you keep it, and mine will be being your damn fan. And whatever you do, if you got a unique stream of your own, now I might watch it. Depends on what it is. You know, I watch these couples that got those wild cats. Like some of them got cougars, like Messi. Hell of a cool cougar right there, ain't she? She'll lay on her back. Oh, no, I don't want to wake up. And that guy will mess with her and be shaking her legs and doing all this and that with her and finally get her woke up, you know. How did he get her woke up last time? I don't know if y'all watched that stream or not. He piled all the fucking pillows on her and then threw the blanket on top of her, and she said, oh no, and she got the fuck up and went to fucking walking. Like, oh, you're not piling all this shit on me. But with just the pillows on her, she was like, oh, I gotta get up. Well, all right, I'm good like this. Right? Just a lazy fucking cat. But it's entertaining to me. It's very cool. And I don't watch all of that shit, but I like to watch a lot of it. They got one couple's got a cheetah. They got another one that's got a fucking jaguar. They got another one's got a fucking panther. And if you look at my channels, in particular the one with 2 arms, I follow a lot of that shit on a couple of my channels. Not all of them. Sometimes I follow different shit on different channels, but the one with the blue cross, there might be a couple on that channel too. I think I'm live streaming on that channel right now. And the one with the pyramid with the blue back, I actually made that pyramid on Microsoft Paint. I don't know about that channel, what I'm following. That's like a channel I'm trying to get going. Don't have very much followers on either one of these 2 particular channels. And as you see the title, I do need a lot more followers. So please share my videos, get people to follow me. That'd be cool. Because I got different plans for these channels in the future. I don't want all this fighting and feuding with all these damn people. You know, I got something to say. You can either believe it or not, but go on about your merry way and stop blowing your fucking dick suckers at me. Because I'm not gay. I don't want to fucking argue with you online. I'm not going to fucking scream to the top of my voice just to get my word in. That's nonsense, bullshit fighting. You guys baited me into that last night. I knew that's what you were doing ahead of time. I even talked about it when he first came online, and sure enough, it went that way. And all he did was fucking blow his fucking hot air out his fucking ass. I mean, out of his fucking mouth. It was stupid, though. The whole thing's stupid. I've been live streaming for years telling the same stories over and over and over. So a lot of them I didn't even tell last night. But you're not going to get me on fucking line or stolen valor. You can choose to believe it or not to believe it. Pretty simple. Aliens do exist. We do talk to them. They were talking to Hitler before World War II. I keep telling people, Germany did not get ahead of us by having better scientists. They got ahead of us by being handed that technology, information-wise, and they proceeded to build it. Where do you think he got the idea for the hovercraft? What they call the UFO that he was building? It's just a hovercraft. But why did it look like a UFO? He was talking to the motherfuckers. Donald Trump, during his presidency, came out in his last year's president and said, you might have heard by now, but our Navy has recovered a vessel, a vehicle, not made on planet Earth. And we are not hiding it this time. And he went on to proceed to say we have back engineered what we have found in the past, being Area 51 and such. And they got a lot of technology out of that. That's still to this day top secret. And we probably have put that into use. In fact, he can tell you we have, right? Remember that speech he gave? If that don't tell you the fucking aliens are out there and we're talking to them, I don't know how the fuck to wake you up, man. You that like that doubting Thomas that sat on the fucking couch and I told you there's a fucking snake in your couch. Okay, that's the way you choose to believe. I ain't fucking I don't even care what you fucking believe, to be honest with you. But Germany was so far ahead in technology, they built the biggest fucking cannons and guns. If we didn't find out about them guns as early as we did, it was aimed at England, that was boom, boom, they would have fucking blanketed that fucking continent. Or that little island fucking you call the UK. I guarantee you, they had people over there, they would have been called, well, okay, you need to come about a mile to the left and come up about 300 yards. And they would have been zeroing in on shit just a matter of time. But we destroyed that fucking compound and those guns, didn't we? Goddamn right. And I'll tell you what else. What about them damn tanks they had, the Tiger tanks? The only country that had tanks that can match that tank was Russia. And Russia had them on its eastern coast down there by China. They didn't have them on the other end where Germany was attacking. It took them a long time to get them tanks transported up there by way of train. And then when they got them off the train, they only went so far before they broke down. They had to fucking fix them and then continue on it. And then this is a repeated thing till they got them big tanks over there. Until then, it was the T-34 that was holding off Germany. And it's only because they attacked in the wintertime and got stuck in the fucking mud that they didn't take the capital of Russia. That's the real truth about that war. Hitler's fuck up was attacking Russia, period. And going south all the way into fucking Africa. What the fuck you do that shit for? There's gold, there's fucking oil. Shut the fuck up. He done fucked all that up. He fucked all that fuck. He couldn't have done any worse. And that's the only reason they lost that war. The F-190 was so far ahead of anything we had, that fucking zero that Russia gave Japan the technology for the build, by the way, was a badass fucking plane. The F-109 was a badass plane, far beyond anything anybody else had at the beginning of that war. And the other reason they lost that war is because they didn't build a Navy. He didn't take the time to let his Navy build up and disguise those fucking troop carriers as fucking tankers or whatever. He didn't do that shit like he was advised to do. And that cost him. It cost him all the way around the board. See? You fight too many wars, too many fronts. You can't keep up with that kind of productivity. Especially with America. Then the #1 product company producing anything was America at the time, sending thousands of ships to back up the UK and Russia. fact, we were halfway building their fucking tanks for them and sending them to Russia. Germany sent some subs over there. Japan was fucking sinking subs over there, but we were still getting supplies through a whole lot of it. That is what beat Germany, not the technology. We did not have their kind of technology. It took us to the end of the war before we built planes that fucking good. And that kept through a lot of ingenuity. In fact, the F-4 Corsair had to slant the wings. Whistling death. That was by fluke. One of the workers just thought of it. Do the rings really got to be straight? Why can't we just angle it here and then pull them out straight? That was a breakthrough for America right there on that plane. The P-51. Them two planes were about equal, I think. They had their different capabilities. But that P-51 had its air intake right on the bottom, and they still were able to make that motherfucker a bomber. That thing could carry bombs, rockets on it, and do ground attacks. But when they first came out with that plane, they looked at it and said, yep, it's only going to be a fighter. You're never going to put bombs on that motherfucker with that air intake right there. They still did it. That's some badass shit if you think about it. But it was through unique engineering that we were able to overcome Germany, who, if Germany would have played it right, they would have taken this fucking whole world over in a matter of time, but they just didn't fucking do it right. But I'm telling you right now, believe me or not, it's only because the fucking aliens were talking to them and telling them, yeah, y'all need to have a one world government before you come into space and all the blah, 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 blah bullshit, that Germany proceeded to do what it did to begin with. But Hitler lost his fucking mind. And a lot of that was due probably to him taking that cocaine in his eyeballs. He became highly addicted to that shit. So there's a lot of reasons why Germany lost World War II. But if you had a guy who didn't lose his fucking marbles instead of Hitler in there, that person could have taken the world. There's no way around it. You would have taken the Ukraine first. And when you decisively own that fucking continent, then you turn around, who do I want to take next? And then if you want to take Russia, build your fucking military up and take the motherfucker. They could have done that shit so fucking easy, one at a time. America would never have had a chance to supply those countries if Hitler would have done it right. You might think I'm a Hitler fan, but I'm not. I'm glad he fucking lost the war. Because humans are not like some of them alien creatures out there. We're not slaves. You can't treat us like that. You fucking lose it here on the planet. Humans are not like that. We have to be more of a free society, free thinkers, free capitalists. We have to have opportunity. We have to have inspiration to explore our imagination and to move beyond. That's just the way it is here on Earth. So we're going to have to incorporate that with the one world government. And I think it's going to take another 1,000 years, if you ask me. Who knows? It could be 500 years from now before they figure it out and do it right. And I think Donald Trump and some of them billionaires got this figured out. Joe Biden and the fucking Democrats got their heads so far up their fucking ass they can't even fucking breathe right. You got to have an oxygen tube going out the butthole so you can fucking breathe right. And they're so dumb that sometimes I think they turn around and as they inhale, they get one of their nuts clogged up the fucking passageway. They can't fucking breathe. I'm sorry, guys. It just came out that way. But look, man, it's just the way I think. It's just the way it is based on what I know. And there you go. And America is in communication with the aliens. I can tell you right now something else you might not believe. We've already got the designs for every fucking jet we're going to build for the next 50 fucking years and beyond. They've already got them drawn up. Know what kind of power plants they need. They know what kind of breakthroughs they got to make to build this fucking plane, that fucking plane, that fucking plane. They're already fucking working on that shit before they ever build it. America is so far beyond any country that if we were to actually build what we know about right now, we couldn't even communicate with these other countries in a roundabout way. It'd be like comparing an American city to Nigeria. I just said, shut the fuck up, right? Hell, them countries over there ain't even got paved roads. They're all dirt roads. They don't need paved roads. They just don't need it. But we think we do, so that's what we build. Dirt's a little bit harder over there too, to a certain degree. And you don't really need paved roads. You just don't need them. I think they could do with some more red lights over there. Maybe I don't know how they do that yet. I'm gonna ask about that. And they do have a certain amount of ways of doing the intersection thing and all that. Okay, but here's the thing. Those countries are very far behind countries like the United States in terms of what kind of companies they got going over there. And I can tell you, opportunity is the sky is the fucking limit for a regular working person that wants to move over there and build a business. In certain countries, you'll be safe. You move to a country like Nigeria, you might as well go fucking fuck yourself with a shotgun up your behind, because you're not gonna fucking make it. Because Al Qaeda and them fucking gangs in some countries like India, they own those fucking territories in those countries. Within those countries, you're not gonna fucking do it in those countries unless you're in good with them. You better marry into that family, or you're not gonna fucking do it. So you got to go to a good country where you're gonna have an opportunity to do those things uninfringed. That makes sense? Now I got some shit planned out. I can only pray and hope you get shit planned out for you, whether that's here in America or some other country. There's a lot of people that are retiring to other countries these days. Most immigrants that come in and work 20, 30 years in America, they're spending all their money over there buying houses and shit and all that. When they retire, they're going back to their fucking country. You think these Chinese people come over here and retire here? Very few of them retire in America. Like 90% of all them motherfuckers go back to China. You know why? Still getting your retirement check. It's worth more money in China. You live like a fucking king in China. What about Thailand? Somebody comes over here from Thailand, they fucking work until they retire, get the retirement check, investments and all that, they move back to Thailand. Because you live like a fucking king in Thailand. So people that come here to work, they're taking that back to their country. Now you might say, well, that's not good for America, and it's not in a lot of ways, but in a way it is. Because those countries need to come up. We need to fix America. That's true. But those countries also need to be built up and not held down. The Democrats in office, instead of building the country up, they fuck it up. South Africa, man, look at them cities back in the 60s, 50s and 60s. South Africa had it going on. Unfortunately, they had that our apartheid shit and that racist shit going with the white people running all that bullshit, and they fucked it up. That's what happened there. The hatred and the bullshit. And to this day, you could go to South Africa and probably get you a 1948 vehicle of some kind, or a 1953 kind of vehicle of some kind, and probably rebuild that some bitch and make a hell of a good profit. But you're gonna have to cut out all them fucking the grass that doesn't grow up through all them rusted pieces of shit over there. You know, but they're there. Buildings are there. They look beautiful if they were cleaned up and actually had electricity running to them and all that shit and was refurbished. So we try to build up and help countries build up, but not all the time is it work. Because you get these oligarchy mafia type motherfuckers in mixed in the shit, and they get greedy and they want all the fucking money and they want to fuck everybody over for that fucking money. When you do that, when you incorporate that, it's like putting a monkey wrench in the engine. It's no good. It's not gonna work. And that's why I keep telling people, look, stop voting Democrat. Number one. Number two, don't vote for a bad Republican. The technology is there online for you to go look up these people and what they're about. The Bushes are not from America originally. They landed up there in fucking Maine from Germany. And their family was oligarchies in Germany. Communists. mafia, want to be dictators, greedy bastards. Then they moved to New York, and then they moved down here to Texas. And then one of them became president, and then the son became president, and they just kept fucking shit up. Out of greed. Because we were stupid enough to vote him into office. We didn't know any better. We voted Obama thinking for change. Oh, God, that was a mistake. Jimmy Carter, he come by with that smile. He just had everybody fooled that he was just such a good guy. Yet, he's the one that invented, if you ask me, I know there was a president before him that did something very similar to this. He's the one that started selling China our fucking secrets. The Clintons, Bill Clinton, they just copied what he did, but took it to a whole new level. Look up Chinagate. And then they left the White House broke as fuck because they're so fucking stupid. They blew all that fucking hundreds of millions of dollars that they got from fucking China and from these oligarchies they were doing favors for. How do you make that kind of fucking money and leave the White House fucking broke is what I want to know. Obama wasn't even that fucking stupid. Goddamn, Obama was smarter than Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton combined. That tells you something right there, even though he was a fucking dumbass in a lot of ways. Oh, shit. That guy. Bad fucking presidents. We got to find a way to get these people to vote right in America, man. But we can't do it as regular people. We got to have the help by supporting these right billionaires. You support the right billionaires, they're going to do the right thing to you, be they straight, gay, or any fucking thing else, because they got the right mindset and they want to take us in the right direction. The billionaire I told you I met first night we got stoned together, he'll tell you straight up, the future is going to be turning back into ownership. So right now, if you start buying a house or properties, hopefully in the next 10, 15 years, you're going to be making money because you invested. Right now, it went into rentership. Nobody owns shit, none of that shit. Everybody rents because you can't afford to buy shit. They got shit all fucked up. You can't go to the bank, get a loan, start up a business. You got to have certain credit, and you ain't going to get, it's so fucking difficult to get these days to that fucking level. You know, when I was growing up in the 80s, let me tell you what you did. Went to the bank, got a loan. May get on a loan, you go back and get 3 times the fucking amount. May get on that loan, you go back, you get 10 times the fucking amount. You did good on that loan, you can move up. Now you're buying condos, building them, and selling them your damn self. That turned over to the banks financing you. The banks selling your fucking condos, but guess what? The condos never sold. So now you're broke. You didn't meet your quota. Now the bank owns your fucking condos, and they sell your condos within 3 fucking months, maybe 1 month of foreclosing on your fucking condos because you was dumb enough to sign a deal with a fucking bank that says they're going to not only loan you the money to build the condos, but they get to have sole rights to sell those fucking condos. Now, if that ain't fucking jerking a hook up your ass, I don't know what is. I seen that shit actually go down in there. They got construction so fucked up right now that it is very hard to make money building houses. They're trying to turn that shit around, but the banks ain't done it yet. The billionaires have got to twist them fucking arms and make those fucking changes, and they're going to do it through competition. Loan competition. I guarantee, I'm telling you this shit now. In 10 years from now, come back and tell me what you think. Goddamn, Bob, you was right. That's all I'm going to fucking hear with you. In fact, I won't even hear that because every time I give people who's going to win a Super Bowl information kind of shit, like I used to do when I was doing the Cowboy stream, Jens will tell you about that. He knew me back then. 5 years in a row, I picked the fucking Super Bowl winners right after the wild card teams played. That fucking weekend, 5 years in a fucking row. Not hardly anybody come back and thank me. But everybody that said I was wrong, I never heard from a single one of them motherfuckers. Except for Jens, and there was two others that one time each come back and told me, "God damn, Bob, you was fucking right again." I quit doing that shit because I was making everybody else money, and it was just a fucking hobby for me. And plus, I'm no longer an NFL fan because I think they need to regulate the industry. Oh, shut up. I didn't want to ruin the real estate. The goddamn fucking Democrats and the way the fucking rich people took this shit for a while is what fucked up the economy and real estate. What really fucked it up is racist people like you fucking it up, segregating everybody. That's the fucking problem. We're more segregated now than we've ever been. If you take it until you take it back to the slave days. Let me tell you what's fucking it up. The fucking Democrats. We gotta vote in the right people. It's gonna fucking happen. What counts is you getting behind the right people and vote for the people they support to get into office. That's a big fucking bird on the roof. I wonder what kind of bird that is up there. Do you hear it? Bump, 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 bump. Big fucking bird. Got to be at least a mid-sized bird, I would say. Not a fucking eagle or a turkey. When a turkey lands up here and they fucking go walking back and forth, you fucking hear it. Louder than that. That was a good-sized bird, though. Wasn't that big, about the size of a hawk, maybe, at best. Maybe not even that big. Small hawk. Something like that. It's pretty cool knowing that shit, though. But yeah, no, they're going to change this shit back around, guys. So right now, investment and ownership is the way to go because within the next 10 years, you're going to see it start turning back around. That if you own shit, you're going to be making money. We can't all be mineral rights owners and have all that money coming into us free of charge. So you're going to have to make those investments if you can, but more importantly, buy property. Rent it out. Make an arm and a leg. That's what's kind of going on right now, right? But there's a difference. They want to make everybody the owner, or more people the owner. So it ain't going to be a rental. You're not going to buy and rent. You're still going to be able to do that to a certain extent. But in the end of the day, it's going to be about promoting ownership of everything. So you should be in business for yourself. If you got a job, you should be investing in something of ownership. Because I guarantee you, if you own property, you're going to be able to turn it into something and make a profit. You're going to be able to build a house on it. They're going to ease up loans in that direction. You're going to have a lot more opportunity out there. But if you're just a renter and you're not investing in anything, well, you're fucked. Because right now it's all about being a renter, or you can be the owner, but they've kind of peaked out on that shit. And it's not fucking working. It's fucked up the economy going that way. So now they got to turn it back the other fucking way. Because the other way works just as good, if not better, because it doesn't drown out. There was never a fucking dry spell to that shit. They just fucking up thought they had a better way to do it. Listen to these fucking morons, and it doesn't fucking work. We're dried out, man. It's dried up. I promise you. Ownership of business in particular is going to be where your money's at in the future. So be sure you invest in the right direction. That's all I can tell you. Topher, you're a funny guy. I know you're doing that on purpose. Shut the fuck up with that shit, man. Yeah, shut the fuck up. He's probably some white guy dating an Asian woman. And here with a sock account, talking that kind of shit. Or he's a black guy married to a white girl or vice versa, right? And these people do this shit all the time. They come here. Blah, 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 blah. And then you got all these blacks that was tight. Like RBR, he ain't even from America. Nobody in his family was ever a slave in this country. And he's one of the #1 advocates out there running his podcast Lips talking about reparations. So I went into his podcast and I put him in his place in his podcast. My last name is Jones. I can trace my family roots back to the first 3 ships that brought the first Joneses to this country as slaves. 150 years prior to any black slave. The Irish people were the slaves. That's where my people come through Ireland into this country. See? Now, if black people are due reparations for the slavery back then damn it, you owe me 3 times that amount. But I damn sure want mine right off the top. So I went in there and I told him, he thought I'd be against this reparation stuff. And I said, hell no, brother. Give me my damn money. You ain't getting none. And he said, well, how do you know that? I said, here, let me show you the list. Is your last name anywhere on this list? No. You know what? I looked up your mama and your daddy, and they were born in Africa. So none of their people were slaves in America, which means you aren't due any reparations whatsoever. Let me show you this. And I flipped the one around. There's Jones right there, one of the first damn family slaves in this country. Guess who I'm related to, motherfucker? I'm related to them. So I support your reparations. What are you going to do? Give us all $100,000? I'll take it right now. Shut him up real quick with that bullshit, right? Pretty much. So these guys that are trying to make this a racist thing or just trying to spread the fucking hate and discontent, it's got nothing to do with skin tone with reparations or slavery. Because white people were slaves of other white people way before the black people right here in America. I don't even want to hear it. Talk about whipping a slave with a whip. Us white people was getting whipped on a regular basis. Shut the fuck up. Shit, they killed a motherfucker. They found him in the kitchen with their daughter. Daughter would sneak out to the barn and get to riding something. They kill that motherfucker, not the daughter. God forbid she had his child. Got to kill that motherfucker too. Or throw him out there and make him a slave. She tell me some shit. Say, I know my history. The problem is most of you don't know American history. See, you buy into all of the bullshit that these people feed you. And what you don't realize they're feeding you is hatred, racism, and discontent. Division is a good way to conquer our people. And if the Democrats could keep us divided, they got you conquered. So they feed you one little thing that makes you vote for them, and you're sitting there going thinking, let me see, 9 things they fucked up, 1 thing they said they were going to support, and they can't even make that happen. How did that work out for you? I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. California is the most fucked up territory on the goddamn planet. Did you know that California is the most communist place on the fucking planet? Did you know that right now, every single fucking year, more people migrate to get the fuck out of California than any country on a planet? On the fucking planet. I've already done the research, guys. You're not going to beat me on this one either. I've been preaching this shit for years. And it still stands to be true. Right now, last year, more people left California just to go, not just to New York State, but to New York City than any other fucking country on the face of the planet. Now, just imagine for a minute, you add in all of those people that left California that went to Texas, went to Nevada, went to New Mexico, went to Massachusetts, went to fucking Florida, went to Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky, who fucking knows where, or other countries. It ain't even fucking close. California has got more people begging to get the fuck out of that fucking state than any country on the goddamn face of this fucking planet. And that's a fact. So America has the worst territory of any country on the planet. It's the most communist. They got more laws against the people. And the fucking mafia runs that fucking state. The Pelosi family, Maxine Waters family. They're all mafias that are band together to be dictators in that fucking state. And what have these people done for you people in California? Not a fucking thing. They don't lower your taxes, they raise taxes. Biden brags about lowering gas prices. Last I checked, they're 2 times as high. They're twice as high as when Donald Trump was president. So what the fuck are you trying to brag about? Until you get those prices down to about $1.20 a gallon, you ain't got no bragging rights. You dig? Wake the fuck up, people. I'll catch you on the next go around, man. Peace out. God bless, and y'all be cool. And try to spread the love and not the hate.